It's Naturi Naughton, aka Tasha from Power.
Hey, Anthony Hamilton here.
And I just want to let y'all know, go to nightanddaynetmarket.com.
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 And get yourself some product. They're a black-owned company.
Has beautiful melanated products.
T-shirts, shoes, bags.
Hoodies, to shoes, to jewelry, to hair care products. Subscribe to their YouTube channel.
Oh, and make sure y'all check out the hot content they got on YouTube.
Night and Day Network with the Curry Gang.
Night and Day Network with the Curry Gang.
With the host Isaiah Curry and the Curry Gang.
And support them. We support black, don't we? Let's do it for them. Anthony Hamilton here. And I'm going to support him. I'm going to check him out myself. God bless y'all. Continue. Bet on black.
Curry gang, curry gang, curry gang, curry gang, curry gang, curry gang. I'ma go cook some curry. Nothing but the rush and hurry. Curry sucks at nobody. Party says don't you worry. Curry gang, curry gang, curry gang, curry gang, curry gang, curry gang, curry gang.
What up?
Shit.
Yeah. Let's get it.
Thirst is real out there.
The tea is real out here. Ain't
Thirst
it?
for the tea.
Tea.
What in the
What
hell
up?
going on out here?
What's going on, y'all? Make sure y'all get them likes up, man. Shout out where y'all from.
Out here?
Them likes up, man. Shout out where y'all from. Once y'all hit that like button, shout out where y'all from. We gonna give y'all niggas shout outs. You know what I mean? Shout out to the mods, Tina Marie Turner.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Oklahoma, Santa Ana, California. All right. New Orleans, North Kakalaka, Little Rock.
Baltimore,
You know what I'm saying? Shit going
Gainesville,
fast.
Georgia,
It's
Houston
going
in the
fast, so
house,
we're going to try to catch
Philly.
as much of y'all as we can. North Carolina, Dallas,
Chicago, Boston, Jersey,
Boston.
okay. New Haven, Connecticut,
yup. Philly, Tennessee, Chicago,
Ohio, New Jersey,
Detroit, Brooklyn
in the house. Where
B-more.
Brooklyn at? Dallas, Columbus,
You know what I'm
Ohio, Spring, Texas, the Netherlands. Shout out to the Netherlands. Get love out there, man. Philly, California,
ATL, Indiana.
Shout out
South
to my
Carolina.
people from the UK, man. I see you.
UK in the building. All right. Brick City, we see you. Texas, Chicago, Philly.
And say
Damn,
y'all
that shit
don't
going
sleep.
fast.
Niggas say y'all don't sleep.
Nah, we nocturnal, man.
Man, we work, man. We work. We just building, man. We building.
Man that don't work, you don't eat. You know what I'm saying? England, we see you on here. Tell I had, yep, San Diego.
Please make sure y'all click that like button.
Hit that like button.
We see YouTube is not sending out our notifications to a lot of people.
Nope.
And they hiding our channel.
Yep.
So we need y'all to be extra. You know what I mean? Extra supportive.
Yeah.
Yep. Extra engagement.
Yeah. Get them likes up, man. Shit. Likes should be matching the people in here. I know some of y'all getting in here late, but yeah, get in here. All right. We see Trent, New Jersey, California, San Diego.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah, man. Your boy Diddy be. I know Diddy be watching our channel. I mean, we got this nigga naming too many titles for him not to be seeing the shit we putting out.
Well,
some of them, some of the shit got four almost 500,000 views.
Well, you have to understand. He got direct link to Clive Davis and Jaguar. The whole thing was about taking down Clive Davis.
Yeah.
And you know, she worked with those people in the industry, so you already know he's gonna be paying attention to what an insider.
Yeah. You're right.
You know they gotta, you know what I mean? They be but they don't be trying to, directly, because they don't want to bring it that much attention, but they just want to let people know, subliminally
Diddy always indirectly respond to shit. On the internet, only time he directly responded to somebody was Mace. You know what I'm saying? Because the whole thing with him and Mace playing games. But anything else, he always subliminally respond.
Yeah, like when
You know what I'm
Gene
saying?
Deal, like the whole Gene
Yeah.
Deal thing. You see, he sort of subliminally responded when he went on Fat Joe's show.
Yeah.
Because all of a sudden Fat Joe's asking him about the Biggie stuff and all, like the Biggie
Yeah,
murder and
yeah,
all that type of stuff
yeah.
that went on. Like after all these years, why he questioning him about that? Well, that was just right after Gene Dill did. You know what I mean? Was kept
Yeah.
bringing it up and basically bringing out more information about that.
Yeah.
So he had to respond because he noticed that a lot of people be in his inbox. A lot of people be calling him up. Like,
Yeah.
what's this I hear about this information? That you gotta address this. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You gotta put a lid on this. We can't let this get too out of hand.
Right. Yeah. And I know Diddy be watching because I seen him over there in under the Drink Champs. I mean under the my bad, not Drink Champs. He was in the Breakfast Club comments. You know what I'm saying? I seen him. He was in
Oh,
there in
when
the
we was in there, yeah.
Yeah, we was in there, trolling a little bit. You know what I'm saying? Like saying the Diddy cartoon coming. Love, love, love. Ciroc Delio Home Gang. He was in there saying love, love, love from his official YouTube account. So I'm guaranteed if he's seeing his Kim Porter's name and I'll be sure names and titles and shit, the nigga gonna watch it. Especially if Jaguar
He
saying
has
something.
to.
The nigga go and watch it. Because he want to make sure, you know what I mean?
Some shit ain't being leaked, which it sort of did. Sort
Yeah,
of was.
shit, yeah. You know what I'm saying? Pretty much.
It was sort of, yeah. If y'all was paying attention, if y'all watched our Jaguar and
We're going to bring
our
it back.
interview that we did.
We're going to recap it. We're going to bring it right back. Make sure y'all hit that like button, man. Before we get into this, man, hit the like button, please. Because YouTube is seem to got our channel hidden and you know what I'm saying? And they ain't sending out all the notifications like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So yeah, man. Yeah. All right. So let me share this screen.
Nigga said he be in the shadows lurking.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah, he
pretty
be in the
sure he
shadow. Like,
do.
when I seen him in the Breakfast Club chat when he was the interview that they did with him and they premiered, they aired it.
Yeah.
They premiered it. I seen a nigga in the chat. I'm like, all right, what the fuck did he doing here? I'm like, that nigga want to see what people saying. He really do care about what the public say about him. Niggas be trying to front like they don't give a fuck what niggas be saying about him, but that's a lie because the nigga was right in the chat. I still got the snapshot. I might have to pull that up. Hold on. Let me pull that up. I still got the snapshot. This nigga in the chat. Let me send that. Let me do that real quick. Let me grab that. You know what I'm saying? Hold on.
I mean, anybody will go watch a video that got their name in it, especially when it's talking about some sensitive subject type of shit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Why you think niggas be getting those cease and desist letters?
Yup.
Like we got a couple of those.
What? The cease and desist?
Yeah, we got a couple of those. Oh man, we definitely got a couple of those, man. Shit, we even got one from Jay-Z's lawyer team.
Exactly.
I don't even want to talk about that. Never mind.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got some cease and desist. Yeah, they are hunting for YouTubers though. I'm telling you that. They definitely gonna be
yeah,
they definitely watching niggas content because what we say, I mean, we get a lot of, you know what I mean, we get more views than them sometimes. You know what I'm saying? So
exactly. I don't know what the fuck I did with it, so I'm not gonna even look for it. But y'all catch the drift. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, Tokyo ain't send us nothing. She didn't.
Nah, she ain't on that kick. She ain't on that.
So has anyone been threatening you guys yet?
Nah. Nah, you talking about like kill threats? Nah, we ain't really get to niggas that much yet to that point. We ain't really take
Nigga
niggas
said
to that
yet.
point. Yeah. I mean, we ain't really take niggas to that point. So
Sue, threatening to sue? Yeah.
nah, well, yeah. I don't even want to say that person name.
Yeah, I don't want to say yeah. We don't want to even talk about that shit.
We know who we talk about though.
Yeah, I mean, so just know that they do be lurking in here, y'all. They do be watching.
Yeah, absolutely.
You know what I'm saying?
So yeah, we're gonna recap this, man. But if y'all just came in here, hit the like before we even get this video started. Hit the like button, man. You know what I'm saying? Thanks, Faith Keeper. She said, hey, you guys heard what Bobby Brown's sister said about Whitney and Bobby Christina's death. She said Whitney body was all beat up, gashes, skin missing from her back and more. Damn. Yeah, we did I think we did mention about that the other day. On the live, I think. Yeah. Dang. Yeah. All right, y'all. Make sure y'all hit that like button, man, before we get started. Where we at with it? We sorry, we gotta be extra aggressive with the to get y'all to click the like button because the YouTube is kind of like got our channel at bay. And
we gotta be extra aggressive.
It's over 700 and something people. It's 760 something people in here. We need, then the likes is only at 290. We need to lead them Jones up 400. You know what I'm saying? Because they got, it seemed like they got our channel at bay, and then they're not sending all the notifications out.
Not to everybody, to some people, but not everybody.
Yeah, because our other channels, I didn't even get the notification from this channel.
Exactly.
So I know they're not sending it out. You know what I'm saying?
And y'all who follow us, y'all know we put a lot of work into what we do. Y'all, just like y'all be saying, when y'all sleep, we barely sleep. We work most of the time. So,
exactly.
I mean, we just, you know what I mean? So, shit got to add up for us.
I mean,
y'all.
when you running your own business, you gotta. It's where, I mean, when you find the time to sleep, you might get a little 3 hours here, 4 hours here.
We just take basically we power nap.
Yeah, a bunch of power naps. That's about it.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
Power naps.
Yep. So we're gonna get into it, man. If you haven't, hit that like button, man. All right, it's almost at 400. It's 800 people in here. We get it at 400. We're gonna get these videos started. Get this Diddy response going, because because we plan on coming back on tonight. So
if you don't click that like button, you ain't black.
And if you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump, then you ain't black.
Take that.
You know what I'm saying?
You know what I'm saying? Nothing off me. All right, y'all. All right, I think we there. We there.
Shit, let me see.
I think we there.
Where we at?
Almost. Y'all? We at 387. We almost at 400.
We at 391.
Let's get it. Yeah, we 391. All right, we almost at 400.
We almost there.
We gotta get this. We gotta be extra aggressive, but
it's time
YouTube
to party.
They trying to hold our channel back. I mean, because they not sending all the notifications out. So the manyest people that we can get in the chat to hit the like button, then we could kind of get ourselves back in the algorithm again. Are we there? We there.
We
all
there.
Right, let's rock and roll. All right, let's recap. Live. We gotta recap with this. I mean, the Jaguar situation. I mean,
in case y'all don't know, we interviewed Jaguar the other day, and you know what I'm saying. And this is
she had some things to say about
Diddy, Kim Porter, and I'll be sure.
Right,
Quincy. All right, let's get into it.
Let's get into it.
Andre Harrell introduced him to Clive Davidson. Once Diddy got a taste of that, he didn't want no milk out the carton. He wanted to get it straight from the cow's ninny. He wanted it pure and unpasteurized. He wanted the full weight. And considering how instrumental he was in the success of Uptown, he had contacts, he had all of the access, he handled all of the artists. For Uptown MCA to go under and there be a platform like Bad Boy ready and waiting with platinum artists off jump. I mean, come on, let's just be honest. People see money and they see comfortability. You know what I mean? So, you know, the true guts of that story is greed. Everybody was greedy, except for I'll be sure.
Yeah.
He was the most selfless person and loving person in that whole scenario, which is why it's kind of sick that Diddy be like, you know, he be on some bitch shit with him. Because that's just a good man. He's a good man. He's a great father. He's a great husband. You know?
Diddy was jealous of that. Yeah.
If people really understood. But yeah, so Diddy got a taste for it and he started making his come up plan. And then the next thing you know, Uptown MCA, you know, the label ended, and the next thing you know, Craig Mack Flavor in your ear is killing streets.
Yeah.
And on the B side, and at all of the underground parties and strip clubs, you had Party and Bullshit on.
Yeah,
on the
Biggie
circuit.
on that. They was calling it the Big Mac. Yeah.
And guess what? Kim, for the most part, ended up becoming the first lady of the corporate side of Bad Boy Records.
Take that.
You know what I mean? And she did. Nobody did it better. Nobody could take that better than Kim Porter. I promise you. She was a gangster. But you know, years of secrets.
So that's why everybody's, why Diddy ain't marry Kim Porter? Why ain't marry Kim Porter?
She was already married.
She was already married. Nigga,
she
that's
already
why.
married the love of her life.
The paper was already, you know what I'm saying, presented in the courts, and she was already on paper for I'll Be Sure. So that's why Diddy ain't never married Kim Porter.
If people fucking only knew, I guess they know a little. I guess they know a little bit more now.
Then you was mentioning something about how the nigga used to have I'll Be Sure on visitation rights and shit. Visitations to see his own son and shit.
I think I'm hello?
Yeah, you there?
Okay, yeah, I'm here. I was breaking up apparently for a second.
Yeah, you was explaining how the nigga used to control the situation with him seeing his son and had him basically like on some visitation rights type of shit.
Well, his son grew up in his home. I'll Be Sure's son grew up in Diddy's home because he was with his mom.
Right.
I'll Be Sure was a working artist. Of course, Quincy was with his mom, but he was always present. There is nobody that can tell me that I'll Be Sure isn't a present father, period. And not just for Quincy, his oldest son, he has grandchildren. Like, he is present, yo. He is so present. We've spent time together, our families together. So I've seen for myself exactly what kind of man he is in his privacy. He's an excellent father and a very attentive mate, you know. So it's like, of course, somebody like Diddy would be jealous of that because he's the exact opposite. He has a short attention span. And, you know, he measures his life by, you know, going to Baskin Robbins and sticking his finger in every fucking carton to taste every flavor.
Dang.
You know what I mean? I didn't say he uses a spoon. I said he uses his finger to taste every fucking carton, every fucking flavor, but all 32 flavors or whatever it is, 64, whatever it is. 31, there it is. All 31 flavors. He got his finger in every fucking carton.
Or basket and Askin and Robbins. Not basket.
There you go. There you go.
Askin and Robbins.
That sounds about right. Listen to me. Any nigga that will smash his child's ex-girlfriend.
Yeah, that was out of pocket.
Listen to me. I'm gonna tell you something right now. That's a little bit too close. That's almost as disgusting as Kris Jenner watching Kim Kardashian and Ray J sex tape.
Yeah, let's get into that. So yeah, that's basically what Jaguar, you know what I'm saying, the other night when we interviewed her, Mr. Take that, jealous, a little bit of jealousy or big jealous, big bad.
So he basically ruined the relationship out of jealousy.
Yeah. I want, you know what I'm saying?
Using his money and his status.
Yeah. To basically control, not only that, to control I'll Be Sure's career as well. And he got total control of his son's career.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like
total
that's
control.
Crazy. Total control, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, so hold on, let me see something.
Because he smacks so sweet. I had a living daughter. If I had a living daughter, I wish I would go behind my daughter to mess around with a dude that she was messing around with. That's fucking disgusting. You know what I mean? And people wonder why I call him honeycomb, because he smacks so sweet and he gets soggy when he was sitting in milk too long.
Honeycomb.
I mean, it is what it is. And this isn't me taking shots, and this isn't me, going over the top. This is me just honestly being honest. That man ruins lives. He's got a gift for it. He's got a gift for ruining lives, and knowing how to profit off of it.
Young Miami, better watch out. I'll tell you that.
I pray for that girl. I do. I say a prayer for her every day. I understand why she's doing what she's doing. No hate, no shade. All I say is please look at his track record. Look at what he's been through, and make sure whatever it is, it don't happen to you.
She thinks she's the exception to the rule, and
listen to me. Everybody thought they was the exception. Everybody thought they was the exception, and I'm gonna tell you something right now. Ain't nobody had Diddy hemmed up tighter than Kim Porter. Not even Cassie. Not even Cassie. Period. Kim Porter, the only chick that ever had him on his heels at all.
What is this book that they said that Kim Porter was going to release before she died? I hear a lot of people talking about. Do you know anything about this tell-all book?
Look, allegedly, from what I've heard, from what I consider credible sources, she was writing her life story. She was writing her life story, and I'm gonna tell you something right now. If she had ever gotten a chance to finish that book and publish it, it would have not been good for the bad boy legacy. Not at all. It couldn't have been. It couldn't have been. What else was she gonna say other than he was a bastard?
Dang.
What else was she gonna say? He was a good provider. With the kind of money he was making, he better had been.
And that, like you said, that probably was the only reason why she really, basically secured herself by getting under Diddy.
Her children ain't never want for nothing, right. and they honestly really should never in their lifetimes. Like their kids are going to be okay for real. If everything went the way it was supposed to go. Oh no, listen to me. She secured the bag, and not for herself, but for the future of her children.
Right.
You can never be mad at a mom for securing a bag for her kids. You can never do that. And essentially, she was a single mom. So you really can't fault a woman who's operating as a single mother to make sure that her children are well taken care of. She was a good mom. She was a good mom. She was a hell of a businesswoman. She was a wonderful model in the 90s in her young years. And she became a credible businesswoman on her own, an entrepreneur, philanthropist. And, it's a shame that people don't know that.
So basically, she sacrificed herself just so her kids can be secure. Basically sacrificing herself getting with Diddy.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Yeah. May the angels cover her And I pray that she is resting in peace. And I pray that when she looks down on her children, she is pleased with everything that she sees. I pray for her kids, the parent they got left with, you know what I mean?
Right.
It's just bad luck.
Dang. I mean, shit, she lying. If she lying, then she flying. Shit. Nigga, break Biggie Bomb off some of that goddamn publishing you got over there. Nigga still, nigga holding on Biggie publishing for dead life. Nigga, let that shit go. He got 2 kids out here, and his mom's still living. Nigga, these niggas is crazy. That industry shit ain't good for nobody. It's not good for the soul, man.
It damn sure not.
Not when it comes to the business, the music. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even they took the music somewhere else and shit, and basically turned and used our music against us.
Yeah, because music was our way of like uplifting ourselves.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Even during like slavery times, what did they do to get through that? They created the Negro spiritual songs, didn't they?
Yeah.
You know
Make sure y'all smash that like button if y'all just coming in, because we ain't even get into Diddy response yet. But we need y'all to hit the like button because YouTube is not sending all the notifications out. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Jaguar in here now. She said, I love how people have a problem with me stating recorded fact. Exactly.
Exactly. Like, what? She's not lying. What the fuck is she lying about?
Y'all niggas act like y'all ain't see it over the years. Like, niggas act like they haven't seen the shit over the years. You know what I'm saying? Oh, drop the link. Let's bring Jag back up.
Yeah.
Let's bring her back up. Because niggas act like they forgot, like, over the years, what type of nigga this nigga is. Like, y'all niggas act like y'all forgot. You know what I'm saying?
Should I drop you want me to drop it in the chat?
Yeah, drop it in the chat. Yeah. The link is only reserved for Jaguar to come up. Don't try to come in because you just gonna get kicked out. Yeah, niggas act like they forgot. Like, come on, man. Y'all forgot all the shit. Gene Dill was around the nigga the whole time. So Gene Dill was lying, and Gene Dill seemed like the type of nigga that ain't got to lie for nothing.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
All right, there you go, Jag. Dropped it. This link is reserved for Jaguar only, man. We don't want to see nobody else trying to pop up on this StreamYard right now.
Like, niggas be acting like, and this nigga got a nerve to be like subliminally, you know what I mean, subliminally responding, because we know he ain't gonna say niggas' name because he know that'll draw a lot of attention. If Diddy say somebody's name, we know everybody's gonna go rushing to that person to find, you know what I'm saying? So he say shit, he throw shit out there.
He have to do it subliminally. Yeah. He want us to know, but he don't want to, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He don't want to give niggas too much attention.
Yeah.
Because if he say somebody's name, you already know that might motherfucking give nigga 2-3 million followers and subscribers.
Yeah. Because every media is going to go seeking them out. From TMZ to Fox News, every big media is going to go seeking them out once he say somebody's name. Like, he ain't say Fred's name when Fred was saying the shit he was saying.
Yeah, he ain't say Fred's name, nope.
But he was talking to Fred, and everybody know he was talking to Fred, but he would not say his name.
I dropped the link for Jaguar. I dropped the link for you. Yeah, I already dropped it. It's in here. You want to pin it to the top for him?
Yeah, let me see if I can pin it to the top.
Did you catch it?
Nah, I probably can catch it. Let me see if I can get in there.
Yeah, y'all. I don't know how people was like doubting what she's saying. Like, this shit is like, it's actually recorded. It's public. It just.
And I seen somebody in here. I seen an industry nigga in here talking about Jack.
Yeah, I seen him.
I seen an industry nigga in here.
Yeah, I seen him.
I seen an industry nigga in here talking. Yeah, I ain't even catch that link.
You ain't I'll drop it.
Nah.
I'll drop it again.
Yeah, I seen an industry nigga in here talking about Jaguar. Y'all just trying to get Jaguar back on or some shit like that, or Some shit the nigga said. I'll pin the link to the top for Jaguar only. Tap in.
Yeah, I don't. Yeah, of course, people gonna have something to say, but it ain't gonna. You know what I mean? Take away from that most like just about all that shit is the truth.
Hold on. She calling now. Hold on.
Yeah, niggas know the deal. Like, I mean, it's not, you can go find this stuff on your own. Like, niggas ain't capping up here. I mean, this shit that's actually just been said for years, though. I mean, it ain't nothing new out here with them. Tell you the truth, this damn industry is effing all of us up. Even the people that's not in the industry is effing us up.
All right, hold on. I got text it to her phone. She said she tried to come in, but it's acting weird. So I'm gonna text it straight to her phone. Hold on.
All right.
All right, I gotta send it to myself real quick. All right.
Yeah, this industry is killing us all, man. This shit is
if the music on top. Yeah, the music on top.
Our communities, man.
Like we said, look at the music on top. Every woman is a damn stripper, and every nigga is a thug.
Just think about it. It made a small percentage of our community wealthy, but the rest is just killing them.
Yeah, and preparing them for prison.
Yeah, that's what it's doing.
Killing them and preparing them for prison.
It made a small percentage of our community wealthy. I mean, if you think about all the black men and black women in our community, you know what I mean? What percentage of them are successful, you know what I mean, musicians?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, specifically the R&B and the rap.
Right.
Because those two genres are literally destroying our community.
All right, before Jag come on, let's get into the CBD ad real quick. If you haven't got your
fully
CBD,
stocked. We're gonna be fully stocked tonight on everything. You know what I mean?
Yes,
we still got some stuff on there now. But for those of y'all who need some CBD, some high quality CBD for all your medicinal needs, you know what I'm saying? Head over to the nightandaycbdhub.com. All right. The best CBD on the market, guaranteed. You got anxiety, you got pain, you got fibromyalgia, you got all types of other neuropathy and all that. Head over to the nightandaycbdhub.com. You trying to get off smoking regular cigarettes and need another solution? You know what I mean? Come over to nightandaycbdhub.com. We got CBD cigarettes, no tobacco, no nicotine, made without no synthetic pesticides, no chemicals. We also got different kinds like mint and lavender. Yeah, I mean, we got different strains like wedding cake and Girl Scout cookies. So head over to the nightandaycbdhub.com. Get yourself some. All right, now we got Jaguar on, y'all.
Jag, these niggas is doubting you out here, Jag, and I see some
industry.
You seeing some industry niggas in the comments too.
Can I say something?
Go ahead.
Real quick.
Yep.
Doubt. If that's what you want to do, then doubt me. But if you sitting here up in the chat of a YouTube room arguing about it, the question is why are you here? If I was so irrelevant and if I wasn't around and if all of this is true, why are you here?
Facts.
Like, let's keep it a bean. If you sitting here claiming ties to Arista and claiming ties to all of this, and you know for a fact in your mind, in your heart of hearts and soul of soul, that I was not around, why are you here arguing it? For what? Like, you jumped up on the chat real quick. Almost if somebody is paying you to wait and see what thumbnails pertain to what this, that, and so you can just pop up and be like, like, come on, it's the middle of the day. This the middle of the day. You just got time. I guess this person's notifications is working, y'all.
Yeah.
Wonder why. Wonder why?
That's because you a threat to them.
Listen to me. Believe what you want to believe. Don't believe what you don't want to believe. And it's crazy because I'm sitting here. Exactly. I'm sorry. I'm sitting here reading in the chat. But let's just keep it real clean. When I seen it, I said, you know what? Let me. Did I get these boys into trouble? I hope I didn't get these boys into trouble. So I'm sitting here looking, and I'm watching the playback, and I was tired, and I had had a couple of drinks, and I thought to myself, maybe I went too hard, but I'm sitting here listening to what you just replayed. I I don't even think I went hard. All I did was state facts. You want to know what's crazy? For years, people were running around calling Al B. Sure a bum and a deadbeat father over Quincy, talking about, man, he ain't no kind of dude. Quincy, Puffy had to raise his son. They used to spread those rumors about that man around the industry. They used to put that out there, put that narrative out there. They used to do that all the time. See, they don't have a problem with destroying people's lives as long as they doing it in the back. And now, in this day and age, hire a couple bots, buy you a couple bots, and put as much negative and ruin people's lives and ruin people's reputations. When I finally actually got time to spend time with that man in his presence, with Al B. Sure, and so it broke my heart. Because I know how many people was running around talking crazy about him. I know how many people was running around, man. And for what? Like, let's not sit here and pretend like everybody don't remember making the band.
Yeah.
That was one of the most shameful television shows in music television history. You sitting here making fools out of these young people, showing the whole world how desperate people can really be just to get on. That's the only thing that show taught anybody. It didn't teach nobody how to become a better artist. It didn't teach anybody how to become an amazing writer. It didn't teach anybody how to open their own LLCs or start their own record labels or create their own booking agencies. What did anybody learn from making the band other than you better do whatever this nigga tell you if you want to get on. Even if it's make a fool of yourself. The second that oh my God, I'll never forget everybody talking about, man, he made him walk all the way to Brooklyn to go get him something to eat. And they just kept talking about it and kept talking about it. And I'm like, and he did it? And he did it. Because I was an intern. I was an intern for a lot of great people. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I was never asked to do anything that ignorant. I was never asked to do anything that degrading, that demeaning. And on top of that, you got cameras on it for the whole world to see you berating and belittling and tearing these people apart, all so they can get a record deal. You shouldn't have to do that to get a record deal. And if that's the kind of behavior that was happening on camera, imagine what was happening to these artists when the lights went off.
Dang.
When the cameras went off. I mean, like, if we want to get real nasty with it, if you're going to sit there and people are going to pay you thousands upon tens upon thousands of dollars, weekly episodes to sit there and embarrass and degrade and destroy. There's nothing that show could teach you other than if you really want to be on and if you really want to get a record deal, don't have no pride, don't have no dignity, don't think nothing of yourself, do whatever somebody tells you without question. And it doesn't matter how embarrassing it is because, see, you're going to be famous. That's the only thing that show taught anybody. Am I wrong?
See, that's why Fred came out recently a couple months ago and said all the shit that Diddy had them doing on and off camera, and to the point he said, I'm ready to kill this nigga.
Like I said, if that's the kind of stuff he was willing to do on camera, what happened when the cameras went off?
Way worse. Way worse.
I haven't even talked. And that's why I keep telling people I haven't said nothing. Not for real, because the things that I could say, niggas better be glad that I actually care about people, because there's some people that I've kept my mouth shut because I don't want to hurt them.
Mhm.
Like, I didn't get quiet out of fear. I didn't get quiet because I got caught in a lie. I didn't get quiet. No, I got quiet because I was protecting people. People that I care about, people that I love. But when it gets to the point where a year and a half goes by and people are making up all kinds of stuff about you and creating a narrative that doesn't exist, it makes more sense for me to speak for myself, don't it?
Mhm.
Am I really supposed to just sit around and let people continue to speak my narrative rather than me saying it myself? I mean, I did that for a year and a half. And guess what? They kept on. They kept on with the nonsense. I mean, I don't even know how many thumbnails my name is attached to. And I bang with very few people. Is that not true?
Facts. Facts.
I bang with very few people. And guess why? Because I'm only interested in dealing with people who I know care about the truth. Like, the thing that I really can't stand is how niggas like to get their panties all up in a bunch when all I'm doing is reminding people of what you've already done in public. You know, that's what makes the whole honeycomb situation so disgusting. Nigga, you did this stuff for the whole world to see. And you ran around in the streets doing it with pride, under the false assumption that nobody would ever say, did y'all just see what that nigga did?
What's this dude's Davin Lewis? What's your credentials, man? Because I see he calling you out, Jag, saying that
He can
wasn't.
call, listen to
He's
me.
saying you wasn't around when he was
He
around.
can call me, and guess what?
He could come on here if he wants.
I don't know who he is.
Oh, she says you don't know who he is.
Oh, see, there you go. It's nobody. It's somebody that's probably being paid to talk shit.
I mean, you niggas.
I don't know you, and you don't know me. What I do know is this. I regularly went to the Kit Kat Club from 1995 to 1997. Were you at the Kit Kat Club, Devin Lewis? Where apparently your maker, your grandsire, Oh Honeycomb, was building his little janky ass empire? Because it all started right there in the Kit Kat Club. I was there. That's when Kim and Kimura used to hang out there all the time. It was an old theater that was renovated and turned into a nightclub. Had 5 different levels. Were you at the Kit Kat Club, or are you just a nigga that got fake stories from the tunnel? Like, I'm trying to understand.
He said he worked for James Cruz, Sean Prez, and Malcolm Miles. He said, you understand now, I'm not that old.
Who's not that old?
He's saying he's not that old. So he was too young to even be around when you was that
old. He's saying he's not that old?
Yeah.
So wait a minute. He's going to sit up here and question me and try to check me about a time that he's willingly admitting he was not present for because he wasn't old enough to be there. Because understand this. In 1995, I was 18. I was an intern, and I was writing and working and hustling, trying to get my deal. And I got signed to MCA. I would have never taken the deal at Bad Boy. I knew what Bad Boy was like. My girlfriend, Kima from Total, Kima Dyson, she was signed to Bad Boy. I know exactly what a Bad Boy contract will do for you. I had friends in the building. So
they love protecting Diddy. They love protecting.
No. But wait a minute. Let's highlight how pathetic this moment is right now.
I put him back up there. He said, I worked for James Cruz, Sean Prez, and Malcolm Miles. You understand now, and I'm not that old. So he basically was too young to be around when you were around.
So how are you going to
young.
question the validity of anything that I'm saying when you're basically saying you was an embryo when it happened? That don't make no sense.
He said he came in 1999.
He came in 1999.
That's what he
I was
claimed.
already on in 1999. I was running the wetlands in 1999. I was sitting at the corner of Hudson and Lake every Sunday night selling out the club. What were you doing? Who was you working for? Who was you getting coffee for?
Pretty
The
much.
Village Voice was writing about me at least twice a month. I was in Honey Magazine every other edition for about a year and a half, from 99 to 2001, and my album came out in 2002. What were you doing? We wait a minute. We questioning people's resumes.
Shit.
Who'd you work for? In what capacity? Who?
I mean, if he want to come on, he can come on. Yo, hit the link and come on the StreamYard, Davin Lewis. There's no point keep typing it in the chat.
Listen to me. He can come on whenever he want to come on. My whole point is this. If you want to sit up here and start defending things, make sure the position that you stand in actually got weight. See, this is the funny thing about me. I'm so humble, I don't even browbeat niggas with my resume. Matter of fact, I leave it for people to go and figure out for themselves. Because I so don't jock myself like that. There are times when I've gone online and seen performances that I had forgotten that other people had put up. That's exactly how not pretentious I am. Can't nobody question my resume. See, that's the funny thing. People want to think that all I am is a voice speaking to all of this evil and all of this crazy that I done seen throughout all of these years. People keep forgetting there's an entire 20 plus odd career as a working, performing, recording, mentoring artist.
So you saying, Devin, you saying you work for James Cruz, but that was 50 cents, nigga that was working for him for the vitamin water and shit.
And guess what?
He was going to get 50 cent coffee.
That came after me.
See, that
came after. Yeah, that was after.
That came after me.
Yeah,
I was already there. I was already there.
James Cruz,
and if you was working for 50 cents, and that's your whole association, tell Mike Knox I said, hey, now. See, I don't understand all of these people. See, it's so funny. They so desperately want to be somebody. They so desperately want to belong that they'll get a job working as a paper pusher or an intern or some kind of assistant working for somebody with actual power. And then they assume, the pride that comes along with that. And they wear it and then they make it seem like it means something. Like I said, if you was really that nigga, what are you doing here now?
Yeah.
Right. If I'm so irrelevant and if everything that I'm saying is a lie and you just sitting here on a YouTube station in the middle of the afternoon arguing come on, why are you here, my nigga?
Because you're a threat.
Exactly.
Why are you here? And that's why I was like, man, I hope I ain't get the fellas in trouble. I hope I ain't go too hard. But I'm sitting here and I'm like I said, I'm listening to the playback. I ain't even saying nothing that crazy. Matter of fact, all I've said is what people already know.
Well, people already know. Exactly.
Yeah, exactly.
You
just reminding niggas.
I'm not only am I reminding niggas, I'm trying to let people know that there's nothing wrong with telling the truth.
Mm-hmm.
Bro, stop typing in the chat and click the link. Like,
he ain't gonna click the link. He ain't gonna click the link. Listen to me. If he actually wanted to have a conversation, if he actually wanted to have words with me in this moment, he would have been clicked that link. For crying out loud. He was sitting up there typing and writing before I even commented. I sat there and I watched him write 2 or 3 things. And guess what? He was doing that before y'all even got into the video. Matter of fact, you haven't even gotten to the video. You haven't even gotten into the response. Because we sitting here dealing with him.
Yeah, I seen him.
For what?
I seen him.
And that's exactly why I began to type. Say it to me. He don't want to say it to me.
Nope.
And guess what? He's so brilliant. He already invalidated himself in this conversation
because he's too
for
young to
us.
even know what the fuck you taught. You was there before him. That's
Once,
the
once
fuck.
again, once
The
again,
retarded.
once again, people desperately need. But see, I've seen his name pop up in other places. It's so funny. I've seen my name connected to things that they should not be connected to. I've seen my name being whipped around things that never had any nothing. But hey, let's just throw her name on it. Why are you here, my nigga? Why are you here? What is your purpose for being here? Like before he types anything else, he needs to type what his reason for opposition is here to begin with.
Yeah, like exactly. That's what I was
Like
thinking when I seen it.
what's the connection? What's the connection? You coming up here saying, "Oh, thinking that you just catching something in the middle. Oh, you just catching something on the low. You gonna disparage me on the low without question, probably thinking that I ain't gonna be
He
here."
popped on. Hold on.
Oh,
I think
good.
he might have
Come on.
popped in. But no, he didn't
Good.
pop in.
Oh, he didn't pop in?
No, that wasn't him.
Oh, that wasn't him.
Nah.
But he's still
That's
typing though.
Sham. We trying to get the yeah, we ain't get nobody on right now. We got Jaguar on.
But
And
he's still typing though.
nah, I haven't seen him
Yeah,
type.
he's still. Yeah, I'm
Oh
seeing him.
yeah.
He's still
Oh
typing.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
he's still
Oh, he
typing.
said he just
But
clicked the link and saw the video yesterday. I don't have StreamYard. You don't need StreamYard
You
to
don't need
You don't need
StreamYard.
it. Wait a minute. Do you hear the excuses?
yeah. Just click on it, and if you sign into your Facebook or your YouTube, then you should be able to get in.
Come on now. Somebody as sophisticated as him, he should know how to do this.
Like I don't understand how niggas is still hold on.
What's the opposition? What's the point?
People.
What's the
Y'all.
point?
Nobody else should be clicking on that
Nobody
link.
else should be clicking that link.
Oh, and did he put? Oh no, that's somebody else. See, this is what I'm talking about. This is the kind of craziness that I'm talking about.
These niggas be defending these industry ass niggas. Like I don't understand.
Well, he's
Listen to me.
claiming that he worked with him. So
Yeah, but my thing is what's your point of opposition? What is your purpose for being here opposing? Because see, things that I don't agree with, things that I don't like, I avoid. I don't engage.
Mm-hmm.
He thought that he could come in here and troll and get away with that shit, but he ain't getting away with it this time.
Well, unfortunately, he started trolling and didn't know I was watching. That part. That's the other beautiful thing about becoming invisible for a little while.
Mm-hmm.
You actually just get to sit back and see some stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You get to sit back and you get to study. Just study. Just study the whole architect of lies. I'm not there. I wasn't there. I'm not a credible source. I'm not this, but you weren't there either. You just made that very clear. So what's your point of opposition? Like if you're actually going to sit there and oppose something, you should have a point that you're opposing. Are you opposing the fact that Diddy is a scumbag? That Honeycomb was scumbag? Are you opposing that fact? Are you opposing the fact that he has abused nearly every artist that he has worked with over the course of 35 years? What are you opposing? Are you opposing that he doesn't sleep with his son's ex-girlfriends? What are you opposing?
That's all public.
I'm just saying, am I making any sense?
That's all public.
Exactly.
What's your point of opposition? What exactly is it that you're standing up for? What am I lying about? And then gonna say, oh, well, that was before my time. I'm not that old. And clearly, and you're showing your maturity right now. Like for real. You showing your maturity right now. I wasn't there, but I got something to say. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, you're not coming up in here just saying any old thing and think you're gonna get away with that shit. We put all these trolls in check. So now look, the brother disappeared. You don't even know where he at, nigga.
Oh.
Disappeared back into the dark.
Oh.
Crawled back into his hole. Diddy's hole.
See, it's
That
just
Hershey Highway hole.
it's just it's no, I'm just saying it's just so funny to me. It's so funny to me. Where he go? Where he go?
Exactly. Nigga came up here and said all that, defending all these
Yeah, he
niggas.
was here. He was here. Yeah, he was here for a minute talking shit. Like
He was there
within
from the
first
top.
10 minutes. Yeah.
He was there from the top.
Yeah.
He was in the room before I was in the room.
I was ignoring him because I mean I looked up and see yeah, it looked like he worked with somebody, but
well, he
Listen
just said
to
he
me.
worked. He worked for the nigga that.
All of these people got their little social media troll squad teams, and they do all of this foolishness. Listen to me. It's to me, it's ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. A bunch of strangers running around attacking strangers on behalf of someone they do not personally know. That's crazy. That's insane. But all of these, like, I don't understand fan bases anymore, because fan bases, when I was growing up, fan bases was all about, everything was about the artist. Everything was about the music. Everything was about their shows. Everything was about supporting them. Everything was about spreading the music and spreading the love, and all of this, not going and attacking your rival fans.
Now it's about the drama. It's about the drama.
Or
It's
drama.
not about the craft anymore.
Or drama.
Yeah,
Or
it's not
drama.
about the craft anymore. It's just about the drama.
Nope.
Yeah.
Period.
Oh, here you go.
Oh, he dropped. He popped on.
Y'all there?
Yeah, add him to the stream. Yeah,
Did he pop?
Good.
Oh,
Yeah, add me
good.
to the stream. Do all that.
Hey.
You on?
You on?
I'm on?
Yup.
Yeah.
All right, what's going on, boys? How you doing?
What's going on?
What's up, man?
All right, first things first. I don't hate you boys at all. This is the problem, nor do I hate Jaguar Wright. So let me get that started. This is my whole discontent here, right? So let me give you a quick little readback or whatever. I started out working for James Cruz. I heard Jaguar said he was with 50 Cent. Yes, this is true. He managed 50 Cent, but he was head of marketing at the time at Bad Boy Entertainment. He worked alongside Malcolm Miles, who now formerly, I believe he's still at Cash Money, Young Money. But after that, he went to J Records, then Sony.
Bro,
after
what's
that,
the point of opposition?
Sean Press, who I continue to be in conversation with to this
That's
day.
great.
So I was around
Oh,
from
that's
99
great.
up into 2016.
Oh,
All right.
that's
I seen a
great.
lot of
What
people
is
come
the
out of
point of
1540
opposition?
Broadway when Arista was our distributor. I saw a lot of people coming in and out of the building when Interscope was our distributor. I saw a lot of people coming in and out of the building when Atlantic was our distributor, alongside the Bad Boy Worldwide building that sits right across the street from Ed Sullivan Theater.
So
as far as
basically-
Jaguar is
wait a minute,
concerned,
so wait a
Jaguar, I
minute,
don't
wait a minute.
have
So
a problem
basically-
with you.
Hold on one
Actually, if
second.
anybody,
Can you
like
do
you
me a
said, you
favor?
see my name attached to you, a lot of people will tell you for a fact, I've always been a Jaguar Wright supporter. In fact, when Tasha K and y'all whole went down, I was one of the few people that made a video and got flagged for that. I couldn't even stream for 2 weeks because I was defending you. You understand? So I just want to make that clear. What I have a problem with is the fact that Jaguar is talented. You understand what I'm saying? Beyond talented. I have known some of the musicians that have actually, a lot of people don't know, a lot of the musicians, different musicians go on tour with different artists. So some of those talented people, whether they be bassists, percussionists, whatever the case may be, they also work with other artists, including Carl Thomas and other people along the way. You understand? I've never heard anything bad about Jaguar. Like, unlike this, you're a little snappy. You understand? But my thing is, when you came back, and I was so happy to see you come back, the first thing we got into was the gossiping. You understand what I'm saying? And I don't think that these two young men, because you two guys that are on here yourself, I listen to you guys. Somebody sent me a link to you guys, and I said, yo, I like these guys. And I understand some of the stories. I do it myself on my page. You know, and I got followers. Some of the stories, yeah, that's cool. But other ones, they get so salacious and they get so in tune with your message, and they almost collide with each other.
You gotta pause, bro.
Bro, you gotta let it respond.
Like, if you actually gonna sit there and say that you respect me and you're a supporter of mine and all of that, then you gotta pause. Jaguar never got on to no gossip in anything.
You gotta have a little bit more respect, fam.
Jaguar never got into gossiping on anything. How about that? Jaguar wasn't gossiping about nobody.
You boys there or what? I can't hear you.
Yeah. Let her. She wanted
let her talk. Yeah, let her talk, fam.
You said something that was totally and completely untrue. I didn't even know that people was posting stuff about me on YouTube until I got.
You can't hear it?
What's going on now?
He claimed he can't hear nothing we saying.
Okay, everybody else can hear. Jaguar didn't get on YouTube and start doing anything and gossiping with anybody. Jaguar was pissed off on her Instagram page. And I went live on Instagram. And the next thing I know, every Instagram video that I put up talking about the things that I saw that made my skin curl ended up on YouTube. That wasn't me. That wasn't me gossiping. That wasn't me getting involved in doing this and doing that. It wasn't until after I had seen all of the people that was posting and stuff like that, I started reaching out to the real ones. Because I wanted to make sure that the information stayed pure and the information stayed accurate. But everything was on my Instagram page. Am I telling the truth, gentlemen?
Yeah, that's a fact. That's a fact.
Definitely.
That's not gossiping.
He knows that.
Malik B died. He died right when the pandemic was really starting to go, like, just to shut down everything and shut down everybody. And we was worried about who was going to be dead next week. And I did not like the way he was treated by my former bandmates, by his former bandmates.
Yeah, I can't even.
And then the next thing you know, saying, I got people coming to me, asking me questions about this and asking me questions about that. And I decided I was no longer going to lie. That's what happened. I didn't come out with
hello.
No
I can't hear nothing y'all saying. Can y'all do something with the mic or something?
Nah, I
can't hear y'all.
You gotta go back out and come back in.
He gotta go back out and come back in then.
Yeah, you
gotta go fix the mic because I can't hear y'all. It's a clear screen over here. Hold on, let me try
something. Once again.
Yeah, I can't hear y'all, man.
Ain't nobody. I ain't no gossip columnist. I've never pretended to be. But what I do think people have a right to know, especially the public, especially after years of investing their money and investing their time and believing all of the PR stunts and all of that stuff, and then they see artists that they love disappear or die in strange ways, or the next thing you know, they arrested and this and that and the other. They have the right to know what happened to these artists. They have the right.
I can't hear you guys, man.
You gotta unmute yourself or something. Like you might got something on mute. Yeah, he can't
hear him. I'm gonna come back in. I can't hear you.
All right. Just come back in.
But you know, he made sure he had his hat on and he's got his jacket on. He's, God bless him. I ain't hating.
I don't really understand what he had a problem with, because
that's what
it's not like he agreed with majority what you was saying, and that he came right in and said, "Oh, I don't hate you guys, and I'm a fan of Jaguar. I mean, she's talented." He said his only problem is with you being talented. I don't understand what he's even talking about.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Everybody thinks they got a right to have an opinion about what I do with the gift that God gave me. Everybody got an opinion.
Because you're talented. Why not?
Listen to me. Listen to me. This isn't about my talent, and understand something. My talent doesn't belong to me. Whatever talent that I had, it was given to me by God.
You're trying to make money off your talent. You was just a year and a half ago trying to sell a single. You don't remember that?
What do you mean trying to sell a single?
You were trying to sell your single. I don't know how many copies you sold, but my point is you were selling and you were facilitating the sale of a single.
Anything.
You did it on your Instagram and you did it on YouTube. By the way, I bought one of them.
Once again, I made certain records that I had. I made certain records that I had available because people said, Jag, where's the new music? Where's the new music? Where's the new music? I said, I got a couple of records and I will make them available. But you ain't
okay, so what are you talking about, God? We're talking about, listen, we in the business of selling singles, right?
Are you? Oh,
to make money. So
see,
you
right
said
here,
you use God
right
as an
here,
example. I'm not trying
right
to
here.
berate you. I'm just saying
Once
you use
again,
God as an example to try to exemplify and check me. But at the same time, you
I'm
sold
not
music.
trying to
When you were
exemplify and
signed,
check
you
you
sold
on
music.
anything.
We sell
I wasn't
music.
even talking about you, bro. I'm talking about a lot of people, not you. I don't
All
talk
right,
to
all
you
right. It
every
sounded
day.
personal.
You,
Some of the things
once
you say
again,
sound personal. I'm
see,
sorry. I apologize.
see,
Continue,
no,
please.
see, once again, it's that New York, energy. You got that all going on up in your head. You got it rolling around. You got to slow down.
You from Philly? You telling me to slow down?
Yep, that's why I moved to Texas so I could learn how to slow the fuck down.
Continue what I'm listening.
So I could learn how to slow down.
I don't need to slow down. I like my tempo. Now continue on. I'm listening
and that's
to you.
perfectly fine. I'm gonna tell you something right now. You can run and run and run and run and run. You can even convince yourself that you're not getting tired. That don't mean you're not getting tired.
You can't read me like that, sweetheart. You don't know my energy levels. Nah, I can't do that. That's trying to delve into somebody's mind. I don't let people circumnavigate me. I never have. You know, that was one of the problems I had in the music industry. People try to circumnavigate. So I agree with you on that aspect. But you can't do that either.
You sitting here talking over me. If you came
I'm not talking over you, I'm responding to you.
Yeah, you are. You're not responding because I would have to actually complete the thought that I was saying in order for you to have something to respond to.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that part. Understand this. My spiritual and personal conviction won't allow me to ignore certain things anymore.
Mm-hmm.
Period. My son was murdered. Kim died right after my son died. Right after.
What was the name of the dog you dropped off to the babysitter or the dog sitter?
Excuse me?
What was the name of your dog you dropped off to the dog sitter?
What dog sitter?
I heard you say in the video that you dropped the dog that was traveling with you guys. Beautiful dog. You dropped him off at a sitter. You could later on go pick him up. Didn't you say that?
Yeah, we put him in a place where he could run around because we was on the move.
What was that dog's name?
It's crazy. Why?
Because I said it and I didn't want to mispronounce. My mother has dogs. My father had dogs. I don't like to mispronounce people's pets.
Why are you talking about my dog?
I was just wondering.
I'm sitting. No.
I was just wondering. I'm sorry.
No, I'm
continue.
Sitting
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Go ahead.
I am sitting here talking about my personal convictions.
Uh-huh.
As an artist, I use my voice to make a lot of money for a lot of people, and a lot of the wrong people benefit. A lot of good people got hurt. I was a part of that. So were you, apparently.
Mm.
See, let's not pretend like we don't know there isn't harm in this game, because there is. And there's a shitload of artists that don't get to make it as far as I made it. They got all the horror stories, but they don't got none of the glory.
You know, it's two different points. There's a point when you started, you're older than me. So it's a point where you started in 94, 95, when it contractually did.
You're not listening.
Listen, we gotta have a rhetorical, or is this you talking? But what I'm saying is just in defense of what you just said.
Talking over me before I got a chance to even say anything.
Well, I thought you were finished. Go ahead.
I actually think you still owe me about a good 2.5 minutes.
All right, we'll do that.
Now, like I was trying to say, when I started out in the game, I was just like every other artist. I was a 16-year-old teen mom. My whole goal was to make it so I could provide for my child.
Mm-hmm.
And guess what? When you're a teen mom and you're trying to give your kid the best life possible, you're going to make some compromises. You might not want to, but you feel as though you have to. I sat around, I watched a lot of shit. I watched a lot of dirty shit, kept my peace. I was quiet. I didn't, turn my head. I would warn those who I could warn. And, just like some people warned me. But as I got older, it started kind of making me sick. Why the fuck are we sitting here? And we know that there are predators in this game. We know it. They've been around forever. And then the new ones get indoctrinated and the new ones get ordained and they keep doing the same shit over and over and over again.
You still got about 60 seconds left. You know that, right?
I got a little bit more than 60 seconds left. But then I started thinking to myself, What the fuck kind of person am I to know that these people are out here doing this shit and hurting people and harming people and ruining people and doing all of this,
Oh
and
God,
I'm
he
not
did it
going to
again.
speak up? And I'm not even going to speak up, and I seen it happen in front of my face? No, man. At a certain point in time, if all my art is about is making money, then maybe I'm really not entitled to it, because I truly do believe that God gave me my gift. And I've seen my gift do amazing things throughout the years. That's why I always love live performing, because I got to touch people. And guess what? My spiritual convictions changed throughout the years. And when my son was murdered, that changed a lot of things for me. A lot of things for me. So I love that people, want to talk about how dope I am. But when people was busy trying to blackball me and trying to make my career different because I wouldn't play certain games as certain people would, wasn't nobody speaking up for me then. Wasn't nobody speaking up for me then. Wasn't nobody speaking up. No, wasn't nobody speaking up for me when I was getting blocked from tours that I should have been fucking headlining, but I couldn't have, because the bitch who was afraid to go on after me or before me was fucking the promoter.
Now, let me ask you this. Do you think
No,
any of
no,
your
let me
own behavior individually? Do you think any of your own behavior, Jaguar, individually contributed to that?
Brother.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I told a lot of people to fuck off.
Brother. Yo, hold on real quick, Jack. So you work for Bad Boy. So are you speaking on the behalf of Diddy or something? Because I'm
speaking on the behalf of a fellow musician, which either one of you guys have ever been in the music industry.
I'm looking
That's
at
a lie.
And I
you have who you worked under, son?
We have been in
okay, I can only hear one of you at a time.
That's a lie. We have been in the music industry.
Okay, who have you worked under? You never disposed that. So tell me. Go ahead. I'm listening.
We this is between you and Jag right now. So and you
okay, so why into the conversation? That's my point. And if you have, I've never ran across you guys anything else. But like I said, I allow both of y'all to talk. So may I allow to be able to talk as well? This is what I wanted to say. Jaguar comes from a different period in the music industry.
Hold on, real quick.
Are we going to talk, or are we just going to interrupt each other?
But I'm listen.
Okay, I'm not trying to take over your show or nothing. I just want to respond.
But you are.
Listen though.
Exactly. I talk and I project my voice. That's how I talk,
All right.
I'm sorry you felt offended.
So most of these subscribers don't even know who you are. You gotta forget, you guys are on a show right now also. And I'm letting them know who you are. And I see that you do work for Bad Boy Entertainment currently. So I see your credentials here on LinkedIn. I see you. So this is what I'm saying. Are you here talking for Diddy? Like, I don't understand why you even here. Are you here talking for Diddy?
Let me know when you're done so I can respond to that. Because I want to respond to three things. And I believe I allowed everybody to do what they wanted to do. But like I said, I can't be circumnavigated. So I'm going to get to your point and answer your question for you off the top, right? I'm going to answer your question off the top. But if you guys keep on playing and bouncing back and forth, bro, I can't answer anything. So would you allow me to answer the question, or would you just like to?
Go ahead, brother. Go ahead, brother.
Okay, sure. All right. So in the capacity of, am I here for Puff? No, I am not. I'm here strictly off my own convictions. If you had read the comments that I wrote, that I copied and pasted probably 8 or 9 times, I was trying to vent that out. But in between, you guys kind of sent it in once again on the drama portion of it. I even exemplified when I first came in here. Jaguar, I'm one of the main guys. You got interviewed by a woman named Patrice Gardner out in Las Vegas. Ask Patrice what I think of you. You can ask many other people that have interviewed you. Some of them I know what I think about Jaguar, right? Because I expressed it to them, and they know. Hold on. I'm not finished, because I allowed you guys to speak, and you asked me not to interrupt you, so I didn't. I didn't at all. I didn't interrupt you. If it's anything other than that, let me know.
Actually, you did. You checked in with time markers.
I don't know what you're talking about, but as far as your career is concerned and where this next Genesis was, it was a totally different time period in the music industry. And you know as well as I know, there was a lot of things that those girls would do. And I seen it, whether it was in Miami, Los Angeles, you name it. It was a lot of things that those girls would do and you wouldn't do to put themselves in a position to get signed, to get auditioned, to get the demo get heard, to whatever the case may be. And you wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. You wouldn't do that. Okay. It's well known. You understand? I'm not here with no Chuck. That's not the point. My point is,
and guess
you wouldn't do that. And along the way, navigating into the world we are now, it vented against you. It took you running into a Jay-Z or people like that, really, because they didn't care about that aspect of you as others did. You was a bad chick. You understand what I'm saying? You still are a pretty woman. Respect to your husband. But my point I'm getting at is, you coming back knowing the history of the story, knowing this surviving Jaguar Wright, which I think was a complete embarrassment. Like I said, my channel got flagged for that. I took a hit for you. You know what I'm saying? Like my channel literally got flagged for that one video I did in response to Tasha K. Because I thought it was not only salacious, I thought it was wrong. I thought it took advantage of you. I think a couple of these bloggers have taken advantage of you as far as they interview you, they clip it, people clip it the way they want to clip it or whatever the case may be. Now, on my channel specifically, if you didn't know, I have bits and pieces of your prior, I guess, engagements, if you want to say, or whatever, but none of them are in a salacious form. You understand what I'm saying? So when when I saw you come back, not this video, Jaguar, but the video you did in black and white, when I seen that pop up, I was like, okay, she's back. I was ecstatic. I really was, because nobody had seen your thoughts. You was like a myth. You understand what I'm saying? So when I saw you, and I was listening to you, the first thing that popped in my head, I said to myself, I said, why she come back with gossiping? Because that's not what I wanted to hear from you. And the reason I say that is based off, hold on, just so it'll make sense, because I'm a Taurus like you are. May 14th.
Got it, but I wasn't gossiping.
Just listen to what I'm saying. You wasn't gossiping because you're telling your life. You understand what I'm saying? It's the same thing with me. You got to understand, a lot of these people have never had the experiences you and I have had. They've never traveled to places. They never partied with stars. They never went on vacations here, there, whatever, everything's fake. They've never done these things. Only thing they can do is live vicariously through people that have. And this hence comes the stories, the gossiping, or whatever. Based off of what you've seen happen prior to you, Jaguar, with Tasha K. And now we see you back in the foray or whatever. I would have rather, and I think a lot of people out there, I'm just saying as a fan, let me finish as a fan.
You know what?
Underlining that as a fan. I'm not your enemy. As a fan.
Got it.
I'm saying, and I think a lot of other fans alike, they would have rather you come back talking about, yo, where is Jaguar been? Because that's the number one question. I don't care what Puff is doing right. Puff in the town right now. He in the city right now. That video was done in Manhattan.
All right, so let her respond, man. Give her the
Of course.
You know what
I'm
saying?
Yeah, I'm about tired now. At the end of the day, no, because the truth is, I don't really have to explain myself to anybody. What I choose to do with my voice, with my time, with my life, is between me and God, and if anybody else, my husband.
You gave that up 25 years ago when you signed your contract.
No. I didn't give up anything. That's why I walked away. That's why I kicked out $60,000 to Schwartz to fight to get me out of my contract because I no longer wanted to be in my
I got you. Don't give that to them. I got you.
Period. If I wanted to be in the game, I could have stayed in the game. I left for good reason. I left because I saw what was happening. I left because I no longer wanted to be complicit. I chose to be an independent artist starting back at the years of 2006.
Mm-hmm.
I chose that. I didn't have to leave. I wasn't getting dropped.
So if you left and you were done with it, why come back to the YouTube ecosphere and talk about that same business that you left?
Sweetheart, I never finished. I never quit. I worked as an independent artist and I toured every year after that, all the way up until the
pandemic. But Puff is not in the independent business unless it's him considered.
Okay, once again, I ain't talking about Puff. I'm talking about me.
We're talking about the music industry. You say you left the music industry, but yet you came back to YouTube talking about the music industry. I just want to be clear about that.
I did not come back to YouTube. I didn't come back to anything. Matter of fact, do we need to clear it up for him again, gentlemen?
Have you seen your views? Have you seen your views? Do a search of your own name and then have that conversation with me after you.
Hold on, brother.
Everybody's talking about you. You're a popular choice of topic.
But hold on, she said she started speaking out after Malik B died and how the Roots was treating the situation after he died.
Let me reiterate for you. So her very first video she had with that a year and a half ago in her car sits on my channel.
It's on Instagram.
I'm an avid. It's about a 30-second clip. I'm an avid supporter of you. At that time, I was an avid supporter of
videos from her Instagram to YouTube.
Everybody started
You have a
taking my
YouTube page, Jaguar. You're not
yeah.
utilizing it right now. Am I
That's after
wrong?
the fact. That's after the fact,
And
brother.
that was after the fact. You
I
said
supported you from Instagram
are
first
you
video
do you
up
hear?
into your YouTube
So he
Why are
knows
videos
you
already,
so
up
man.
hard
into
to speak
now.
to?
You
brother
guys need to
already
know who
knows.
your allies are, huh?
What? I need to know who my allies are. You just got up on here. You got up
I
in here.
just said I supported you, and you're arguing with me.
He worked for Diddy. He talking about allies. You
I
still
think you
working for
guys
Diddy
want
now? Come on,
drama.
my nigga.
If somebody's sitting there and telling you I support you, if somebody comes on your show and they say I
That's great.
support your show,
So then
boys,
if
I'm a
you
subscriber.
support
I've been
me,
a subscriber,
if you
and
truly
then you're
support
still
me,
digging in the crate and you're
respect
saying,
me.
okay, there's got to be something negative here.
Yo,
If
That means you
you
don't want
ask you a
complicity.
question.
You want the
Let me
argument.
once again,
let me ask
All
you a
right, I don't
question,
want an
Davin.
argument. We're having a
Let me
conversation.
ask Davin a question. Do Diddy know
Ask me
you're here
anything you
right
want, my
now?
friend.
Do
Say it
Diddy
again.
know you're here? Do Diddy know you're here right now?
Nope.
Talking with us?
You keep being interested in Puff. I'm going to tell you one more
you
time.
work for him, and
If
the
I
title
wanted,
is
hold on.
about
You want
Diddy,
your question
and you
answered?
work for
You're
Diddy,
trying
and
to
you're
call
here.
salaciousness instead of get the question answered. Get the question answered. That's the main modus operandi. Get the question answered. No, I am not here for Puff. I'm here in light of something else. And even as weird as it sounds or whatever, Taurans, we got a vibe. You understand what I'm saying? When I see another Tauran and I feel they're in a dangerous space or whatever, my empathy within myself, even though I'm a cold
now I'm in a
motherfucker at times,
dangerous
the empathy
space.
within myself happens to fill out, especially when it's a fellow artist and a fellow artist of once this industry. You
Now I'm in
understand?
a dangerous
So I've
space.
listed, displayed, elaborated, and told you my reason for being here. And whether you believe it or not, maybe you may need to do the demographics. I'm speaking specifically to Jaguar as a fellow artist. You boys, I'm glad. I love your podcast. I really do. I don't like a lot of things you say, but I like your podcast. But as far as Jaguar is concerned, there's a whole bunch of people. If you just take a look at some of those comments, Jaguar, you'll see what I'm talking about.
I
People
know.
didn't want a lot of people as a personality.
And guess what?
As a personality, once we're on, let me finish here, huh? Once we're on, you know this from being a music artist. You know this from being a music artist. The moment we put ourselves in the public domain, we are now additives of that public. Meaning at any time that those people want to talk, because they do it to me. And I'm not even really a head artist anymore. I don't rap anymore or anything like that. I don't go to Daddy's house. I don't go to Quad. I don't go to any of those places anymore. My point I'm getting at is, even though it's not like that, I'm always attached to Bad Boy Entertainment. Could I call Puff right now? Very well, I could. If I want to get in touch with Press, very well, I could. If I want to get in touch with Cruz, very well, I could. Any of these people that you mentioned name, I could get in touch with, probably outside of Gene Dill and Vasta and Kim, Puff's sister. Outside of that. You know what I mean? But my point is, a lot of people just didn't want to see Jaguar, come back gossiping with the local vloggers. Does that make sense?
Nobody gossiping.
That's all I'm saying.
See, that's what's funny.
She's a talented girl. You're a beautiful talent.
Ain't nobody gossiping.
I love you to death. And like I said, just some people want to hear your story.
That's what's funny. No. You want to talk. You want to run your mouth. That's perfectly fine. But if you're gonna do all of that, then you need to at least give me the opportunity to respond. That's what you got up on here for, right? You got up on here for dialogue.
I don't have anywhere to go. So what's the rush?
So let me respond.
Are we going tip for tap for time? Say what you got to say. I respect you. Listen, I'm listening.
Let her respond.
Let me respond. I'm not in it for what everybody else is in it for anymore. Whatever my name has garnered and whatever my name has gained or created or whatever the case may be, I earned the right to that. I could really have a big problem with a lot of people using my names the way they use my names. I could have a whole lot to say about it. I could make a big deal about it. Listen to me. There's a whole lot of
listening to you.
There's a whole lot of people that made a whole lot of money off of me. And you know what? I never begrudge nobody nothing because I ain't never gotten away in nobody's hustle. Because guess what? I said it all along. I am not in it for the money at this point in time in my life. Understand what I'm telling you. The love of money is the root of all evil.
So will you be selling any more music?
I'm sure I will, but it's going to have to be on my terms and in a manner in which I see fit. If people really want to support me, if people really, listen to me, if people really want to support me, if people really want to get behind me, then what they will do is just wait for me to make the announcements that need to be made. and make sure they subscribe to whatever it is that I'm about to do next. And guess what? You can get your music there. You can get your content there. You can get all of the stuff that you want there. Once I finished creating that, I had to take a year just for me and my husband to make sure our life was safe. So you don't care about
I'm sure
none of that.
everybody will want to hear that story.
And guess what? They will in time.
That's the story we want to hear.
But understand this. I never got on YouTube for gossip. People came searching out what I had to say on my Instagram page, which is my right. It is my right to share what I feel on my Instagram page. Do you know how wild that was? For one day, I get a phone call and somebody like, yo, you all over YouTube. And I'm like, I'm all over YouTube. I'm like, I've been had videos on YouTube. I've been had videos on YouTube. And guess what?
Yeah.
We turn on the TV and we pull up YouTube and I'm like, oh my God, these are
There
all my Instagram. No, it was my Instagram.
Thousands of duplicators of it all across the internet, not just YouTube, it's on Twitter, it's everywhere.
So to say that I got into gossip, which is part of the reason why I'm still very selective of how I operate on my YouTube page, because the one thing you're not going to call it is a gossip page. That's not what I do.
Okay, so how would you determine it? What would you call it?
Number one, I have conversations with people. See, night and day, they had questions. And because
I'm not talking about specifically these boys. I'm talking about because I'm not going to assault them. Like I said, I actually like the boys, but I say what I'm going to say, and I'm known for that. What would you call the vloggers outside of these two boys right here that picked up the stories, and that's how they ran with them, and you were there in placement sometimes to confirm the stories?
Well, I don't know, because there are very few people on YouTube that I deal with. See, Storm Monroe, he was a plant for Tasha K, because Tasha K.
Here we go. Because I'm talking about the two biggest ones.
Because Tasha K.
All right.
See, and once again, you said you want to talk about surviving Tasha K, but you don't want to talk about why it happened. Tasha K was put on me on purpose.
I will allow you to do that. That's not my business.
Tasha K was put on me on purpose, and her little merry band of weirdos, they were set up to find a way to flush me out. The simple fact, you know what? I can't even get into it because
don't, in case you got something planned for the future. Don't too much.
Today ain't the story. Today not for that story.
Enough of that.
But understand this. When Storm Monroe approached me, he wanted to know the truth about the game, and he asked me questions, and I took that as my moment and my opportunity to engage with somebody. Excuse me, to engage with someone from a younger generation, from a generation that I am not a part of, that I don't particularly have influence in. And I got to give him the history on how this game works. Because for me, the things that I say, it's for those people who want to get into the business but aren't sure.
Yeah, that's a good heart to have. But, here's a reality in this generation. These guys that you help propel like that, and I've not only seen it with him, but other specific bloggers that do that type, because I had interaction with Storm Monroe, and I'm talking about direct interaction. Storm Monroe made a video apologizing to me one time for some interaction. Now, I'm not going to display on here that we were involved. If you don't believe me, ask him yourself.
Yeah, I gotta get ready.
The point I'm getting at with people that are that brand, he's a gossip blogger. You see what I'm saying? And they took the notoriety of taking your story and twisting it and bending it and making it into their own, which a lot of other duplicate vloggers did the same thing. I'm not necessarily pointing at these boys, because the only thing they did was highlight where they were in the conversation and what they specifically liked. And whatever you think about Puff is what you think. I don't care.
Listen to me. That's what YouTubers do. That has absolutely nothing to do with me. But you know what?
YouTube was new. This was a year and a half ago.
Listen to me. For all of the views that any of that got, you don't know how many emails I get.
The one you
that I talk to. No, not for interviews. For help. For advice.
And that's my point. You got to watch who you're helping. That's my point. See, as quick as you have this good heart, that's why I point back to being a Taurus. As much as you're trying to school them,
brother,
it's like
you gotta understand
Count Dooku or Darth Vader learning from Yoda. You get what I'm saying?
For people that's trying to get in the industry, or people that's running from the industry, that's who Jaguar is. The people that's contacting Jaguar. It's It's not people like the YouTube bloggers and all that. She's talking about people that's running from the industry or trying to get in the
Well, she
industry.
mentioned Storm Monroe. And Storm Monroe, I know, is a vlogger. I know he worked at some time at one company. I think it was Apple or something like that.
That's the first YouTuber I ever spoke to. That's the only reason I brought that up.
Keep going, continue. I'm listening. That's the only reason I brought that up, because I remember it.
I took that as an opportunity to reach out to a younger generation so that they would know there's somebody that they can come to, that they can talk to and get the real from. That ain't gonna cap them up.
How did that work out? How did that work out?
I've helped a good few people.
But I mean, that specific way when you helped out Storm, how did that work out?
I'm not thinking about Storm. I'm not worried about Storm. Listen to me.
You could elaborate on that. How did that work out?
Listen to me. Whatever
no, listen to me. How did that work out?
My presence, whatever blessing my presence bestowed upon him.
No. I said, how did that work out ultimately?
It worked out great. It drew a lot of people to me that needed to come to me.
That's not what I meant. A lot of people. Once you helped him, the way he repaid you and returned the favor was he became salacious and smeared you along with his homegirl. She did a whole series off of you, and that's what you muttered under it, mentioning it. She did a whole series under you, and she charged for that series to watch it. And she had other people come on from your family, friends, and everybody else, which I thought was totally disrespectful. And she made money off of it. She made a slim amount of money, but she made money, right? Yeah.
I think
they played you.
I don't know. I'm starting to think
they played you.
They didn't play me. No one played me.
Tasha acted like she was your friend.
That's the problem. See, you got to look at the people that they had on there. Cousins that I don't talk to, that I don't spend time with. By the way, who I also financially supported. An ex-husband who used to work with my enemies.
You don't have to convince me of none of that. I said I was a supporter. That's not the question I'm asking you. The question I'm asking you is, how did that work out for Jaguar Wright after Jaguar Wright had helped Storm Monroe?
Questions, and I ain't getting a chance to answer.
It's a simple answer. It worked out horrible.
Really?
This guy's bit you in the rock like it was a snake that would have bit you.
Be quiet. Why can't you simply be quiet?
I gotta mute you because you gotta at least give her the respect to respond to it.
No, I'm just saying, are you seeing how this whole thing is working out? How this whole thing is working out? At the end of the day, I don't owe anybody an explanation for anything. I've said all along the way, this ain't about the money for me. I'm not in it for the money. And do you hear the whole conversation? Because what everything is coming back to is, but what about you? You gonna get your money. What about you? You gonna get your money. What about you? You gonna get your money. I'm gonna tell you something right now. Anything that I need is provided for me by the God that I serve. See, the difference in the conversation that I can have with somebody who is spiritually invested and somebody who's worried about playing the game of the world, the difference in that conversation is we don't believe in the same things. Period. I truly believe in the God that I serve. And the God that I serve is a Holy Trinity, God and Jesus Christ and the Holy Spirit. And I worship on the Sabbath. Those are my personal convictions. I put it all in God's hands. But I just find it so interesting. What about the money, Jag? What about the money, Jag? What about the money, Jag? Because that's how the devil gets you. What about your money? Oh, look at all the money he made off of you. You should have made the same amount of money off of yourself. But once again, I rely on God. I rely on God to take care of me. I don't need to worry about what men worry about, chasing all of this stuff. Everybody talking about, oh, you ain't played a game. You ain't played a game. Whose game? God's game or man's game? I'm not playing man's game. That's not the game I'm interested in. So this is a conversation between me and this gentleman that for real, it ain't never really going to be a true understanding. I just wanted to help and save a few people from walking down some of the roads that I saw other people walk from, or some of the roads that I was smart enough to avoid, barely. Period. I don't care how much money anybody made off my name. All I can say is know that it's a blessing from God and you better do right by it or it's going to turn on you. And you know what? Almost every person that has tried to take advantage of me online has all of a sudden recently started suffering some great pitfalls. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Mm-hmm. How about that? How about that? Because what I can tell you is Tasha K didn't make $4 million off of surviving Jaguar Wright.
Not at all.
I don't even think she made 250,000.
She didn't even make 100,000. If I'm staying correct.
I don't think so. I don't think so. So guess what? Well, I'm worried about that. When the truth is I believe that my Heavenly Father will give me whatever it is that I want or whatever it is that I need. See, that's who I am. See, this whole world, everything in this world, as far as I am concerned, by my beliefs, belongs to the God that I serve. Even Puff, even Jay-Z, everything belongs to him. What's meant for me, he'll give to me. I'm not going to sit here and play the devil's game to be comfortable for a few years, the few years that I have left to live, whether it be 20 or 60. I'm worried about the other side of the game. And that ain't
that's I don't want to say something before the boys do it. Let them navigate there.
What?
Answer when I get a chance.
What?
No, I said I didn't want to interrupt.
No,
yeah,
ahead,
but thank you.
Oh,
thank you for not wanting to interrupt.
Go ahead, continue. I don't want to take helm or nothing like that.
Please understand this. Whatever I do from this point forward, whether it be music or a film project or whatever the case may be,
yeah,
it will be done with the blessings of the God that I serve. And I want to make sure it's something that he's asking of me to do. I done a whole lot that man has asked me to do. It's time for me to do what God tells me to do. It's just that simple. And your opinion isn't worth more than my soul salvation. It's not.
I don't think any man should be, but this is my point. There also is reality, if you're finished.
And God is reality.
Okay.
God is reality.
Yeah. Sure.
That is reality. See, that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the problem when it comes to people who are all the way spiritually invested and people who are invested in the world. That's the problem. God is reality.
Yeah.
This ain't no made up.
Well, I'm talking about the formidable reality that just warped your life and brought you back to this contrition of being with God. I know guys that went to jail for shooting 2 or 3 people, and they come out all of a sudden they're into the Torah, they're into the Bible, whatever the case may be. You get what I mean? So that's all well and worthy or whatever. Also, as we age, as we get older, we start having these foundations built with God, because now we're at this point of our life where we want to build legacy. I understand that. And I don't have no problem with that. Believing in God is beautiful. But the point is, once we believe in God, Jaguar, you were speaking and I didn't interrupt you one time. Not one time. Not one time. You spoke for like 3 minutes. I didn't interrupt you one time. Can I get the same consideration, or you don't respect me as a man of color? Thank you, sister.
I don't respect you as a man of color. As much
well,
as you
keep interrupting me, and you ask me to be quiet when you're talking.
The way you
totally quiet when you talk. Now you're arguing me when I'm talking.
Wow.
Is that a lie? I don't know. Ask the chat. I was quiet when you were talking. I swear to God, I was here. If I messed up here, chat, correct me. My point I'm getting at is, Jaguar, I'm just saying here. You could come to these contentions, you could believe in God and everything like that and use all the esoterical stuff. I get it. I get it. A lot of people come join the phone lately and find God. I'm not saying that you always didn't. But I'm saying 25 years ago when you signed that contract, you wasn't believing in God. Because if God would have been navigating you, he would have told you, yo, this is a devil's world you don't need to be. You understand what I'm saying? So let's just say at that time when you signed the contract, God wasn't at helm. But at that time when I walked through the doors in 1999, God wasn't at helm. So I understand what you're saying as far as God and everything like that. But you also mentioned in the future, you said this with your own lips. I plan on devising a website. I plan on selling more music. It doesn't matter how you facilitate the business, with or without a manager, without a record company, it's still the same thing. It's facilitation of the business. You're selling music. No matter what your message is, you're still revolved in the same world. Would you not say that? It doesn't have to be anything that the record labels are picking up, you're worthy of a Grammy for, whatever the case may be, but you're facilitating in the business and you have to pay taxes that's so on your sales.
Well, of course.
So you're still in the world. You're still in our world. Now, if you said you was going to Italy to become a nun or something, I would understand. But you're stating that you're planning on staying in this world.
Once again,
Yeah, sure.
I see how you can get to that. I'm not going to try to
that's how it sounds. I don't know. Am I making a mistake here?
I'm not going to try to intellectually shame you in any way or combat you in any way. You can say that. But the funny thing is everything that you said, I hear what you're saying. I do.
No, you do.
I hear exactly what you're saying. But see, you're wrong. Because see, what you don't understand is I got baptized when I was 6 years old. When I decided to go into the music industry, my father, who was a minister, he and I, we sat down and had a long conversation about it. I was upset with God about a whole lot of things. I have been victimized in some very terrible ways, and I had turned my back. I turned my back. And then guess what? A situation in my career happened, and God showed up. And that's when I started making my plans. To leave.
I've heard that story before. I know what you're talking about. You don't have to reiterate that. I hear you. And like I said, it's that founding of God that will change your relationship with the industry. It's happened with a lot of people. Don't you remember? Bass became a preacher. Luna's a Muslim now.
Listen to me. I get
you don't
that.
have to tell me, don't you know?
But you got to ask yourself, but ask yourself this one question. What kind of industry is it that has a problem with God? Or with people that
and you would have to ask yourself again the same rhetorical question I just asked you a few minutes ago, my sister, which is this. If you knew these things and you knew these, held these tenets when you were baptized, up until the time that you entered the music industry, and henceforth knew the relationship the industry had so far called to the Baphomet or the devil or whoever you want to pick. I don't believe that personally. I think there's some jerks. I think there's some people that don't have the best interest. A lot of times I find they look just like you and I, more so than they are white in the industry, that are predators, that are people that want to take advantage of you. You know, that's what I found, you know. But and I work for all black label, as you know. You know what I mean? So
what does that mean?
I'll say like this. What I mean is, with you knowing all those things, Jaguar, you still entered the business. You had your good times with the business. Those pictures and those videos of you singing on stage with Jay-Z, that's not a made-up smile. You were having fun. You understand what I'm saying? You facilitated in the business. Now you're saying that you're moving along, and even though you're selling the music for yourself, you're still facilitating in the sale of a product within the dynamic of the business. Doesn't matter if IRAA is counting it or not.
You keep saying these things and you keep speaking for me.
I'm going to stay out of it with them.
You keep speaking for me as if you know.
I'm not speaking for you. I'm speaking for you, and I'm saying common sense here. If you sell some records tomorrow, you got to pay taxes on it. Yes or no?
That's not common sense. That's you. That's you trying to capsize.
If you sold your music right now, listen, I got a single I'm dropping in a few minutes here. If you sold your single right now via PayPal, via Spotify, via any of these outlets that are out, they require of you as of January 1st, signed by Biden, as well as GoFundMe is another one. Not GoFundMe, PayPal, Zelle, and there's another one. You have to pay taxes on this and YouTube ad revenue. You now have to fill out W-4s for it. You don't believe me? Go sign up for ad revenue. So I'm saying this is all
everything.
Okay, so if you sold some music tomorrow, I'm just saying, you know as well as I freaking know, if you don't call for those taxes, oh well, they'll come 10 years from now, the Fat Joe, you Wesley Snipes you. Yeah, is that fair?
What is it that you're see, this is the thing that's killing me.
You're trying to move away from I'll answer it for you. You're trying to move away from the business, but at the same time, you're trying to keep one foot in. That's my point.
No, I'm not.
It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work. That's walking the fence there. You're trying to keep one foot in by saying I'm gonna sell music, but I'm not gonna sell it for the record label. You're still selling music out here with the rest of us sitting on the freaking porch.
You want to keep talking over me and keep talking over me.
I'm stating reality. Anybody see a different?
No, you're not stating reality. What you are is just stating your reality. And
you're selling music. You announce us, you're selling music. It's not my reality, those are your words.
Once again, I said, whatever I do, whatever I choose
let's leave the option open. I got you.
Done in a manner that I feel is pleasing to God. I'm not going to get involved in any of these companies because I know what these companies are all about. I've made that very clear. Said that 1,000,000 times. But there are more ways than one to be able to reach the public and to reach people without having to play the devil's game. It's just
which is you're going to sell your music, right? Are you going to sell your music?
Did I say anything about discussing future?
I'm asking you a question. I didn't ask you, did you say it? I'm asking you a question. Are you going to sell your music?
If you're really that interested,
I'm asking because I bought your last single. Why wouldn't I be interested? Are you going to sell your music? It's a simple question.
Wait and see. How about that?
Okay, so I'm going to assume that's yes. So if you're going to sell that, everything that I just inquired and I put out there, taxes and everything else, is facilitated in that business of selling. So therefore, you're still in the game. You're still susceptible to the same taxes that any person that's IRAA certified would go through. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but the only thing for is she ain't got to worry about sucking.
You don't have to worry about
the dick in the industry. Yeah. She ain't got to worry about bending over and getting. You know what I'm saying? I mean, having sex with the execs, and she ain't got to worry about the dirty part.
I get that. And that's not necessarily true.
And she damn sure ain't got to worry about Diddy.
Yeah. Well, you know, however you feel.
You know I would say
the
nigga
this.
you working for, the nigga you working for, brother.
Hey, you know, I feel how you feel, whatever. You know, you came to saw me, kid. I'm all set. But this is my point. Out of all the places I've been in the country, I see artists that'll turn around, they'll say, go ahead, Jaguar. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Would be really awesome. If someone that has all of the knowledge that you have and all of the years that you have in the game, and you actually took the time to create a platform where people could come and work safely.
Work a platform. I worked and created a YouTube page, which I think is very successful. I'm at 2.4. As far as tutoring people, you want me to answer your question, no? As far as tutoring people,
I didn't say tutor.
I would not do that because I refer back to what I said to you earlier. You tutored Storm Monroe, and you saw how that worked out for you. You know, the apprentice always likes to go after the master, ultimately. Yeah.
I didn't say anything about tutoring. I just find it funny because
what did you say then?
You're sitting here and you're validating.
What did you say then? So I'm correct.
One side of your mouth.
You said you didn't say anything about tutoring. So could you correct me in what you did say?
What I said was, it would be great if you could create a platform for all of these young artists to come to where they can work safely.
Would they be there by themselves?
Compromise their souls, where they could work without having to compromise their own personal dignity, where they wouldn't have to worry about stabbing their friends in the back.
Would that be supervised?
I said you. I
asked you a question. Would that, if I was to facilitate that, would it be supervised?
By who?
Meaning, would it be an open space where they just come and just hang out, do whatever they wanted to? If you left them to their own character test, and you're talking about 12, 13, 14-year-old kids, what do you think they're going to do? You grew up in Philly.
What are you talking about? Exactly, what are you talking
about? If I set up something like that, should these kids be supervised while they're there in the facility? It's a very simple question. Okay, so that means that they would need some type of tutelage along with them. I agree with you.
I don't understand what you're doing.
What did you say?
Man, it seemed like Diddy sent you here. It seemed like Diddy sent this nigga.
It seemed like you want to keep an ongoing narrative going around and step out the conversation me and her having. I'm enjoying myself here. It seems like you have a narrative. You keep mentioning Puff. Why you keep mentioning Puff for? Jaguar, did I ask you? Okay, so let's talk about Puff then. You want to talk about Puff? Let's talk about Puff. Jaguar, did I ask you any of the stuff that you said in the video?
You ain't got to.
That's a no. That's a no. Right. I didn't answer anything about the video. I saw the video yesterday. All right. I didn't answer about anything in the replay of the video. We're having a conversation. You keep doctoring it back to Puff, Puff. I haven't even mentioned Puff in this conversation, Papa.
Bro,
I haven't mentioned Puff in this conversation. If anybody in your chat can tell me that I mentioned Puff or Diddy or any other malconation of his name in this chat as I've been talking to Jaguar.
Bro, you clicked on this video because it says Diddy responds to Jaguar Wright. All right? You work for Bad Boy. I'm saying, nigga, you must be sent here by Diddy to distract. That's why Diddy's name is being mentioned. Nigga, you work for Bad Boy. Like, you're not connecting it to yourself? You think niggas is that dumb?
Like that's what I'm trying to understand. Like, if Diddy name was in the title, the nigga wouldn't have clicked. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
go ahead, brother.
Okay, thanks, guys, for unmuting the mic. I'm gonna say one more time, right? You guys keep. I think you actually want a connection with Puff. You understand what I'm saying? And it's not even to say that Puff necessarily was talking to Jaguar Wright. You made the presumption that he was talking about that. A lot of people, whether you guys ever know it or not, are talking about this Kanye West interview that got pulled from Revolt. You understand what I'm saying? There's a lot of questions, a lot of answers about that. People are questioning what's Diddy's percentage in the company, what's his control in the company or whatever, since
I can tell you
AT&T
what
has
that is.
acquired them. So
I can
more
tell you
people are
exactly
asking
what his
about that.
percentage in the company is.
Nowhere in the video, which is available right now on Puff's page, you can go see it for yourself freely, without unedited or whatever. Nowhere does he say Jaguar Wright's name. You guys were
Puff don't
presumptuous
say
enough to
nobody name.
connect it. I didn't come here
Puff
personally myself
don't
and
say
say to
nobody
Jaguar,
name
yeah,
though.
you know what? You got to stop saying that. No, I didn't. I came with an ulterior motive. My ulterior motive was this, and henceforth, and I'll continue with it. A lot of people, this is what led us up to the conversation we're having right now. It's this presumptuous, like paranoid shit or whatever that you think everybody's inclusive of. This includes drama. I did drama before. I'm a real freaking criminal, guys. All right, I'm a 2-time felon before I got with Bad Boy. You can ask around. I wrote like 30 guys.
Okay,
My point
I'll be
I'm
right back.
getting at is here. All that scary business and all that stuff or whatever, it leads to nothing at the end of the day but confusion. I'm asking questions.
What scary
One of my favorite
What
artists. You guys got any
scary
questions to
business
ask
are
or
you
whatever? But
talking
this
about?
divisive thing about Puff or whatever, will you come up in a conversation? Probably so. Will it come up in a negative way? No. Because I don't see anything negative out of you. But if you keep circumnavigating back to Puff over and over and over again, just ask me a question directly if you want to know something. That's it. You gotta do that, boys. Just ask me whatever you want to ask me.
The reason why they invited you to come up here and they gave you the link was
Well, we
because
went
you
into
were
something
here.
else. So what is it
No,
that you
no,
guys want to know from
no,
me?
no, no, no,
I'm
no.
asking you now.
No, I want you. They don't want to know anything from you. I don't. That's the thing. I don't think you understand it. This wasn't about them wanting to know from you. They didn't reach out to you to interview you. You showed up in the comments. And they dropped you a link because you was kind of going back and forth talking about what I don't know and what I don't know. And now you get up here and you say you do know me, and you say you do. You bought my music and you did this and you did that. And Jag, this ain't going nowhere. And you know what? You need to stop talking about it. Like, I just find it funny that you circled all the way back to all this talking about all the horrors of the industry. It ain't going nowhere and it ain't doing nothing but just confusing people. How is the truth confusing? That's what I'm trying to figure out. How is the truth confusing?
And that's why I was asking what this nigga was trying to distract for Diddy, because he obviously works for Bad Boy, and he comes on here and basically goes at you, Jaguar. Right from the door, he's going at Jaguar saying Jaguar wasn't around. Jaguar wasn't really hanging out with any of those people. I worked with them and she wasn't there.
Yeah.
That's why we brought him on here.
But I find it interesting because the Getty pictures that they started digging up from 20 some odd years ago that they was posting all over page 6 had me with those very same people. They wasn't photoshopping back then.
Well, everybody know your track. It's public. It's public.
Listen to me.
Like, what the fuck? It's a no-brainer.
I'm doing my best. See, as a black person, I don't want to be dismissive. If he has something valid to say, if there's something that's valid to say, but to sit here and to question me about what I'm going to do next and what you expect me to do and what this person expects me to do, all I can answer is I'm going to do whatever God tells me to do, and I'm going to do it in God's time. And, all of that, well, if you continue to do this, you still in the business, you still in the game, trying to make me feel like there's absolutely nothing that I can do except for move to Calcutta and see if I can, work with Mother Teresa or whatever the case may be. I don't believe that. I believe that there are ways, and I believe that it scares people in the industry because there are enough resources out here now for people to be able to circumvent certain parts of the industry without having to go down that rabbit hole. But if they keep showing people, or they keep making people to believe it's too impossible, it's too hard, it can't be done, you can do that, but you still won't be a part of it. It scares people from trying to create something better. That's all this is about.
Nigga projecting his fears on you, saying you.
Well,
you know what I'm saying?
we're not even going to say that they're his fears. Let's not even project that on him. He's projecting the opinion in which he's come to believe. This is his opinion. This is what he feels. And guess what? That's fine. But I ain't playing that game. That ain't my game. And if me making money off of telling the truth was really what it was all about, I would have never done any of my Instagram videos. I would have done it all on YouTube. I would have went all kinds of viral on my page.
Facts.
If that's what I wanted to do, if that was the plan. Like, people like to make it seem like I was quiet and I was out of the game. And by the way, you did hear the young man say earlier that because of a lot of the things that I wouldn't do is the reason why being in the industry became too difficult for me to stay in that, at least in that part of the game. You did hear him say that, right?
Yeah.
Like, if nothing else, that was probably the most valuable thing that I could have heard. Period. Because whether he say it or not, or whether he acknowledges it or not, or whatever the case may be, he made it very clear. He said it. There's a lot of things you wouldn't do that other people would do.
Yep.
And he said that from behind the scenes. He said he's worked with musicians and ain't nobody never had nothing bad to say about me, except for the fact that I was a little bit snappy. You're absolutely right. I am very snappy when people try to rob me. I am very snappy when people try to cut my show short, try to cut my show money short, and I'm trying to make sure my band gets paid so everybody gets taken care of. If people knew how many times I got screwed over by promoters who worked for certain people, who worked for certain booking agencies, and I did my shows for free and made sure my band got paid. People don't know. They don't know. They don't know how hard. Like, for him to even sit there and say, oh, well, I seen you with Jay-Z and you was smiling. You don't even know why I was there. I didn't ask to be a part of Unplugged. I didn't ask. I didn't audition. They didn't have nobody that could sing it. They didn't have nobody that could do all of the parts. They didn't have nobody that could do all of the samples. I got called because of my expertise. I was pregnant. I had just got home from doing my Coca-Cola commercial. I was happy for them. I wasn't trying to be a part of that. But my manager called me and said, Jag, get on the train. I got you a ticket. And then what happened, happened. See, that's the issue that I have with a lot of people. When they get to start talking about this and talking about that, you don't even really know the whole story. I didn't beg to be a part of that. Apparently, that's just where God wanted me to be. Because I said all kinds of no. But they didn't let it go, and I showed up and I did my job. How funny is it that the 20th anniversary of Unplugged went by with very little fanfare? Nobody even talked about it. Nobody even talked about it. I guess because I talked so much about it. See? It's cool though. You know, it's cool. I'm grateful. I'm really grateful for Davin showing up, because whether he knows it or not, he said a lot of things that a lot of people needed to hear.
That's what I was about to say. It's to the point like you wasn't really even talking to him, because it's so many people that's still trying to get in this industry or run it from this industry. He's basically confirmation for that.
No, I didn't get the confirmation of anything.
No, I'm saying you the confirmation for other people.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I didn't get you confirmation for anything. You guys get that straight, okay? All right. I'm your friend here.
Ain't nobody trying to compromise you.
It's rules.
Nah, ain't
so
nobody saying
ain't nobody
I'll say like this to reiterate what you said. All right? Take a second. So reiterate what you said. Yeah, there are things within that industry. You guys didn't let me get to it. There's other things in that industry that are bad. I succumbed to some of those things that were bad too. There's people out there that were very loyal, very, in my opinion, very upfront, very dependable people that didn't excel certain places they were supposed to excel in the business. Is that a fault of white executives? No, it's a fault of a lot of black executives. There are a lot of women.
I gotta ask you a question.
You want me to tell them or not?
I'm sorry.
You want me to tell them or not? Let me tell my point. I just listened to you talk for 10 minutes and I didn't even have the chance to interrupt you. Let me talk.
Oh my God.
Let me talk. Because I didn't interrupt you. There are a lot of people within the industry, and I think this is backing you up. There's a lot of people in the industry that take children. Yeah, one perfect example of it is Bobby Shmurda when you guys saw him dancing on the table up there at Epic Records. Now, shortly after that, I believe it was one of those boys from LA and Babyface that used to work with him. I forgot what his exact name was. But he became the president of the place. At that time, they still didn't go pick that kid up out of prison. And his bail was only $1 million. And there's a whole bunch of other ones like him. I hear the rumors. I hear about, this record company, that record company taking out insurance policies. Do I believe it? Sometimes, things like that are just a mystery and a myth or either a match of both or maybe reality. Who knows? I'm not here to dispel that. But what I will dispel is there's a lot of people that you guys have seen with your own two eyes that have fallen down and broken apart or whatever. Could Puff have done some things a little bit more in the extra? Yeah, I think so. One of the things that comes into play, though, is, and I got to say this is to be honest, one, the man lives in California. He just recently came back to New York City. Second thing I will say is a lot of the people that signed those contracts, I always say this in my own podcast. When we got with those guys, I was 18, 19 years old, right? And I started out with street team. We was just putting up poster boards, stuff like that in the clubs, and later on it became the Cirocs and the Revolts and the paid gigs and all that shit. But I started out as an intern. That's why I heard Jaguar earlier say that. But those interns for the next 3 years wasn't even getting paid. We get paid with clothes. We get paid with, trip here, trip there, whatever the case. So there was a broken dynamic in that because these were black people at the Rockefellers, at the Bad Boys, at the Rough Riders or whatever. They all also had their own individual teams that were kind of doing the same format. They weren't paying the guys correctly. These guys would party with multimillionaires and then go back home to the projects. You get what I'm saying? Where they duck it. So I understood the dynamic of that, even though I was living in Connecticut here. But I'll tell you guys this. There's a lot of things that happen in the music industry. Yes, you guys are right. Some of the things you say speculative, I can't get specifically within it because I put myself at risk. But I will say that a lot of things that you guys do say are true. There's a lot of people that screw people out of contracts. You know who you are. A lot of people wrote in certain language and contractual agreements. You know who you are. A lot of people positions themselves so they can own a certain amount of points within somebody's publishing. So they know once the sales went down, if the song was popular enough, now I can lease it to the movies. I can lease it to the commercial. I can lease it to this, and I'll see a high percentage in this person. And this was all because when all of us were getting in, including Puff and all those guys had to be in their late 20s, early 30s when we first got with them. So these kids were learning from Clive and all these guys. It was like learning on the job, if that makes any sense. So when I heard his recent interview and I heard about the Mace thing, I don't know Mace. Mace was before my time. But when he talked about the Mace thing, he said, well, some people, they just fizz out. They just go out or whatever. I thought that was some cold-blooded shit, but that's how a lot of people in the industry look at it, especially once you're a multi-millionaire. I learned that personally myself. And when I found out, since I haven't been, let's say, actively as present as I was in that world as I previously was, even though I went to an event last night. Shout out to the Universal Hip Hop Museum and the BX. I really, really can't give you an explanation for it other than greed. And the same greed they learned from the same whites and Jews and other blacks that taught them this shit. So let's say that now, as you fast forward, you get with this batch of artists, there's other artists that are mimicking the same thing. If you know about the Mace deal with Fivio, a lot of people say that's in contrast to that. You know what I mean? Shout out to Fivio Forum, Brooklyn. But that's all I wanted to say. So do I denounce anything that Jaguar said? Nah, I think we had a conversation, but let's have the conversation at a fucking dinner table instead of having it up here online where everybody can sit there and they can deface it. Everybody can sit up here, get a judgment, opinions. Everybody can sit back and pretend that they were in the music business when they weren't.
Why
you know what I'm saying? Everybody can tell you, I can tell you at least 30 iterations of a music contract. You know what I mean? And the language is changing each one. I'm sure Jaguar can too.
But why does it need to be done in secret though?
Because the only way that you're going to get an answer and you're going to get a conclusion for it is if you do that. See, this is the thing we mistake. I hate to say that we mistake. I think some people mistake on the internet. You think that getting on here doing your octave advocacies are going to change the world, but it's not. It has to be the inaction of these people that are in charge. You understand what I'm saying? Now, Jaguar, you probably know this. There's no plan set up as a music artist once you leave the business. Whether you get kicked out, you contract out, you get shelved, they done with you, whatever the case may be, while you're not in the music industry no more. There's not a union, there's no.
I have to ask JR a question.
Hold on, brother. Yeah.
JR.
Right. I'm here.
What have I said to you? Have I said that I think that anything that I do is going to change the world? Or did I say this is just the way things go, but we all still got to play our part?
We say this is just the way things go. The world is a stage. Everybody's gonna play the character they playing, regardless. Like, you know what I'm
Everybody
saying?
got to play their part.
Everybody's playing their part. You know what I'm saying? Regardless.
Yeah,
And
like this
even the
nigga's a
people,
minion for Diddy.
and even the people that you say are in control of the business, they ain't in control either.
They ain't nope. They
They
not.
playing a part too. Just like you said, how black companies were taking advantage of black interns and doing all of this. It doesn't sound like slavery to you. Massa, house, field. It's the same thing. And this is what I constantly say all the time. It's the same thing repeating over and over again. But don't think that all of this ain't going to come to an end. Don't think that all of this ain't going to come to a collapse. I'm not worried about what's happening now. I'm worried about what's to come. And I want my soul, I want my conscience to be on the right side of things. Period.
See, people don't understand that. That's the conversation me and you had saying this right here, all this going on has to be destroyed. It has to be. It's inevitable because cells die and they reproduce. And what we living on Earth is one big ass cell that has to die and reproduce, just like the cells in our body dies and reproduce. So all this shit is, tell you the truth, all this shit is gonna come to a head regardless. So we just playing out we just acting out the script until the end of the movie. Right now we at the climax. We at the climax of the film, and we waiting for the end. That's it.
It's real simple. The differences come in what you believe in. I'm not going to sit here and give a bunch of human beings that can die just like everybody else died, that sit down on the toilet, that pee, that have to eat, and everything else. I'm not going to give them dominion over me. And I'm not going to claim that they have dominion over the world, because they don't. Because even they got a boss. And
let me say this real quick, Jack. We see how them industry niggas broke when the pandemic happened. How them niggas was looking all fucked up and hair white, Beijing gone, niggas selling off shit. Them niggas was in a panic when the pandemic happened. Them niggas
all-in challenge.
Them niggas was panicking. The all-in challenge. That's what they call hashtag all-in challenge. Niggas was selling off shit left and right.
We see and that shit, and some of that shit was scripted to a certain extent. Some of that shit was scripted.
There are plenty of people in this world that know how to profit off of tragedy. One thing that I will never forget, older Jewish man who I've respected my whole life, always would say, when there's blood on the street, buy real estate. People love profiting off of catastrophe. They love profiting off of tragedy. We know all of that. But what I'm really trying to get Davin to understand is just the gravity of what he just said. There's nothing that you're going to say on these public advocacies that's going to change everything. There needs to be a conversation in private. And guess what? There's a lot of conversations that happen in private. I'm sure there were private conversations about a lot of artists that we've lost.
The people that you want to have a conversation with, they're not going to talk with you on camera. You know that as well as I do, Jaguar.
And guess what?
This is one of the reasons why Kanye now walks around at all his interviews with a film crew. You're not going to get these people to talk on camera. So what you have to do is you have to really get them down in a corner and show them. And I'm giving this to everybody. All right. So don't say I never gave you nothing. The one thing that's happening to the music business right now, Jaguar, you come from the times when there used to be a Virgin Megastore, New York. A Virgin Megastore on 42nd Street was attached to my building. Literally, you walked through Virgin Megastore, walked out the back, you were at 1540 Broadway, which is BMG, Bertelsmann Music Group. That's who I started with.
Know.
So I know you know. But at that time, that was the last time that you saw physical entities, not only physical entities, but at the price point they were, $18, $21. You want the poster, that's $24. And this is how your Master P's and a lot of other people, they became rich, especially Baby with his 90-10% deal. I'll talk about that some other time. Shout out to Malcolm Miles. My point is, Now you've
you
had that
exposing
diminished
yourself.
down to cents
He's
upon the dollar.
exposing
So
himself.
now what you would have sold 1 million copies at an $18 price point or whatever, you now have to sell double, if not triple the amount of that. So there's no money really in that cycle of the business. That's why I support you.
I
gotta do it on your own.
gotta mute you real quick. Brother. You exposing yourself. You expose because the reason why you up here because you claim that Jag was never around any of these people. Now you talking in a way as if Jag was there. Talk about, oh yeah, Jag, you know about that. You know about, but when you first was talking in the comments, you was talking like Jag can't be telling the truth because she wasn't around anybody. But now you talking in a way like she was around everybody. Like I don't understand. Like what is your motive? Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, fam. Your energy is off to me. Your energy is off to me. That's why I'm asking you these questions. Now I'm gonna unmute you and I'm gonna let you talk.
Bro don't realize
she was an artist.
You know what I'm saying?
On her promotional tours. Do you remember that, Jaguar? When people used to do in stores, they don't do that too much no more.
No.
You had to at least do 2 or 3 of them in the New York City tri-state area. You boys sound like y'all from the tri-state, even though I can't pinpoint where. So you would know the Tower Records and Virgin Megastore and all these places. I added on that you walk out the back of the. I ordered in. You walk out the back of the building and you go into BMG. Most people don't even fucking know that, especially if you was one of the participants that went to that Virgin Megastore, which is now Forever 21. That's my point. You twisted it into something that completely I didn't say. And dude, like, I don't know if you're paranoid or whatever the case may be, I mean, if you want me to forward the video, I could do that, but that's not my intentions. I'm here to have a conversation. I don't need this for views. I'm at 4.2 million views out of a year. You know, I don't need it for people to subscribe to me. I don't need any of that. I sit at almost 12K. So I'm not here for that. I'm actually just here for the conversation. So if everything I say, you're going to attach it to like a conspiracy theory, as I go to work with what I'm honestly trying to tell you, there are problems. Yes, there are problems. I think it's right in your face. I don't think it's to the degrees and extremes that you guys think they go. And really what it is you have a couple people here and there that are for year after year after year to look exactly the way you look. You understand what I'm saying? In most situations, saying, here's one. Here's another one. Here's another one. These artists are fucking dispensable. In the time when I was a kid, it was Biggie, Pac, Pun, and who else? Trouble T, a couple other people. You know what I mean? That passed away or whatever. But it was never to the effect of this. In the past 2 years, there's been a culturally, I think something like 43 rappers that have died in the past 2 years because they're dispensable. They make cookie cutter music. It's easy to go in. Jack, let me ask you this. You remember when you was versing a song, you was trying to fit it or whatever the case may be, you would hum to yourself. You'd be like, and then like White as crap is to, fix it out or whatever. Without giving too much out. Y'all got to pay for that. But that used to be the routine. They took that breathing technique exercise of building a song and they made it into making these cookie cutter trap songs that you could just go in there, the words don't make sense or whatever. As soon as one of those guys died, there's a little such and such to replace them in 5 minutes. You understand what I'm saying? You're thinking it's the white companies, but a lot of times, the person that replaced them, the person that was with them, the person that was their entourage, the people that were supposed to be looking out for them, the people that were spending money with them, the people that was traveling with them, etc., are more at fault than these white operators that you're talking about. They got a home in Germany, they party in Miami in lounges. They don't go to clubs. You understand what I'm saying? So that's my point there. Have you try to connect it or whatever the case may be? Your problems are bigger than a Puff. Puff is beyond that spectrum that you guys are talking about now. He's beyond that spectrum. So the guys you're looking for now, the guys you're looking for now are the 35. Let me just say this, Jack, because it'll make sense. You understand what I'm saying?
No, what do you mean?
The average 35, 40, 45-year-old guy now that's doing the same play as a Puff or all these guys back in those days, that guy is more vicious. And he's willing to sacrifice one of these kids just like that, if you give them $1 billion. And I'm pretty sure there's a couple of examples you guys can point out online. You know what I mean? I don't have to say nobody's name, but they will sacrifice these kids, if you want to say in an esoterical sense, in a religious sense, or whatever the case may be. I call it just, I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? You're expendable because the money is more of a bigger issue to me. So it's actually your mentalities and building up all these conspiracy theories. This person's out there, this person's out there. In actuality, you're eating each other up from inside. Nobody has to do any work.
I want to ask you 2 questions.
Sure.
What's your opinion of Shine?
In what capacity?
Period. Was he another expendable artist?
Was he an expendable artist? I think you're misconstruing me agreeing with that. In fact, of what actually happened, you know the history
I'm just
of that.
asking.
I'm not going to answer that on camera. I'm going to have a conversation with you elsewhere off of camera. But as far as my opinion of it, and enough son for various reasons. Son's a dignitary now. He's not just a kid on the block in Brooklyn anymore. You know, he's got a lot of options. I wanted to use
He's got a lot of options.
I'm going to use somebody I'm not familiar with. And I'll counter that what you just asked me with the 38 to 41 artists that have been killed in this past 2 years. You know, regardless of what we say about Sean, right? That happened almost 16 years ago.
I told you
longer than that, 21 years ago. So, you know, those people, whatever happened to them, God bless them, it's happened. But I'm talking about right now in the moment that you're living in. And, you know, we can't have this conversation. I'm talking about right now in the moment that you're living in. These kids are getting killed. So what do you have to say about that? And the only way to facilitate that and get involved in it is talk to the black people that are managing them, talk to the black people that are showing them up at concert venues.
Bro,
I'm asking you, what do you think? What do you think about all of this carnage amongst this young generation of all of these artists who are now dying left and right, attacking each other, going to jail, fed charges here, fed charges there? What do you feel about that?
What I mean, I'm telling you how I feel about it. I talk about it on my page, you know, on a daily basis. Most of the people that follow me, they know that. I'm not trying to encourage anybody to follow me. I'm just saying. And when I talk about it, I talk about it in this sense. You know, musical theory, you know, and musical theory dictates, and I think Kanye just said something about this, but it's on my page. I said it 4 or 5 times. Musical theory dictates a certain note, certain octaves, and certain ways that presented to you in repetitious form. And Jaguar, you're a musician, and you work the percussionists and drummers and everybody else. You know how much a note can change the tone. It can make it deafening, it can make it dark, it can make it bright, it can make it exciting, jubilant, whatever. So musical notes have that way of doing that. The thing with trap music is, if you listen to it very carefully, I know from being a musician, it all has a certain chord and certain octave that it follows. Whether it's the UK drill, whether it's trap music. They all have that pattern, because I think a lot of people don't realize it's easy to build around that pattern as an artist. Like you could go into a studio and it would take the average artist 6 months. Just hear what I'm saying. And while you see so many of them, the average artist would take 6 to 8 months to create an album around them. Now these artists, they'll go in and within 15, 20 minutes, they'll have one of these trap songs produced and ready. And now it's ready to play in the club. Now that energy that's in the club, if y'all pay attention, all the time that these kids get killed, they don't get killed in the comforts of their home. They get killed at a club. They get killed at a hookah lounge. They get killed coming back to the block. They get killed somewhere. It's always anywhere but except for where they're performing at. You understand what I'm saying? It's always somewhere after that. And why? Is because the energy that the music induces, it lets off these dopamine hits. I don't know what it is, but it lets off these dopamine hits that just exuberate people to commit violence or want to do violence or have it in their heart.
How do you feel about that?
I just told you how I feel about it. I feel horrible about it, but is it my contraption? No, it's a contraption of people. Once again, I'll say that you have people that are encouraging. And that's why I get mad sometimes in the conversation about the music business, because we're always pointing out a Clive Davis. We're always pointing out a Leo. We're always pointing out these guys, right? But we never point out the people that are in facilitation of bringing these people to these companies. Like I said, they had those boys, Bobby Shmurda and them dancing on a table in Epic Records. You understand? The video's still out there for people to view. I ain't never seen an artist do that in my entire life. Even the ones that wasn't that good, they ain't never seen them do that. And these guys were at the top of the world at the time. So it was someone that brought them over there that was a person of color. That's where y'all need, and if you're paying attention to me, that's where you need to pay your concentration in. You keep saying, oh, for the people, but the people doing you the most wrong look like you.
Bro, if you saying you listen to our channel, you know we hold black people accountable for all the shit that's going on in our community.
Yeah, I've heard you mention it before.
That's all
I've heard you mention it before, but
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, the difference between this is not like a guy going outside with a pistol or something like that, robbing the store. You're talking about a person that's going out there and they're almost like a predator, you know, and they're going to look for some specific game, and then they bring that game back to the headmaster, almost like a I hate to say it, like a like a hound. How they take the wounded animal, put it in their mouth, and they bring it back to the person they shot it, and they say, "Oh, we're gonna keep them, or we're gonna slaughter them," and yeah, in some cases, that's what it is. It depends on the type of music you create. Would this happen to a SZA? I don't think so. Would this happen to a Bryson Tiller? I don't think so. Brent Fayez? I don't think so. But if you little such and such, and every video you got a pistol or whatever, and there's 30, 35, 40, 45-year-old men around you, and they're like, yo, shorty, I know what that life is about because I've been in it or whatever the case may be. You don't want to do that. You got to bring a certain type of energy. These men are not doing that. They're sitting in the corner, and they're like this. Yeah, go ahead and do that shit. Go ahead and do that, bro. Go ahead and do that. And that's what I'm saying. A lot of the music business and the way it is right now is at the faults of a lot of black and brown people in the industry. I don't care what nobody says. It's the truth. And the reason a lot of these guys, they can come up with their own theories and basis and everything like that vicariously about viewing at home is because of the fact you've never presented anything else to them. You understand what I'm saying? Every story that these guys roll with, they roll with the negatives. And, that's just the way of media nowadays. It's unfortunate, but so how do I feel about it? I feel terrible about it. That answers your question.
What do you mean? That's the way the media is now. It's always been that way.
I won't say that. Like when I was in college, we had something called a 10-day nation.
They stalked Michael Jackson for decades. The media did.
Yeah, they did. Yeah, they did. I agree with that.
And guess what? It was the people that he was making money for that made sure the media did it. Let's not sit here and I find it very interesting that you say there's certain conversations that you're willing to have with me off camera, but not on camera. And that's my issue. Yeah. No, but understand this. That's my issue. Because if you are telling the truth, if we are having a truthful conversation, there should be no need for it to happen in secrecy.
Well, you want a court of public opinion. I don't put on shows for people, not even on my own channel. I don't believe there's some secret council of black people that overlook other black people or Latin people because of pure simple fact you're not having the same reciprocity for a Tucker Carlson, for a lot of I go to white wingers pages all the time. I engage with them. I say things to them or whatever the case may be. I take snapshots of it, put it in my community section. You can go find it. I'm not telling no lies. And people think I'm crazy for it or whatever the case may be. But I say to people, the things that you put up online, a lot of these separatists and far right wingers, they look at this material and they say, oh, these people are dysfunctional. We can take them like that. There's a lot of white. I live in Connecticut, It's a lot of people out here that are white that look at you, even the men, as weak, as victims or whatever the case may be. And they see how you interact with each other online. And they say, well, these guys don't have no togetherness. They don't have anything. And it might not be a conversation. Like people could take this conversation right here and think that we're all arguing. When I honestly and realistic we believe on the same a lot of tenements of a lot of things. I agree with you guys at, but to the other eyes or whatever, they're convinced, hey, I feel this way about people of color, whatever. They're not going to look at it as that. They're going to look at your videos. They're going to tear all through them. I see this happen with different subjects, different people. It becomes a 15, 30 minute, 35 minute, 5-second, 15-second clip or whatever. And that's the only part that you see. So that's the only thing I'm saying. To just be aware that there's other eyes that are looking at YouTube besides the people that you love, like, admire, or subscribers or whatever the case may be. That's my own point.
Of course, the people that love you and the people that hate you are all watching. And guess what? If I'm being honest and I'm telling the truth and what I'm saying is coming from a pure place and the information that I'm choosing to share, I'm putting out there because I believe that if people can arm themselves with truth and arm themselves with real knowledge, they can protect themselves. They can make the better choices. They can do the things that they need to be done. I don't see the problem.
Well, the problem is this, we got so many people with opinions now. We live in a very opinionated age. Even the premise of this whole live is
the
about
world
opinions.
has been opinionated.
And like as we walk away from this to later on tonight or whatever the case may be, we'll all have our different opinions. But the thing is to center in on the things that I did agree with. Now, these two young gentlemen on the line right now, whether they realize it later, and I hope they go back and they're the type of guy like me. I always go back and listen to my stuff. You'll realize throughout the whole thing that I'm actually agreeing with a lot of things that you're saying, but I'm not addressing it the way you would prefer. And I understand that. And I'm like that sometimes myself too. I'm agreeing with a lot of things Jaguar says, and I'm not here to denounce Jaguar. Like I said, initially the premise behind it. But to answer your question, boys, yeah, there's a lot of things that happen in the music industry that are, fucked. But not just rap artists, white artists, Latin artists. You know what I mean? And it doesn't come from a specific fuel. It's just greed. It's just greed, That's the common denominator right here, whether they're black, white, polka dot, or whoever taking money from you. It's greed. That's the ulterior motive. You'll never read the world of greed. You know, I forgot what this guy's name is, but he portrayed Jesus for a silver gold, a gold coin. You know, so it's like,
Judas.
yeah, Judas. You know, so money has
Yeah,
always been an objective in it. So that's why I said,
got
you
it.
know, I
But the
wasn't trying to
question is what
insult
do
you
you
earlier,
believe in?
Jaguar, but I
The
was saying
question
if you
is what do
still
you
plan on
believe in,
selling your
though?
music, you're still in the game.
But the question is, what do you believe in?
What do I believe in as far as what? Well, let me ask you a question. What do you believe in?
I've already made that very clear.
Oh, I want to hear it again because you asked me two and I ain't asked you one. What do you believe in?
I believe in the truth.
Uh-huh.
I believe in pure love and honesty and respect for humanity. I believe that every human being that was given a gift was given that gift for a reason and for a purpose. And I also believe that there are people here on the face of this earth that were put here specifically to exploit that and to use it and to change it. See, this is the issue that I have, or should I say where my passion comes from with the way people play with music. Number one, well, whatever you choose to believe, Lucifer in heaven before he was cast down here to earth was the head of the choir. Music was his skill set.
Glad you said it before me.
Music was his skill set. So who better to manipulate evil agenda?
And do you hear the tone?
That they already had.
Hey, Jaguar, does the tone sound heavenly of the current trap music? Does that sound like heavenly music?
No, they
you see
don't.
What I'm saying?
No, they don't. Matter of fact, the music industry in the past 10 years has switched to lower end frequencies that have been known to create psychedelic issues in the mind and all of that stuff.
It was the same thing that happened in the 60s. The same thing happened with punk rock. The same thing happened with rock. Before that, it was rockabilly. There've always been moments in time that this issue of the music business is RCA started back in the 20s. You know?
Understand this, music is the greatest form of information transfer in the world, period.
Oh, yeah.
It has been proven. You have doctors who have studied the human brain that can tell you anything that is introduced through music, the mind will not refuse.
Barack Obama won his presidency, to back that claim. Barack Obama won his presidency, and in my opinion, while Young Jeezy is super fucking rich right now, is off a song called My President is Black. That song got Barack Obama elected. I remember in the movie, if you guys ever seen the movie JFK, and one part of it, he says he's going to win the presidency. He was talking about John Fitzgerald Kennedy. And he said, how do you know? He said, he looks good on TV. Looks good on TV. Music
and once again,
and movies are the way to convey who your next selectives are, as well as YouTube. I would say that too.
That's how you control the masses.
When I control them, Jaguar, you would hear them to, how can I say it? You would hear them to influence. And those, like, you know, it's just like the when God came down to destroy when God came down to destroy Sodom, right? A perfect example. When God came down and destroyed Sodom, he told Lot's wife Sarah, don't look back. And everybody didn't leave the town because some people believed there wasn't nothing going to happen. She didn't believe that if she looked back, she would turn into a pillar of salt. It's an ongoing story. It'll always happen after we're gone and buried. It will be another rendition of the story. It's almost like the fucking multiverse in Disney Channel. You know what I mean? There's another doppelganger. There's another situation or something like this somewhere within, you know, however you believe in this dimension, another round, whatever the case may be, reincarnation, however it happens. The story itself and the way that the pages have unwound and unbinded are the same. You understand what I'm saying? And greed holds precedence out of all of it. Greed.
Well, I'm glad that we
allow people to sell their own people.
I'm glad that we agree on that. But at the end of the day, when it all comes down to personal integrity, you got to ask yourself, are you willing to stay quiet and just watch it go down like that? Or are you going to stand up for something, regardless of what it costs you? Like I said, in that first live Instagram video I did in a long time, the truth is free, but it comes with a price. It does. Question is, are you willing to pay it? Apparently, I'm one of those people that are willing to pay it. I'm not going to stand by after 25 years of watching the same thing. And you want to talk about predators and stuff like that? We all know that there are predators in the game. We know that. Everybody knows that. The problem is people keep trying to sell it like it's just entertainment, and it's not. Music is a weapon. It is a very powerful weapon. And however you set it up, however you weaponize it, that is what it's going to do. If all we're talking about is having random, careless sex, getting high on drugs, popping fentanyl, getting drunk, blah, 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 yada, 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 all of this stuff. If that's what we're selling, we can't be mad when we turn on the TV and when we see what we see on the news. Like I got 3 in the same day. I got 3 pieces of bad news and they all were surrounded around death and music. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. But guess what? If we don't want our kids to keep dying the way they dying, what kind of generation are these little niggas gonna have? So many of them are dying. Who's gonna be left to get old? Who gonna be left?
Which person is dying nowadays? If you look at the past stars that have passed away, right, and they were supposed to replace those guys that were formerly there, in my opinion, you know, like this guy was there and he was a guy that reached out to me when I was a kid or whatever the case may be. And if you take his advice, you take his advice. If you find out later in life, you find out later in life, right? Those guys have all but disappeared. There's a lot of elements that go along with it. I'm not gonna get specific, but the ghetto is definitely one of them. And you get a whole bunch of kids that have never really had to follow leadership. You know, they always kind of been able to do what they want to because the neighborhoods that they live in dictate that kind of in a way, you know, to kind of be that way. And these go for white kids too. This goes for Latin kids too. I'm not specifically just pointing this on Black and Latin kids, because I've seen white kids out here in Connecticut do the same exact thing. They end up in jail, prison, stealing cars, you name it. You know, they're not innocent. But in this culture, they've got a music genre to push those thoughts and ideas, you know, specifically made for them and a turncoat of that industry, as it probably was. Just like Jaguar mentioned, 10 years ago, you had to write a song. And that's why I said earlier, an artist would say, Jaguar, how long did you spend on your albums when you were writing your albums? A couple months?
Sometimes longer. It really all depended on the tracks that I got, the producers that I was working with, but it was actual real work.
Right,
I mean,
right,
now,
right. Composition, writing, rewriting, yeah.
Yeah, making sure you have the right recording engineer, making sure you have the right sound tech, making sure there's a whole lot of stuff that went into making records that don't exist anymore. My point is this: how is making it so easy that a monkey can do it better?
There you go. And it's all symbolized so that money that they're not making anymore, like I go back to it, and those periods when it was Tower Records and all those places, Virgin Record Store, that $18 they were making off that physical vehicle at $18 at $12, whatever the price point was. Even the bargain bin at freaking Walmart was $4.99.
If it's all about the money, then how is it ever about the music?
They're not getting it anymore. So if you dish out these cookie cut artists, you get it.
If it's all about the money, then it can't be all about the music.
That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. That's fair. And the sample is here, you know? So like I said, I once again, I'll say it again. And I think, Jaguar, you got it as much as I got it. The people that you don't need to talk to, those CEOs that sign those contracts, or the guy that's from BMG, or the guy that's from Arista, or whatever, the guy that gives you the budgets and all that stuff or whatever, agrees to the contractual agreement or whatever, they don't, usually, not all the time, but usually they're not gonna look like you. And these guys are not concerned what kind of music you're putting out. I was with a man last night. I'm pretty sure he was right next to Clive Davis. Tell me if you know what I'm talking about. You tell me if you know what I'm talking about, Jaguar. He was responsible for Melba Moore's what's the name? Melba Moore's career. I was with Grandmaster D from Houdini last night at the Universal Hip Hop Studio. He did a little set there, him and Pete Nice and all them. I came out there to support or whatever. It's on my YouTube if you guys want to check it out with Jaguar. But the point I'm getting at is these guys now that you have out in the music industry, they don't give a fuck about that. They care about, no, listen, I got this guy, a little such and such or whatever. He can make $1 million. And if he can't make $1 million, he can at least recoup everything off his sales of his merchandise, his ticket sales or whatever. You better make it because you're in the hole for that.
Companies anymore. Record companies aren't record companies anymore. You know what they look at first? Do you know what they look at first before they even think about sales? How many follows do you got on social media? That's how people get
that's been floating on YouTube for months. That's how Bobby Shmurda and them got introduced to the game.
It has nothing to do with the music. It has nothing to do with artistry. It has nothing to do with anything, which is why it pisses me off that they're using music and they're maligning something as amazing as music, because it's not about that anymore.
It's
If you
about the
want to,
time
if you
for it
want to,
again. I'm sure Leor will do it pretty soon, but it's gonna be another flush of the music.
Yeah, so streaming killed the old format of the music industry. Like we said, everything gotta die, man. The old industry as we knew it died and now it's remade to this whole streaming thing. That's why when they look at artists that they potentially gonna put on, they look at their social medias. What type of, and that's not even just with the music industry. That's even if you're an author. If you're an author and they're like, well, do you have a social media page? Like everything is basically put online now. Everything is the internet now. Like even brick and mortar, like regular stores is even going out of business if they don't got a good social media following. So it's like the whole entire world is basically is being transformed into this whole digital thing. So it's
wait a
like
second.
You know why? Because
Wait a second.
it's able to be
JR,
controlled.
JR. Do you remember when I brought up to you the other day when we were talking about it was that Batman movie where Jim Carrey played the Joker?
Yep.
Oh no, the
Exactly.
Riddler. He was the Riddler. And he
Right.
created this box, and everybody put the box on their head, and he was able to
Mhm.
program all and everything that they had
Mhm.
going on. Now, this is like 20 odd years before streaming even became a
Mhm.
thing.
Exactly.
Mhm.
They were showing us then.
They was showing us then.
They was conditioning us for that. That's all these movies do right now is condition
Getting you
you for what
prepared
they're about to
for
bring.
what is to come.
Mhm.
And if we look at the way things are going right now in the world, especially in entertainment, imagine what's to come next.
Mhm.
This is control.
Mhm.
This is why I bang with y'all. This is nothing but control. But people, you know, there was this exercise that we did in Landmark, and it was called How to Train Fleas. And basically, I didn't think it was a real thing. I thought they was talking crazy, but it's actually a real thing. If you take a bunch of fleas and you put them in a jar and you put the lid on and you let them, fleas, they pop, they jump real high.
Mm-hmm.
Well, eventually they start realizing that they keep banging up against the lid. So they keep jumping, but they jump just shy of the lid so they don't have to, keep banging they selves into the lid. After a while, if you take the lid off, the fleas will still jump, but they'll never jump out because they still working under the assumption that the lid is still there.
Mm-hmm.
That's the world we living in right now, yo.
Mhm.
People need to know there's no lid.
Mm.
But we keep bumping up, thinking we bumping up again. It ain't even there. You ain't even trying to get out.
The illusion. They set up the illusion.
You're not trying. And people are not trying, and they're finding the easy route. See, most of the average 13, 14, 15-year-old, like me personally in my adult life, I really don't interact with too many people over, let's say, 40 years old or whatever the case may be, because the lifestyle that I have, it's not condescending to that. Many people have kids and stuff like that, and I respect it. But one of the common denominators I think is left out of the conversation is, you had a lot of people that were 12, 13, 14, in some cases even 11 years old having children at a certain time point, especially in the 90s. I'm going to say specifically then. And these kids they grew up listening to Wu-Tang. They grew up listening to Mobb Deep or whatever the case may be. And their parents were so involved in the streets a lot of times, not all the time, but a lot of times, that they grew up with a hindrance of that within them. So now as they become adults or semi-adults at 17, 18 years old, they're nothing but a reflection of what they've grown up around in most cases until they reach a maturity level and they say, hey, a lot of people will be like, oh, I need to step out of this. I don't need to be over here, whatever. And if you're any guy that grew up in the New York City tri-state area, especially out here, Connecticut, Bridgeport, Heartbeat, you know what I mean? Money Craven, New Haven, Pistol Wave in New Haven, all those places, you know exactly what I'm talking about. There was a lot of parents there.
Connecticut go hard.
These
There's a lot of
kids
hard
don't think like a Jaguar, right? They don't think like myself or whatever. They think very differently, and in many cases they hate their parents. They hate them.
I don't think. See, that's the thing that you're saying. They're not thinking. They're operating under the program that they've been programmed under.
Yeah. The music industry and the TV. Let me say this. Like when I was younger, they used to say, let's go with what Jaguar was saying. When I was younger, and Jaguar, tell me if you remember this, they used to say that the mall was a babysitter. Now, in the past 20 years, the internet has been the babysitter. The internet got your kids. It's like Kanye said, the internet got your bitch. You know what I'm saying? That's what he meant by that. You get 20 years of kids being raised by the internet, and this is all they know. They know how to interact with the internet, whatever the case may be. They even take the personalities that's on the internet and they take it out in real life with them. I done ran into a couple of yo-yos like that too, you know? So I get what you guys are saying. I get it. Yeah.
You gotta understand what they setting up a constitution, a technological, scientific dictatorship constitution that's gonna rub out the physical the old constitution, and they pushing everything online so that it could be easily watched, monitored, and controlled. That's the
talking
whole
about socialism.
game plan.
Yeah, you're talking about socialism, communist.
That's what the whole metaverse is about.
Yeah, it's all written in there. It's all written in there. That avatar that you have in the metaverse is the whole area itself. If you really look into it, it's really Marxist and social. It's to teach you Marxism and socialism, but it's a combined function. No different than Stalin tried to do years ago or decades ago now, or what communist Fidel Castro and his brother Raul tried to do. They try to implement these social, and it's not as extreme as it is, but like if you look at Venezuela, or you look at any country that's practiced socialism, you'll always find at the crest end of it, their civilizations get destroyed. The Greeks tried socialism at one time. And you see what happened to them. So wherever you try to try socialism or socialism doctrines, usually you get a tirade of what you see right now: confusion, real advocacies mixed in with fake advocacies. You know what I mean? We got to save these squirrels, or don't you care about the whales? Versus the kid that's getting shot in Chicago tomorrow. You know what I mean? Or a family down in Mississippi that ain't got drinking water right now because of, or whatever the case, other, disparities we may have. Our focus be a lot of times, and I even catch myself with
how about all the money being spent to go back and forth to the moon with a ton of homeless people all over the country?
Mm-hmm. I know we got a trip to the moon sooner or later. I don't know what reasons, but
these are the real issues that we being distracted from. Like, all right, we know that all the stuff that goes on, like that the mainstream media push, like the police brutality. Yeah, that happens in our community too. But what happens more in our community is our brothers and sisters killing each other.
That part right there.
Talked about. Nobody talks about that. Everything is focused on. Everything is focused on what a cop did to a couple black people. But what about all? It's like 400, 500, 600 murders in each city right now.
Yeah, I'm assuming you guys live in the tri-state. You guys live in the tri-state, right?
Right. They live where they live.
Okay, well, you live in the New York. I can tell by the accents they live in the New York City tri-state.
They live where they live.
Anyway, long story short, if you guys have been paying attention to a Pix 11 or et cetera, how many people in this past month have been pushed off? It was just 2 days ago that got pushed off the subway platform, yeah? And the guy that did that, he was a black dude. That guy survived. You know what I mean? There's another video. There was a woman being assaulted. People are scared to go into the New York City freaking transit, anything. Buses, whatever. They stabbed the kid up on the bus in the Bronx, killed him 2 weeks ago. So it's like people are scared to take public transportation. This is just one of the elements. You go to California. My sister lives in California, Modesto. She said, I don't even go into LA no more because they got so many tent cities and all that stuff or whatever. And these people, they're like, the point I'm getting at is they're crazy. You know what I mean? Like, you got to be accustomed now when you go out in New York City to be looking for crazies, people talking to themselves. You got to click with them, you know what I mean? Or whatever the case may be. And I got to watch for the, everybody else, you know what I mean? That may not like me or whatever the case may be. It's hardening, but that's the way the country is. But once again, I'll say, once you advocate socialism, you put in certain advocacies, you put in certain cry for me about everything type of isms, this is what you end up with. And the same thing happened in Venezuela. The same thing happened under Stalin. The same thing happened under Mussolini. Yeah. Just check it. The information's there. Same thing happened with the Greeks. I think Caligula was the last straw for them. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's just like something that's reenacted itself again. You got to talk to the culprits that's involved. That's the only way you'll get off of it. At this point, you guys will literally have to go into the streets with pistols.
Don't leave who out.
Be honest with you.
Don't leave Idi Amin out. Don't leave Nero out.
Yeah.
Don't listen to me. Once again, like I said, we live in cycles of repeat. Mm-hmm. That's not the issue. That's not the issue. That's the reality. That's not the issue. That's the reality. But tell me something. Everything that you just said, all of the crime that you just talked about. I watch kids. I've seen kids playing Grand Theft Auto, practicing that same stuff every day.
It increased here, Jaguar, and I'm gonna say the whole tri-state, because even out here in Connecticut, you see it.
Wait a minute. Grand
Yeah.
Theft Auto, you get rewarded for being the worst. You get rewarded for doing the worst. You get extra points. And guess what? Grand Theft Auto been around for 20 years. What was the timeline you've been talking about? 20 years?
Yeah, we're talking about 20 years. I get it. That goes for Call of Duty that was built off a war simulator that the U.S. Army uses. I understand the technology, but it's up here in the tri-state, Jaguar. I don't know if you've been. I know the last time I checked, you was in the Midwest or something.
Let me make my point, bro.
Yeah. Up here in the tri-state, though, it's gotten horrible.
No, I know.
Yeah, it's gotten horrible, and it's like the killings that you're seeing or whatever. Go back to what I was saying earlier too. You got during the pandemic, one of the biggest mistakes Jersey, New York, and Connecticut did, in my opinion, was they let a lot of criminals out. You understand what I'm saying? And they wasn't keeping numbers of how many of those criminals they let out. Now, this criminal, y'all tell me if this makes sense to y'all, especially if y'all live in the city or any of the viewers, whatever. In New York specifically, you got these guys coming. They're trying to close Rikers Island right now, but you got these guys coming back out of prison, and they may have just gotten discharged. It's a misdemeanor, or they were stealing something, or whatever. But their rap sheet is something totally different. Their rap sheet is, he shot this guy, he robbed this guy, he tried to attempt to murder this guy. You know what I'm saying? This happens a lot. You just got him on this charge. Well, a lot of people just got caught on that charge were let out of prison. And I've been around and heard people say, yo, son, they still ain't called me back to court. So you still got people that they let out of the prisons that were 2 years ago or whatever. A lot of people got mental problems. A lot of people ain't got home. They didn't have homes to go back to, or the homes they did have to go back to, people didn't want them there. So where they end up in the street. And they end up in the street and do it down. Take whatever I got to take from you. That's what the pandemic indulged in. It indulged in bringing violence that was already there and putting it into the world.
I'm from Philly. That was happening. That was happening long before the pandemic. There was a dude that they let out of jail. That they let out of was it Camp Hill?
Yeah, on the BART. I know what you're talking about. He was on the BART, right?
Anyway, no. They let him out of jail because he was so bad and he kept beating up everybody. He was beating up the guards, beating up the officers. He had become so unruly. Listen to me. There wasn't no court date. There wasn't no court date. They just let him out. He came out, made it all the way back to it was all the way up like past Broad and Alany, but there used to be a Dunkin' Donuts there, and he straight came in there and started killing people.
Yeah.
And Donuts. And guess what? Guess what everybody was asking?
What?
How was he out of jail?
How was he out of jail? That's the same problem we have here. The bail system. The bail system and the court system. They're both acting slow. There was a kid. I know you two guys, JR and the other one, y'all know this. There was a kid in Harlem. Him and his girlfriend beat up 2 black police officers, right? They had let him out of jail. The guy was like 16, 17, somewhere around there. He was a kid. They ended up letting him out of jail, whatever, on a gun charge. This 2 days prior to that. Bail system. It all comes from this whole crap. And I think her name is Corey something. She started this crap, in my opinion. And it was defund the police. The worst thing that ever happened. And the reason I'm going to say this,
we're not.
And the reason I'm going to say this is because everything that we're mentioning is a result of that. The reason the killer back in the neighborhood, he able to shoot your niece or your nephew, is because you advocated along with this woman to get this whole thing. And the white neighborhoods are not. You won't hear about this in the white. I live in a white neighborhood. You won't hear about it. You won't hear about it. You understand? But if I go down to Fulton, if I go to Brooklyn, if I go to Queens, God Brewer, Bailey, you're gonna see that.
I don't like doing political conversation like this.
It's not a political conversation. It's an us conversation. It's an us conversation because you could walk out the door of one of these neighborhoods right now and it could happen.
What you're saying is all because somebody said defund the police, that this is why things are the way they are.
No, what I'm saying is it was an enacted bill that actually happened. Defund the police. This is what resulted in your bails or whatever. And a lot of people say, well, I don't want to have a conversation about that because it hurts. You have to have that conversation. Because if you don't have that conversation, I'm just saying, just moving forward, it don't have to be you personally. It could be somebody else, maybe somebody in the chat that wants to take advocacy on. So let me tell them, right? Is that fair? Let me tell
you talking politics. And politics and music, that's not one thing. Are they symptomatic of each other and all of this and all of that? The whole point is this. You have people who want to see the communities break down. You have people who want to see communities fall apart. And it's not just because of a said movement here or a said movement there. These people want the chaos.
Mm-hmm.
That's why they keep putting out the records that they're putting out. That's why they keep pushing out the video games that they're putting out. That's why entertainment has become primarily violent. Violent. Period. And then guess what? Community falls apart, and then people in politics, they have to make drastic decisions, and then this person falls on this side, and this person has that opinion, and yada, 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 and so on, so on, and so forth. It's all symptomatic of each other. But we can't sit here and blame a lot of the crime that's happening because of drill and all of that other stuff on defund the police. Can't blame that. You can't, not remotely, not in my opinion. Not remotely. He's still, you muted him. He's still going. Look, guys,
He don't let nobody else talk. He don't let nobody else talk. We tell him over and over again. He don't let nobody else talk.
I'm trying my hardest because but you know, I done sat here and looked at the comments. I don't know how many people done said that he a plant. I don't know how many people done said that you need to be careful. You need to watch out. Like,
for what?
Well, yeah, be careful of what? What we need to be careful of? What is he gonna do?
I don't know. I don't know. But I'm saying all of these conversations, they all fall in one way or the other. We got to get back to what this is really, where this really all started at, and what this is really all about. What it's really all about is, gentlemen, this is crazy. I feel bad that I actually called in. I'm sorry.
Nah, because you got to understand something.
I didn't, because this was not my reason. Actually, I wasn't even trying to be on here this long.
That always happens on this show. That always happens on this show.
I just wanted to dial in and say I'm sorry if I made any trouble for y'all, because that's not what I was trying to do.
You ain't make no trouble for us. You ain't make no trouble for us, and you ain't make no trouble for yourself. Like, you talking facts, you talking truth. Like, and the thing about it, when you talking truth, trouble gonna come along with that anyway. That's why the brother here showed up.
Yeah, the world hates the truth.
Yeah, I'm saying when you talk the truth, I mean, it brings people out. It brings people out. People's gonna talk regardless. People's gonna they're gonna be opposition to that. So that's what happens. You know what I'm saying?
I'm done with politics at this point in time. I'm done with the whole politics thing.
The politics shit is over.
Well, to me, in my opinion, it's all irrelevant at this point.
Right.
It's all irrelevant at this point. The truth is half of the country feels one way, the other half of the country feels the other way. Nobody's going to be right. No side is going to give. The only thing that we can do is find ways to try to make our communities as safe and as healthy and happy as possible. And the best way to do that is by not pushing poison into it. And let's just be honest, a lot of this music has become poisonous, and it's all driven by all of the things that are happening behind the scenes, like we talk about.
Right.
Some of the people in this chat is crazy as hell, man. Tell me something. He got your location up. Got our location for what? Like, what is like? Y'all niggas is crazy. Niggas is crazy in here.
Like, wait, y'all.
like he got us on a Fed line or some shit, and he getting our location like just like we on some old landlines and shit.
Oh, they don't. Oh, he done left.
Yeah.
Y'all niggas tripping.
Look, listen to me. I'm so used to people warning me about what's going to happen or you know what I mean? I hate the fact that it's become a part of my life, but it has. But what I will say is I ain't nobody's liar. And I'm grateful for the conversation. I'm grateful for some pieces of the conversation. I don't know where he was trying to go and where he was trying to lead us. I'm like, I don't know if we need to be talking politics. I don't know if we need to be talking agenda. That's not what this conversation was even all about.
Mm-hmm.
But this is you guys' channel. This is I just checked in because I wanted to make sure I ain't get nobody in trouble.
Nah, you good, Jack. Nah, you good. You know what I'm saying? nah, you ain't get nobody in trouble over here. Tell you the truth, it seems like other people is troubled by the truth.
I mean,
that's what it seems like to me.
I got it. I'm still a little confused at the nature of how that whole thing just happened, because I don't get people.
Well, he came on here to call you out and basically say you talking about people you was never around. That's where it originally started.
Right. But
because he
then
works for Bad Boy now.
And not only that, he's a YouTuber that do videos.
Exactly.
He's been talking about you, Jay. He's been on here. He's been on YouTube. You know what I mean, making videos, and you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And he just he so happened to see the title of the video, and the nigga popped up.
But see, that's the thing. When people say that I'm on YouTube doing this and that's not me.
Exactly.
That ain't me.
You got a YouTube channel, you don't barely be on there.
Period. And guess what? When I finally do decide to get on there, it's gonna be for a reason that I think is going to help whatever it is. But I mean, I'm grateful for the fact that he got up here as somebody who works for Bad Boy, as somebody who works in the industry, and made it very clear that people were out to get me.
Exactly.
I'm glad he made that clear. I'm glad he made it very clear that
he on here asking about your dog's name and like, what the fuck? Like, what does that have to do with anything?
Yeah, it's when like those random things and people start name dropping and start asking certain stuff. That's why it was a little uncomfortable. He was like, "What area y'all from? What area y'all from?"
Yeah,
I'm like,
exactly.
they from where they at?
Exactly. Nobody even telling them what area anybody's from.
I mean, that's
the nigga where he was
that's
from.
probably the reason why you're not gonna see me getting on YouTube or getting online, with my hotel room and stuff like that. I mean, or my home or wherever I'm at. You won't see me being on camera, because the truth is people were. They were stalking me out. Tasha K stalked me out. I seen her reading text messages during the interview. Oh, that's a nice place. Where are you staying? Because it doesn't take you don't have to be extremely intelligent to know that corporate hotels carry certain kind of artwork. They carry certain kind of furniture. Start narrowing stuff down. Man, like I said, I'm not going to talk about everything that I've been through in the past year and a half. That's something that will happen. But for everybody that's got expectations about what I need to be doing or what I should be doing, the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to address some of the stuff that I've seen. And I'm going to have conversations with the people that I deem to have conversations with that are necessary. You know what I mean? Before I start talking about what my future plans is like, everybody wants me to treat this like it's some kind of lottery ticket. It's not. Not for me. I mean, don't get me wrong. There are some people who like going viral because they want to make money and they want to sell money. But for me, in my opinion, if my heart is really in the right place, if I make some money because of it, that's one thing. But money can't be my reason.
Right.
It cannot be my reason. Shit, if it was all about the money, I wouldn't have worked so hard to get out of the major recording game. And that's the thing that people don't really seem to understand. I never got dropped. I was never dropped. I begged to be let out of my contract. Had to pay a lawyer $60,000 to do it. I had to fight to walk away with my master recordings. Now tell me something. Somebody who's got the kind of resume that I got, why would I go through so much trouble to leave something that had been supposedly so good to me if it was all good?
Right.
I mean, my motives, I think they're clear. If it was all about the money, if it was all about the fame, all I had to do was keep playing the game. I mean, isn't that what he said? There's a lot of artists who did the things you weren't willing to do, but you don't know me.
He made that clear. Exactly.
But you don't know me. I wasn't around. Apparently I was. Apparently you know something about me.
That was the only reason why we got him up here, because he was claiming you wasn't around.
So it's just, but that's the thing that be really tripping me out. And that's how that, I don't know. I guess that right there should be the proof that I'm not lying, because people don't get this worked up and get this involved and get this attached if it's not.
That's true.
I don't know who that man. Like I said, I don't know him. I just spent some time here getting to know him, and he told me he's a fan. And anybody who's ever supported my music or supported my career in any way over the past 20 some odd, almost 30 years, I have appreciation for, which is why I would sit down and I would have a conversation with. The one question that I didn't ask him, he said he bought the music that I put out. I didn't ask him if he liked it.
Oh, right. Right.
I mean, he didn't say that he didn't, so I mean, it must not be that bad. It must have been okay. He didn't ask me. I want a refund, so it must have been good. I mean, everybody that got the music that I sent it out to, and I sent it out to them because my music isn't available. It's not available. It's not available. It's not released. I made a deal with myself that I wasn't going to release any music until it was going to be released on a platform that I knew wasn't hurting people.
Mm-hmm.
On a platform that I knew. And guess what? The only way that's going to happen is if I create it for myself. And guess what? That takes time. And that's also something that's very hard to do when you're on the road running for your life. When you're sitting there getting ready for a meeting and you get a phone call that you need to leave your hotel room because there's somebody coming up to your room in the service elevator. Like if people really knew, and that's why when he said he's above all of that, he's on a whole nother, what level are you talking about, man? Because he even has a boss.
Exactly.
All of these niggas got bosses. They all answer to somebody. But I just find it so interesting how on one hand you're defending the antics and the ethics, but then on the other hand you sitting there exposing it as well. I guess that's the only good thing that came out of that. So I don't know. Y'all supposed to be. This video ain't even about the title.
Exactly.
Nah, but the thing about it is, most of our titles don't, or most of the shit we talk on our videos don't be about the title. We only get niggas to click on there so we could talk the real shit we want to talk about.
Well, it got real fast.
Yep.
It got real fast. I appreciate y'all.
No,
I don't know what the response was. I clicked in because I wanted to make sure that wasn't nobody getting threatened to be sued, or nobody was getting threatened to be killed, or I was checking in.
Shit, we only reporting on the shit that's already out there. That's the thing.
Exactly.
We just report. That's like same thing with you. You said you stating shit that people already knew, but they act like they don't know.
Act like they forgot, right?
Yeah. I don't understand.
They'll have the conversation with me off camera. They'll have the conversation with me quietly. That's the thing that really started eating my ass up. You run into a bunch of artists, all y'all working a show, you're working a gig, or you're working an event, or whatever the case may be. And, one of the usual suspect predators comes up in conversation or is in the room, and then everybody sit there. Yo, man, you see what he did? Yo, man, did you see what he did? And they sit there and they talk all of that crazy. And they talk about all of this stuff amongst each other. But then let them just keep going on and operating. Clearly, you have a problem with it because you're sitting here talking about how terrible this person is, what a predator this person is, how awful this person is, what a psychopath this person is, what a this person is, what a that this person is. But then somebody asks you a question in the interview. Oh, such a great guy. Oh, so wonderful. Oh, so amazing. Oh, that person changed my life. Bet they did. Bet they did change your life. Forever.
Right.
But you sit there and you talk about it and you talk about it. And I kind of got sick and tired of being that hypocrite, you know?
Right.
I'm not going to say that I ever spoke favorably about any of the monsters that I've seen operate in the game, but I never gave them endorsements either. And guess what? That's still not enough. Because if you got a pedophile in your neighborhood and you know he's a pedophile, and you choose to say nothing to the neighbors and let the kids run out while he hanging down at the basketball court, or run out while he hanging down at the, and you say nothing, what kind of person does that actually make you?
Shit. Yep.
Let's just be clear about that. This is a pedophile, or this is a predator, or this is a thief, or this is a murderer, or this is a whatever, whatever, whatever. And I let this person come into your life, come into your home, or come into your neighborhood, or come into your business, and I don't say nothing. And they just do whatever they do. What kind of person does that make me? Because I knew what that person was. I knew. Could I be anything other than a piece of shit?
Right.
People think that just because they don't verbally co-sign the things that they do, that don't make them complicit. Niggas running around mad that R. Kelly got 30 years. He should have got 30 years. He should get a lot more than that, but he should at least have 1 year for every year he got away with it.
Right.
You want to know what I find interesting?
What?
How many people didn't have anything to say about R. Kelly that did business with him, consorted with him, and at one time had a friendship with him? There's a lot of people that didn't say anything in the business.
No.
That said absolutely nothing.
Because they was doing the same shit and still is. They just
Oh.
pick and choose. They just pick and choose who they want to throw to the masses.
Absolutely nothing. They said nothing. People that was in the studio, and we all know what he used to do in the studio, because I'm not the only person that said it. It was all through that Surviving R. Kelly documentary about all of the stuff he was doing in the studio. You telling me he only did that around certain people? It sounded like he didn't care who he did it around.
Because they was doing it with him.
Or maybe they just turned their head because,
yep.
or maybe they just turned their head and just didn't say anything because it wasn't none of their business, and they was trying to get this project out in the street, and they was trying to make sure that the project went double platinum and yada 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 until the nigga touched one of your kids.
Yep.
See how that worked? I didn't want to be that kind of, I don't want to be one of those kind of people anymore. When I think of all of the people, even people that I knew that had some smart shit to say after I said something, I'm like, this nigga touched you. This nigga messed with you. And you defending that? I talked to an old friend of mine. And he said, Jag, why you do it? I said, I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for me. I'm doing it for all of us. I'm doing it for the ones of us who played by the rules and played it fair and still got shitted on and still got fucked over. I'm doing it for all of the people who don't have to be victims. Let's not facilitate them becoming victims.
Exactly.
Because if you stand by and say nothing, that's exactly what you're doing. I don't care what nobody say. You can spin it however you want to spin it. You can say whatever you want to say. I just find it interesting that people call it gossip. Oh, you on YouTube and you on YouTube. I never got on YouTube and did anything. I was speaking on my Instagram page.
Niggas try to say gossip. The truth is gossip because they just trying to, you know what I'm saying? They basically trying to neutralize the truth by calling it gossip.
Has anybody really ever heard me gossip about anybody?
Nah.
Shit, your ass would have been in court probably. Because, I mean, all the shit you were saying is true. They can't really sue you for some shit that's true.
Well, defamation, you have to prove malice.
There you go.
There has to be malicious intent. What's malicious about the truth? And anybody who would dare call the truth malicious got a problem with the truth. And the only people that I know got a problem with the truth are, are dishonest people.
Yeah, I'm dropping Jag's Cash App. Y'all hit up Jag Cash App, man. Because people in here asking for your Cash App.
Bless their
Gratitude.
hearts.
Gratitude. Hit a Cash App up.
Bless their hearts. Thank you. Because the truth is, the second that I decided to be this person, the second that I decided to be this artist, and don't get me wrong, I know people want me, to perform, and I know people want me to put out music, and all of that is great and fine. But even right now, I can't even be honest. If I booked the show, I wouldn't have to make sure that I had heavy security there.
Exactly. That's a fact.
I can't honestly say that I feel comfortable with the idea of booking a tour, because if I book a tour and I put out the tour dates, that means people know where I'm at every day.
You know what you're gonna have to do? You're gonna have to do a virtual performance, Jag.
See, there you go, telling my business.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
See, that's the beautiful thing about technology. That if you're patient and if you're smart and if you can work it out, you can create a space.
And people will damn sure pay too. They will pay. Oh shit, Jaguar performing. I ain't seen her performing. Yes, hold on. Let me see what's going on.
You know what I mean? So it's all of this stuff takes time. The simple fact that we not living in the wind anymore, the simple fact that we decided to come back home to Dallas, even me just saying that is me assuming a certain amount of risk.
True.
But guess what? I wasn't quiet because I was afraid. I was quiet because I had people to protect. I got sick and tired of every time I called people that I love, the first thing they tell me is such and such called me and was trying to figure out where you were. And they was asking me this and they was asking me that. Well, guess what? If I don't talk to you at all, nobody has a reason to call you and ask you anything anymore.
Wow.
Like when isolating yourself from the people that you love and care about is the only way to protect them. You know what I mean? Like, it's cool. And I get it. I'm supposed to care. I'm supposed to want all the money in the world. I'm supposed to want this. I'm supposed to want that. You know what? It makes me think about that story about Jesus Christ when he was being tempted in the desert by the devil. 40 days and 40 nights. He went without food. He went without anything. You know what I mean? Just a pure meditation.
Right.
And at the end there, the devil came and was like, well, if you everything you say you are, then do this.
Jump off the cliff. Yup. Tempting him, telling him to jump off the cliff.
If you hungry and this is really who you are, turn that them rocks in the bread and eat. Right? And then at some point in time offered him the world. As if it was his to give. How about that? I cannot say that the same things have not happened to me in my 40 days and 40 nights. Feel me?
Right.
Just because I can open up my mouth and do a show and make some money or put out a project and make some money, that don't mean that that's what God got in the cards for me right now. This is my 40 days. This is my 40 nights. What else they gonna offer me? Man, we all got to be accountable for the choices that we make.
Absolutely.
But the one thing that I'm not going to be is shamed into believing that I got to conform. See, what people in the game want more than anything right now is for me to want to come back. They want that. They want that. Oh, she done went viral. Oh, she can make a lot of money if she does this and she does that. Yeah, let's get her back out in the limelight. See your hero? She wanted to be down just like everybody else.
They can't wait to do that.
She told y'all it wasn't about the money, but look at her. Look at her. She rolling around in a brand new this and a brand new that. She wasn't really about the game. She just said that to put pressure on the game so she could make some money because she didn't do this or she didn't. This is what they want.
Please don't come in here reporting back what dude's saying on his page. I don't give a shit what the nigga talking about. Y'all niggas fuck around, get blocked doing that shit. I don't give a shit what niggas saying.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. He on his page though, right?
Exactly. Y'all niggas.
He getting them clicks and views, right? And he sat here long enough to make sure that the 2 to 3, almost 4,000 people that were speaking here was going to come, so they could come over and they could have that conversation with him.
Mm-hmm.
But what was you here for?
To get clout.
And I didn't even say that. Did I say that to him? Did I come in his neck? Did I disrespect him at all?
Nope.
Like, people really have no idea. To be considered one of the most famous people on the internet, and you not and your principles are so strong, you're not gonna take the bait. Whatever God got for me, he got for me. He gonna give it to me. But it's going to be in a manner and in a format that I can guarantee is going to be safe. Because the truth is I don't want nobody trying to come after me or come for me at a show, and then one of my supporters end up getting hurt.
What I tell you, Jag, at your aura, that I said you got a certain aura that people's going to gravitate towards you anyway. When you was mentioning about you performing with certain people like Common and all that, and the stage, everybody just, you know what I'm saying, you. Like you said, when you performed and you was performing next to them, it was like straight overpowering. Whatever they was doing was I mean, you wasn't even trying. That's why I was saying certain aura that certain people got, people's going to gravitate towards anyway.
I was pregnant. You know I was pregnant during Unplugged, sitting in a chair. I was pregnant, showing belly, sitting in my lap. And I only had 24 hours to prepare. 24 hours to learn the show. And that was it.
That's crazy.
Let's be honest. This isn't me jocking myself. That's one of the greatest things people ever seen on television ever in their life. And I know it.
That shit was classic. I ain't even.
And I know it. And in that moment, I knew I had a target on my back.
There was a lot of haters in the game after they seen you perform with Jay-Z. I mean, you already know them niggas.
I'm sitting there. Listen to me. I'm sitting in a chair, pregnant. And you could hear my voice all the way out. Ain't no love in the heart of the city. Come on. Come on. I ain't got nothing to prove. Lie smooth, and we ain't got nothing to prove.
Foolish niggas, that's my shit.
I ain't taking the bait though. It's gotta be when it's gotta be when God say, man. It's gotta be when God say. And the people that really do support and really do believe, all I ask for is your prayer, your vigilance, your patience. And if you choose to support, that's appreciated as well, because everything goes towards building what's coming next. That's why I said in that video that I put out, it's a new me. I'm not quite sure what it is, but it's new. But I'm going to stand in the gap for the people that don't want to be afraid to believe the truth. And I'm going to tell you something right now. I'd rather go down in history for being known for that than for being a multi-platinum artist. I would rather go down in history for she walked away from all of that because she wanted to save someone from harm, because she wanted to save someone from pain, because she wanted to bring the truth to light, because she wanted to speak truth to power, because she didn't want female artists to have to keep running after these slug ass, honeycomb ass niggas who just want to take advantage of them and use them up and then chew them up and then spit them out and then toss them off. Like, you ain't got to do that. You ain't got to do that. Especially not people with real talent. But even the ones that don't got no talent. Even the ones that don't got no talent, you shouldn't have to do that. To sing a song, to dance to a record.
Right.
Think about all of the female MCs that are being overlooked right now. With all of these female MC wars going on, and fan clubs and hate and all of this and all of that. Think of all of the real female MCs that ain't even getting acknowledged. I don't even remember the last time I heard anybody really talk about Rhapsody.
I know, I know, right? I was just about to say that, like Rhapsody, damn, they didn't freaking buried her and put all
Like
the strippers on.
Well, listen to once again. Think about it. Think about what the resume is. Think about what the resume is for becoming a female rapper now. You have to be a retired stripper, or you had to be a stripper off the pole with at least 250,000 followers on Instagram. And you got to be down for whatever. Like, let's be clear. If female MCs are going to be arguing about who's the greatest female MC of all time, do me a favor first. Can you show me all of the lyrics that you wrote?
Right.
Show me all of the lyrics that you wrote. Because the truth is, ain't a lot of female MCs, especially not the ones at the top of the game, that are writing their own lyrics. Like, that used to be a point of pride for female MCs. I know, because I was one. Like, the biggest point of pride was, ain't no nigga write my rhymes. I wrote my rhymes. These girls out here in rap right now, they could care less. Give me the lyrics so I can memorize them and play dress up. Let's keep it a bean. That's what it is.
This whole cookie cutter type of style that they got.
Well, it's Little Kim. It's Little Kim. Think about it. Before Little Kim, the sexiest female rappers in the games was Salt and Peppers.
Right.
Those were the sexiest female rappers in the game before Kim.
Yeah,
that was about as sexy and provocative as it got. And when you look back at them now, they just more look like, sexy tomboys. Like, when people talk about, I mean, for crying out loud, like, that was about as scandalous as it got in female rap. We went from Salt and Pepper to Little Kim. And then it's just keep producing. Like, and what's funny is Little Kim was Biggie's idea.
That's true. Yeah.
He said, I'm going to create the hip hop Jessica Rabbit. I'm gonna, that's what he said he was gonna do, and that's what he did. And that's what made his relationship with Kim so special. The sad thing is that they turned it into McDonald's. Because what a lot of people don't seem to remember is that Kim wasn't no stripper. Kim was never a stripper.
Nah, she was fresh off the block like Biggie,
She worked at a clothing store.
Yeah.
She was off the block, and she was about hip hop.
Yep. That's crazy how.
Same thing with Nicki Minaj. Same thing with Nicki Minaj.
And Remy. Same thing with Remy Ma from the block.
Yep.
Dang.
Shit, Cardi B straight off the stripper pole.
Dang.
But apparently, those are the new rules.
Yeah.
And let's be very clear about I'm not going to say her name, but the Barbie one.
Yeah.
Kim was the first Black Barbie.
Yep, that's true.
That was Kim first.
The same wigs, the same color wigs.
And guess what? The Barbie one, she worked at King of Diamonds in Miami. Oh yeah. They weren't publicizing it back then.
Trina's off the stripper pole too. Trick Daddy took out the stripper club.
Yeah. That became the new norm. But at least you can say that Trina is an MC.
All right. Yep. That's true.
Truly.
You ain't just handing her no lyrics to rap. She gonna write her shit.
Yeah. This is why I find it so funny. All of this. I'm the best. I'm the baddest. I'm the greatest. I'm the this. I'm the that. And the only thing you did was memorize some stuff and play dress up.
Assembly line.
And that's hip hop now. That's supposed to be hip hop. It's fucking heartbreaking, man.
You know what really messed it up is when they took and created a whole show calling that shit Love and Hip Hop.
Hey,
that's terrible.
Listen to me. Listen to me. Listen to me. They got their money though.
Hell yeah.
They made enough money to keep holding on. They had what 4 or 5 different franchises. Now they down to 2.
Yeah.
They holding on. They gonna be the last blockbuster. They gonna be the last blockbuster video. I'm telling you.
Yeah. Dang.
All for the dollar though. That's the one thing me and the gentleman Devin, that's the one thing we can agree on. Greed.
Mm-hmm.
The question is, does it move you or does it make you sick? Are you moved by greed? Or does greed make you sick? See, greed makes me sick. I can't stand it. Because I've seen what it'll make people do. Over $1. Like, man, we gotta find a way to value ourselves beyond money. I'm not saying that money isn't necessary. I'm not saying that money isn't part of the construct. I'm not saying that you don't need money to live. What I'm saying is, are you after it for life, or are you after it because it is your life? There's a difference.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Just like people who enjoy, there's plenty of people who eat all kinds of food, but they not obese. But you got some people that gonna eat everything that ain't nailed down and they wear it all over their body. You know what I'm saying? There's a difference. Some people eat food to make them healthy. Some people eat food because it makes them feel good. You know what I mean? Or whatever the case may be. We got to look at what our motives are behind the stuff that we're doing. And we got to be careful of what we allow ourselves to feed into.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Shout out to Remy Ma. You know, I really wish people could have really gotten to get a full ride with her. You know what I mean? Because she's just crazy talented.
Right.
Killer with the pen.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know. After she got home, it just seems like people should have. I don't know. It seems like the people that backed her didn't really back her.
They didn't.
It's like they did enough for appearances.
Yep.
That's what it was about, appearances.
But if Cardi B could do what she did coming off of Love and Hip Hop, there's absolutely no way it shouldn't have been like 10 times greater for Remy Ma. I don't care what nobody say.
I love what she's doing now. I'm glad she started her own battle rap league and she booking all the battle rappers, female battle rappers, and giving them a check to put come to battle.
Well, see, listen to me.
She had to carve something out for herself.
Listen to me. That's so smart, though.
Yep.
Because that's going to put her at the forefront of discovering what's next.
Mm-hmm.
Who knows? Maybe she'll find herself a Cardi B.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll be there from the jump. You know, sometimes people take the knowledge that they've learned, people like myself, and then they turn it into something else. Not only that, think of how well the killer female MCs, especially the writers that come through this platform that she's creating, think about how well they're going to be received because of who set it off.
Yep.
Which is why I was asking him. Which I asked the man Devin, you don't see a platform in which you can create where kids don't have to worry about going through all of this crazy stuff and jump through all of these hoops to make music? He couldn't really answer that one straight on.
He didn't answer anything straight on.
Well, I mean, I got that part. I got that part. You know, he really was working so hard making sure his delivery was apropos and so intelligent and filled with so much information.
He's a
I always,
bullshitter.
I mean, but if I asked you, that's why I asked him what was his opinion on Shine.
He skated around that. He skated around that.
All he could say is that Shine is now a diplomat and he's good.
He got options. That's what he said.
Well, I would hope so after going to jail for a crime you allegedly didn't commit.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. That Diddy to this day is trying to make right.
I mean, I guess.
He's
like
trying.
he said, he got options.
Right.
That's what he said. He got options.
And the only reason why Diddy is trying to make this right is because he's a diplomat. He's somebody of importance now.
Yeah, but why is he a diplomat?
Something to do with his father. His father's a diplomat, Sean.
You know what I do know about diplomats? They get things like diplomatic immunity.
Yeah.
Which means they can do whatever they want to do. They can literally get away with murder.
Yeah, definitely.
If you have a diplomat and he comes here into the United States and he's sitting here in the United States as a diplomat and he decides he wants to kill somebody or beat somebody or rape somebody, they can't arrest him.
Yep, diplomatic immunity. Yep.
They can't arrest him. He got options, huh?
A lot of people don't even know that.
Oh,
he got options. How interesting is that? To have somebody with those kind of liberties.
Right.
At your disposal.
Like we say on this channel all the time, it's cliche to say it, but it's chess, not checkers.
Period. Mm-hmm. Like he shouldn't. Honestly, if I was him, I wouldn't have even said that.
Right.
If you wasn't gonna say nothing about Shine, don't say nothing about Shine.
Yeah, he said too much just by saying that, but you know that have to fall on the intelligent ear to understand what he was saying anyway. So he basically viewed most of us as idiots. The fact that he think he can say that and nobody catches it, but
yeah,
he's
a diplomat with diplomatic status, probably diplomatic plates on his car, diplomatic immunity. Yeah. See,
they can get anything through customs. All they gotta do is slap that sticker on there.
Yeah.
Go straight through customs. They can bring 50 bricks of cocaine into the country and put that diplomatic immunity sticker on there, and customs won't even touch it or even look in it.
It cannot be searched.
And he still, when Sean come to New York, all you see him around is the same individuals that he was around when he went to jail. Diddy, Fat Joe, this person, that the same motherfuckers.
At this point, I feel like that's bad influences. If you're a diplomat, and last time you was here, they got your ass locked up for some shit you ain't even do.
Hey, listen to me. Everybody got their reasons. Everybody got their reasons. People got all kinds of reasons for the things that they do. You know, he was sitting there talking about all of this stuff. There's a record company in particular, and just because I'm really not trying to bring no smoke or no heat, I'm not going to say the name of the company, but I will say that when it came time for the artist to sign in the meeting, they had a DJ in the room, they had strippers in the room, they had drink, they had weed, they had drugs in the room. And they all came for the meeting to sign their paperwork. And they was up there for hours partying, waiting for the executives to come. 3 sheets to the wind. They didn't even bother to check their contracts. They had a lawyer come and tell them what the contract said, and they were all told to sign. drunk and high. Drunk and high. With strippers in your lap. And you don't even know what you signing. Now tell me, if you got a business meeting and y'all is conducting business, why is the after party happening first?
Exactly.
Like all of that was cool. But how about get the business done first? Make sure that the lawyers are there. Make sure everybody's properly, informed on what they're doing. And then
make sure everybody's mind is clear. Make sure everybody's mind is clear because them contracts is null and void if a person was under the influence of something and didn't know what the hell they were signing.
I mean, it should be like that. It should be like that. But if the company hires your lawyer to come up in there,
sheesh.
They hired your lawyer for you, and your lawyer said, "Oh yeah, this is all great. All you have to do is just sign right here. I checked everything."
Damn,
that's crazy.
That's crazy right there.
I ain't even gonna tell you what company it is.
Damn.
Because for me to say that right now, that would be shots fired. That would be shots fired. But what I will say is, you know the company and you love the music. Number one record after number one record after number one record. And those very people that signed those contracts did not benefit. What I can say is this was all some East Coast shit. That's as far as I'll go. I remember before that meeting happened, my advice was, don't do it. Go see Dave McPherson over at Sony. Don't do it. Yeah, but this is such and such and such and such and such. Don't do it. 3 years later, man, I don't know why we ain't listening to you, man. You tried to tell us.
Wow.
Man, they get to just cherry pick all my songs. I go into the studio and write my album, and the next thing you know, they take all the hits. And I gotta go back and start again. How about that?
Dang.
I thought that was the standard in the industry, though. I thought that was what happens to most artists with them 360 deals.
Not if your paperwork is right. See, I don't know about a 360 deal because I never signed one.
Yeah, it wasn't around around your time. It wasn't around yet.
Yeah, it was. It just wasn't called a 360 deal.
Got you.
It was just the most desperate deal you could sign. Back when I was getting signed, back when people my age, my generation was getting signed, you were negotiating your publishing points. You were negotiating everything. You were making sure that you got your money. You were looking at, how all your recruitables, making sure that they didn't just have open-ended expense accounts attached to your, you know what I mean? Like, it was different. It was different. And that was also the area where, or should I say the era of music where artists were becoming more knowledgeable about their rights. Which is so funny because after that happened, the next thing you know, it just became I want to be signed to the hottest label. I want to be signed to the hottest this. I want to be signed to the hottest that. I don't care what it is. I want to be down. I want to be down. Like I said, this shit's been going on forever, and that's the hardest part in the world is just to sit back. I'm 45 years old now. I started interning in the game when I was 14 years old. So we're talking a cold 30 years. Cold 30 plus years. I got messing around with this game. And for me to be seeing the same things that was happening when I started, happening again now, in the same manner, it's like, this is some fucking bull. This is bullshit. They winning on the same game. Yes, that's why that gentleman said he would have that conversation with me off camera, but not on camera.
Right.
Something changed with your mic, Jag. I don't know what happened.
I don't know either.
You hear that, JR? Something.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Sound like she in a cup now.
Yeah.
See, look, they put me in a box.
You sound like a robot inside of a box.
Yeah.
They got me because I'm locked up, won't let me out. They want me in a box.
We can still hear you, Claire, but it sounds like
it sounds
all the
crazy.
bass been taken out.
Lord have mercy. Well, you know what, guys? I'm gonna let y'all wrap up your show because we sitting here, we just busting it up there at this point. But man,
yeah, that was a good build. That was a good build, though. That was definitely a good build. I mean, it definitely changed the dynamic of the idea that we had for the show. But you know what I'm saying. But I think it took the turn that it was supposed to take. This is some shit that some people needed to hear. You know what I mean, we needed a troll like that to come in the room. Sometimes if you let someone talk, they hang themselves, and I think that's what happened to him. For anyone whose intellect allowed him to see what just happened with that man that came on here. Y'all see that the shit that it just didn't add up. He didn't answer any questions. He was over talking everybody. It was just terrible. It was terrible.
And like Jack said, it just proved her case. He basically came on and just proved her case even more. And he got his little bit of shine off of it because, people, I see a couple of y'all coming in here saying what he's saying on his. So he got the shine. He got the little bit of shine he wanted. Now go home and get your fucking shine box.
Look, what did he say? He gets 4 million views a year.
Right.
Add this to the pile. Man. All right, y'all. Do I still sound crazy?
Hell yeah. I don't know what happened.
It's getting worse.
Lord Jesus.
They got Jack fading out and shit.
Hell yeah. What the hell? Shit, man.
Damn.
You know what, man? I think we're gonna just wrap this joint up.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely if y'all, if y'all feeling the show, please thumbs up. You know what I mean? Follow us on all our platforms. Y'all know. Night and Day Network on everything. You know what I'm saying? If you want to support, support Jag. Her Cash App is posted in here. You know what I mean? If you want to go support us even more, go check out some of our products and at one of our shops, either nightanddayscbdhub.com. We're gonna be fully stocked either tonight or tomorrow morning. We're gonna be fully stocked. You know what I mean? So make sure y'all come check out nightanddayscbdhub.com, nightanddaynetmarket.com.
Oh, guys, I don't want to. I'm good now.
Yeah, you good. Yep.
I don't want to. I'm not trying to jack on your time or nothing like that, but I'm about to start making my salve available too. So I wanted to send y'all some.
Yeah.
Because I don't think I ever sent you any of my product, but I'm about to start making it. You know what I mean? When you was moving around like we was moving around, there was no way we were going to be able to keep up with manufacturing product and shipping and all of that stuff. But now that we're here and we're getting settled again, so I need to be able to send y'all some.
Definitely.
That's right. Let's do it.
We'll send you the when you ready to send it, we'll send you the where you
the PO box.
Everything. Yep.
All right, cool.
All right.
Cool. I want to make sure I do that because I see all of y'all CBD products and I'm like, that's what's up. By the way, I really love the way y'all go hard for yourselves and you back yourselves and you back your products, and man, people should have greater appreciation. That's all that I can say. So
we appreciate that, Jack.
Definitely appreciate that. And we don't want to be controlled by nobody because when you start taking on sponsors, they start controlling your message. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, absolutely.
So I'm like, yeah, we ain't rocking with that.
And listen to me. Like I said, I don't bang with that many people on YouTube. I bang with y'all for a reason.
Facts.
You know what I mean? I know, I too know what it feels like to not want to be controlled by a corporate entity turning me into a puppet. But it does take time to build it on your own.
Yep.
Yeah.
It takes years.
Yeah.
It takes years.
There's something else that I want to say to y'all, but I'm a say that for off camera. I'm sorry that I showed up and I ruined y'all's show today. I'm so sorry. I was
you don't need to
literally,
apologize. You don't need to apologize. You know you're welcome on this platform anytime.
I literally only showed up because when I saw that, I'm like, oh man, I hope I ain't get them into no trouble.
No.
All right. Well, I send my love to everybody in the chat. I send my love to everybody that's here. I can't believe there's still like 1.7 people here.
People here, yep.
Yeah, and we've been here for a minute. I was not expecting. I told y'all when I first got up here, I wasn't trying to stay long, but then dude took us down the rabbit hole.
He damn sure did.
Yeah.
It's all good though, cause I hope people learn from the situation at hand. You know what I'm saying? And basically, you see how them industry niggas move.
Sometimes you gotta observe the trolls. Trolls are there for a reason. They there to learn from them. You can learn from wise people, and you can learn from foolish people.
Oh, listen to me. I agree. Because once you get to understand their motives and how they operating, it teaches you things that maybe you need to do. Or shows you, things that you need to avoid, or people
All
don't understand, man. Just trying to live a righteous life. Just trying to live a righteous life, man. You got to pay attention to everything.
Right.
You got to. So, well, I wasn't expecting to spend 2 days, 2 days with y'all this week. I wasn't expecting that. But you know what? It's always good. Man, y'all just some good brothers. I appreciate everything that y'all done. I appreciate every ounce of support that you've ever shown me. But beyond that, I appreciate the message that you're pushing out there in the world. The more people that talk like this publicly out loud, it gives people the courage to understand that there's nothing wrong with telling the truth.
No.
There's nothing wrong with being honest. There's nothing wrong with calling a spade and not being judged for it.
Right.
There's nothing wrong with that. Not at all. Not at all. So, the more people like y'all out there, the better I feel about where I am in the world. We need more.
We always say somebody got to do. If everybody's following the masses, somebody got to be the opposition of that. Like I'm saying, not everybody can keep going along with the shit that's going along. You know what I'm saying? So somebody has to set themselves apart from that in order to keep the true message ringing. Because you got, of course, we know that the deception is much stronger than the truth in this realm. In this realm.
And it's a hard life for the ones who goes against the grain, goes against the, the whole mass hysteria that's going on. Because that's what it is, hypnosis. You going against all the hypnosis and you go walk in the opposite direction. It's a hard life, man. These motherfuckers
the road be narrow. The road of truth is the narrow road to walk.
These motherfuckers out here attack you for that because people hate the truth.
Oh, man, listen to me. My father's favorite scripture, I've mentioned it a million times. In 2 Thessalonians, for they will not believe the truth. I will send them strong delusion and allow them to believe a lie. And let's just be real. There's a bunch of people out here in this world these days that they don't want to face the truth.
Right.
They don't want to face. You can't handle the truth. They don't want to face the truth. So then here comes entertainment. Here comes social media. Here comes the internet. Here comes strong delusion.
Love and hip hop and all that bullshit.
Here comes strong delusion. You too can live like this if you watch it long enough. This too can be your life. You too can be a side chick.
And then the rest of society keeping up with the Joneses. Well, in this
Yeah.
day and age, keeping up with the Kardashians.
Listen to me. They named that show. They named that show. They got that. They had that show on. They had the title of the show on point.
They took
because,
yeah.
I mean, listen to me, and this is going to be the last of it. If anybody really wants, have you seen? There's a documentary on Netflix called American Meme.
American Meme.
American Meme, MEME. It's on Netflix. They got the dude that called himself the Fat Jew. They featured him in it. The girl that ended up marrying, or the girl that's with Tommy Lee now, her. They got Paris Hilton in there. They got the other dude who called himself the Slut Whisperer on Instagram. Like they interviewed all of these people about their social media success.
I seen that. Yeah.
And people need to watch. Like, people really need to watch. It's so funny. It's so funny. Just, you know, they got it. Like, even the Fat Jew guy, even after he got busted for reposting other people's content and not giving them credit for it, but making it seem like it was, you know. Like, this dude became an overnight sensation. He got invited to the White House correspondent dinner, and turns out all he was doing was reposting other content from other people's page.
Shit, that's what majority of social media do, period. Shit, that's what all the major media brands like the Jasmine brand and Shade Room, all they do, World Star, all they do is repost shit from around the internet.
Period.
No commentary, no nothing. Just click, repost, copy and paste. That's it.
Like, at some point in time, we all got to kind of look and see the hypocrisy behind it all. And I'm telling you, that documentary, boy, man, I looked and I'm just like, Jesus, this is what it is. This is what it is. Click and follow, click and follow, click and follow, click and follow. Don't verify, don't vet. Click and follow, click and follow. It's, you know, that's why whether or not I only have 10,000 followers, or if I had 1 million followers, I can't even honestly say that I would want millions of followers. I don't think it's healthy for anybody to garner that much personal attention all the time. Not unless you're in a position of influence that's actually doing something to help, or, you know, affect your environment or your world or your country or your nation or whatever in a positive way. I don't think everybody needs to have access to a loudspeaker where they can sway the minds of 10 million people, 15 million people, 20 million people. Can you imagine if social media had existed when Hitler was alive?
Dang.
Can you imagine Hitler with an Instagram account or a TikTok? doing videos in the gas chamber.
That's crazy.
Like, can you imagine?
That's crazy.
That'd be insane.
I mean, I feel like we headed towards that, but only this time Hitler ain't gonna be a human. It's gonna be some type of artificial intelligent robot.
Ooh, how about that? How about that part? Can you imagine? Like, people, we haven't seen the most dangerous of dangerous content creators sweep by yet. We haven't seen it yet, but it's coming. It's coming. This is the only way people seem to know how to communicate anymore.
Facts.
You know, all I can think about is Jim Carrey with that little box, and everybody bought that box. They sitting there with the box on their head, they strapped in the seat.
Yeah.
And he just controlling everything.
Well, with that little machine was doing on, that was actually Batman Forever.
Yeah.
That was the one with the Riddler and Jim Carrey. What that was doing was controlling people's subconscious mind. That's how he was able to tell who Batman was. That's how he was able to tell Bruce Wayne was Batman, because anybody who was in front of any screen, basically that wave that he sent out, which is like Wi-Fi, literally targeted the subconscious mind of everybody on the planet.
And that's the cell phones we
And that's
got
what
in
the
our hand.
whole 5G and all that stuff. That's exactly what's going on right now.
Isn't that something?
Wow. Wow.
Isn't that something?
Mm-hmm.
Police don't even have to worry about doing surveillance anymore. All they have to do is get access to cameras.
They don't even have to do that because most people post their crimes on Facebook now.
Ain't that just the ain't that yeah, yeah. I'm trying my best. I'm trying to get better at being explosive and being vicious and cruel. But man, it just makes you wonder, like, what the hell is in the food and in the water that has made mass society absolutely idiotic and totally stupid?
Mm-hmm.
Like, do you really think you're gonna commit a crime and post it on the internet and the cops ain't gonna have it in seconds?
Facts, exactly.
Or maybe you want to go to jail. Maybe that's an
that's what I'm thinking.
escalation.
I bet you these detectives and all, they be just cracking up watching people just, you know what I mean? They commit a murder, steal someone's jewelry, then they go on their Facebook page and wave up the jewelry that they just took from the crime scene.
Yeah.
Music
It
videos
blows
with it.
my mind. Yep.
But isn't that what these drillers? Isn't that what all of this drill stuff is? They'll go rob somebody, beat somebody up, shoot somebody, and then do a video the next day with the person who they killed stuff.
Yep, with the details of the crime written into the lyrics.
Yeah.
The details, what block they was on, what type of gun they used,
You
what
want to
kind
know
of
what
car they
makes me
sped
sick
off
about
on.
that? You want to know what makes me sick about that? All of the rappers that we came up with that was doing the same thing and talking about crimes and talking about this and talking about that. And then all they would say is, oh, it's just entertainment. That was all made up. That wasn't real. That wasn't real. That wasn't real. That wasn't real. And guess what? For the people that was around, we all knew it was real.
Mm-hmm.
Now it's we're going to go and actually commit the crimes and then actually rhyme about it and then actually make sure that people know that the crime that we committed is actually what's happening. And it's like, that's so
Mitch
extreme.
caught a body like a week ago.
I know. The Bobby Shmurda song had the whole world dancing to the niggas really caught a body about a week ago.
Really put the details of the crime into the song.
Yeah.
Had the whole world dancing to it. The Bobby Shmurda hot nigga song.
People gotta listen to me. People gotta wake up, man. This world is on so people gotta wake up. And you know what? Everybody ain't going to, and everybody don't want to. But I'll speak to the ones who do. I'm not gonna stop. I'm not gonna stop championing for that because, like I said, thank God for y'all, man. Thank God for y'all.
You too, shit, because somebody
gotta do it.
somebody gotta do it.
Yep.
Somebody definitely gotta do it. I just hate the fact to see how many people are afraid to do it. Because there are a lot of people that want to do it. They just too scared to. They don't want their lives affected. They don't want their money changed. They don't want to be ostracized. They want to make sure that they can be invited to do the jazz cruise tour. They don't want to be held out of this. They want to be invited to the Juneteenth concert on CNN. They want to.
They want to get invited to the Rock Nation brunch.
the Rock Nation brunch.
Or, Diddy, or one of them all white Diddy parties where you got dressed in all white, and if you don't come with all white, he put you on the towel so he can play with your balls later. You know what I'm saying?
Listen to me. There are so many real stories that other people have said about Diddy that are so much worse than anything that I've said. But I'm the bad guy. Guy. I've heard 50 Cent say some things about Diddy that.
Hell yeah.
He damn sure did.
And guess what?
Cruz, right? He said some shit about Cruz.
And guess what? Don't nobody say nothing.
Nope.
Don't nobody. Maybe that's what I need to do. Maybe I need to go and get me a 50 Cent mask and put that on. And then I say the stuff and see how that goes over.
It's funny because 50 Cent always exposing some shit and nobody don't say nothing.
They don't say nothing.
They don't say nothing at all.
Wonder why.
Exactly.
Wonder why.
To be honest, I don't even think people even give a shit anymore. It became entertainment to most people anyway. As much people as these people hurt, people still at the end of the day see it as entertainment.
That's
the crazy part.
Which is why I stand up in the forum that I do, and I'm as honest that I am, because nigga, if anybody can make it very clear that this shit is not just entertainment.
Exactly.
This thing, it affects real people.
Niggas out here dying left and right.
That's why at the end of the day, I say the masses in general is who to blame. We the one that gives these wicked individuals power to do what they do. Oh, people have to stand up and say no.
And guess what? Peer pressure is a mug.
Yeah.
Peer pressure is a motherfucker. Let's be very clear. Let's be clear on why all of this shit has the power that it has. Because somebody influenced someone in the public to believe that if you ain't on board with this, you out. You're ostracized from society. You gotta be on this. You gotta be on that. And guess what? Those numbers grow and grow and grow. It's social media ain't nothing but high school in a phone, in your phone. It ain't nothing but high school in your phone. Period. The people that don't have a lot of followers, those are the ones with the zits.
Got the pimples and shit.
Yeah. You know, they got they the ones who only got a little bit of follow. Like
but you realize they the ones that keep it the most real though. A lot of the people with the zits and shit is always the ones who got all the clout or the ones who be faking because they gotta live up to a certain persona that they create.
Well, absolutely. You gotta live up to that.
The celebrities. That's the celebrities is the football players and all them in high school. You know. You know what I'm saying?
Popular kids.
The popular kids that have to be a certain way all the time. That shit get exhausting.
That's why people commit suicide out of nowhere. That's why people jump out of buildings out of nowhere. That's why people blow their brains out of nowhere. I thought everything was great. I thought everything was fine. I thought everything was perfect. I would have never thought that would have happened. I'm going to tell you something right now. One of the most upsetting and still surprising suicides in the past 20 years is Robin Williams.
Oh, yeah, definitely. Hell yeah.
Nobody still understands that.
Nope.
Hell no.
Nope.
Nobody understands that. Even still. Clearly, he must have been in a lot of pain. How did nobody notice?
Exactly.
That's a fact.
I mean,
nobody.
All that cocaine usage, I mean, that's a sign right there.
Even Richard Pryor, it showed on Richard Pryor.
It did.
Yep.
Nobody saw any of that on Robin Williams.
That's true.
Nobody. And that's insane because he was actually a light in the game.
Yep.
Like he was actually on the positive end of creativity. Like, come on, man. Like, from Mork and Mindy to Mrs. Mom. I mean, he did do a couple of dark films, like he did the 1 Hour Photo. That was a little creepy.
Yeah, that joint was creepy.
Yeah, that was creepy. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And when I saw it for the first time, I said to myself, okay, there's more in there than laughter.
What Dreams May Come is where I really seen him shine.
Oh yeah. Especially that one. Especially that one. But you notice as he got older, he started tipping his toe in that water because up until that point, he hadn't done anything like that.
Yeah.
He wasn't doing no stuff like that. Maybe that was him. Maybe that was his outcry.
Right. You're right.
Except more of those darker roles because he wasn't really normally known for doing those dark roles like that.
Please, nowhere near it.
Yeah.
Nowhere near it. He was Mr. Feel Good. He was the guy in the original Jumanji.
He was Patch Adams. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
He was Flubber. You know what I'm saying? Flubber, Patch Ass, Mrs. Doubtfire.
Hook.
Hook,
Yeah.
exactly. Yeah, that's
I
true.
mean, the closest thing to a dramatic role that he had before that was Goodwill Hunting.
Yeah.
That was a
But
good movie.
even in that, he was an inspirational figure.
Yes, he was.
But then something happened. I don't know. Like I said, it even like it's still flabbergasting. It's still flabbergasting even after all this time he's been gone. It's just like, how did nobody know? You know? But see, celebrities are trained and they are beaten and they are broken and they are bred to maintain the image for the brand no matter what.
Exactly. And that's why Isaiah Washington said that he had to basically be drunk the whole time he was in Hollywood before they blacklisted him. He said the only way he could cope with Hollywood is basically being under like the influence of alcohol 24/7.
Hey,
24/7.
hey, listen to me. I get it. It was vodka martinis and Percocets for me.
There you go. You was in the industry, you understand. You was there.
I'm gonna tell you this right now. It starts to suck when you can't get on stage or can't go to an event without numbing yourself up so you don't pay attention to everything that's happening around you because you might not want to see or remember it.
Damn.
I wasn't lying when I said the things that I seen on tour buses. And being a woman and being an entertainer on tour buses with a bunch of dudes, yo, come on. Scary.
Damn.
Scary. There is absolutely no way you'll talk to anybody who will ever tell you that they saw me in anything less than a sweatsuit on a tour bus. I slept in a sweatsuit. Matter of fact, I don't think I even wore pajamas on a tour bus until I got to the point where I was booking my own bus. And then the only people that would be on my bus was me, my personal staff, my kids. You know what I mean? But up until that point, I ain't sleeping no night clothes. I ain't. I take off my clothes. I go into the bathroom, take off my clothes, and come back out with a sweatsuit on.
Wow.
With the drawstring tied tight.
Wow.
And even then, men still want to do dumb stuff like wait for a bump to come and then fall into your bump so they can grab your titties, so they can grab your ass. Oh, my bad.
That goes to show you the type of environment that the industry is. Like, and it's crazy. Like R. Kelly, Bill Cosby, they were the only ones that went down.
Like I said, Bill Cosby is an old man, and I believe he's experiencing some kind of Alzheimer's or dementia. But R. Kelly, he young. He on the old side of things, he young.
Yep.
I really can't imagine that he's not gonna flip.
Oh yeah, that's coming. That's coming.
It's got to, because it's not gonna be a good time in there for him.
Shit, it
It's
ain't
not.
now.
It's not gonna be a good time in there for him, and he might get a little tired that he's doing it all by himself. Because right now, anybody who was his accomplice, anybody who might have partaken in said indulgences and all of that stuff, he doing their time for them too.
I already know what's gonna happen. He gonna write a tell-all book. That shit gonna hit #1 bestsellers, and he gonna put a lot of niggas' names in there.
You think that's even gonna make it out there? But I mean, books like that.
He's gonna, yeah, I know, right?
Books like that, you already
I
know.
mean, but the thing is even from jail, everything that he would be talking about, it would all be his crimes, so he wouldn't be able to profit off of it.
Gotcha.
Like that's a law in the United States. You cannot write a book about the crimes you committed and profit.
But what happens if we do it in a way of
like making it like a fictional, like
making like
a fictional.
But if he
Yeah.
makes it a fictional, then that means he doesn't have to use real names. If he doesn't have to use real names, that gives prosecution absolutely no ability to prosecute anybody. I hear what you're saying.
Mhm.
Not saying that I disagree. But if they keep whooping his ass like they whooping his ass and doing the stuff that they doing to him in jail,
Mhm. Yeah, he gonna want out of there.
it just might be a lot easier to call the feds
Tell him I want to make a deal.
and say, I need you to take 15 years off of me.
Mhm.
I can't die in here. I can't live in here. Like, I got this person for you. I got this person for you. I got this person for you. What it'll get me.
But the thing is, if these people are that powerful, shit, the feds, they might be working with the feds, and the feds ain't gonna try to hear what R. Kelly got to say in the first place.
They ain't working with all the feds though. They ain't working with all
Maybe,
the feds.
maybe.
I don't know.
All you need
I don't know.
all you need is somebody young and ambitious who's trying to make a name for themselves in the bureau.
Oh, there you go. That'll do it.
That's all you need.
That'll do it.
And they don't give a shit about putting these old ass niggas away.
Not at all.
Cause they just replace them with other people that's doing the same shit.
Oh, absolutely. Listen to me.
Because at the end of the day, it's the masses' fault for giving the industry this power. Because they don't want to support independent artists. They only support what the mainstream put out there. You know what I mean? In this day and age, you got the resources to find independent artists. You know what I'm saying? Because with this internet and this social media, it's direct to consumer. Everything is direct to consumer now. Shit, that's how we're able to do what we're doing right now. Because it's direct to consumer.
Yes. Exactly.
So the masses have to wait. That's what I'm saying. Like you said earlier, with the gnat thing, with the gnat in the top. The top is raw. All people gotta do now is fly out. They don't get it. The masses do not get, and that's what this whole platform is about. We trying to tell all our subscribers that very thing that you said about the gnats in the jar. We're trying to tell them, like, yo, the prison doors are open. Nigga, get out. What the fuck what are y'all doing?
But see, like I said, if you've been trained to not hit that lid so you won't bump your head and you don't ever look up.
Sheesh.
Yeah.
Terrible.
We think the lid is still there.
Terrible.
And the lid is gone. And the lid is gone. But the fleas, I'm telling you, you just for shits and giggles, get yourself, if you should ever have the time, get yourself some fleas and train some fleas and watch it. It'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind. And then all you have to do is sit there and think about how that translates to the way we live.
I want to do some eventually, make it out.
No, I'm telling you.
Some might make it out if you put false light. If you put false light outside of it, and they probably be attracted to, those synthetic lights.
You would literally
some zappers and shit.
You would literally have to shake them out yourself.
Damn.
They literally will not stop jumping just shy of the lid.
That's crazy.
They've been programmed, see?
Mm-hmm.
That's the masses. That represents the masses right there, the gnats.
I gotta have this kind of car to be accepted. I gotta live in this neighborhood to be accepted. I gotta wear these kind of clothes to be accepted. I gotta have this. I gotta eat here. I gotta vacation there. I have to have this kind of bedding. My children have to wear these kinds of clothes. My ring, though it may be 10 carats, if it didn't come from Harry Winston, it really might as well have just come from J.C. Penney's. You see what I'm saying? They tell you, this is what you have to do. 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 And they throw it in your face all the time. They show you all the time. We got to get out of living our lives by the standards of people we've never met.
Right. That's right.
Like the standards in which we're living our lives are based around people we've never even fucking met.
Dang, that's what we talk about all the time on this show.
There are people sitting in rooms and all, but the thing is it all comes back to the money, because all of this stuff that they telling you got to do, all of this stuff they telling you got to be, all of this stuff they telling you got to have, it's all for the purpose of making someone else rich. You're killing yourself to pay for this life. And the people that are telling you got to live it never had to pay for a fucking thing. It all came to them.
Yep. They took over, they got all the resources.
But until we start getting really focused on creating our own resources and realizing that it's going to take time. This isn't something that's going to happen overnight. Shoot, it might have only took the Israelites a day or so to get out of Egypt, but it took them 40 some odd years to make it to where they was going, because they ain't had their head screwed on straight.
And most of them didn't even make it. Half of them got swallowed up by the ground and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they was busy running around arguing and complaining about what they ain't had and how they ain't had it and how it was. Listen to me. They escaped slavery and then started complaining that slavery was better than how they was rolling free.
And then started idol worshiping again with the golden ox.
Yeah.
Yep. Started idol worship.
Some of them niggas were saying, "Let's go back."
Yeah, some of them wanted to go back.
Some of them niggas wanted to go back. What's better than back there?
I'd rather be a slave than be free. Being free sucks.
What they said when we was in Egypt, when we was in slavery, we had pots of meat, shit like that.
Yeah. When we was in slavery, we had pots.
We had pots of meat.
Just like all of those slaves that Harriet Tubman tried to set free and said, "I ain't leaving."
Yeah.
This ain't nothing. See what I'm saying? It ain't nothing new.
Yeah, you're right. It's the same. Because those stories is that's told in the scriptures are mind states that live out throughout time period.
It keeps repeating.
Yeah, you can't look at it like it's history. You gotta look at it like, all right, this is the state of mind that humans is going through throughout all the ages.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I love that book.
Mm-hmm.
Because the truth is, that book is based on psychology. It is telling you the psychology of how the human mind and the human condition operates. It's like a manual for your car.
Yeah.
It tells you how everything is. It tells you what happened. It tells you how it's going to play out. There's absolutely no reason in the world why the shit that is happening now was in that book.
Yeah.
And people are always trying to invalidate it. Oh, they made it all up. They made it all up. Well, how the hell they make up some stuff that we still doing now?
Mm-hmm. They quick to say it's the white man's book or white folks.
Yeah. And Jesus Christ was white too, right?
You know what I'm saying?
Come on. People will say anything to deter from reality. And the truth is, being free takes a lot more work than being a slave.
Mm-hmm.
When you're a slave, you ain't got to think. When you're a slave, you ain't got to worry about where you live. You ain't got to worry about how you going to eat. You ain't got to worry about your clothes. Everything is already...
Check this out, Jag. That's the mindset of most of the celebrities. You know what I'm saying? They rather get that advance money and have a company do everything for them than go on the internet and be independent, like the shit that we doing now. Most artists don't even want to be independent. But then the thing is, another reason for that is because the regular general population don't support independent artists as much.
They don't see it. They don't even see it. Unless you create a presence online that stands on its own.
And that takes work. They don't want to put in the work. Like you said, they lazy. They want everybody. In slavery is easy. That's why. That's exactly what it is.
Don't it sound like jail?
Yeah.
Don't it sound like jail? Think about it. You go to jail, You ain't got to worry about how you gonna eat. You ain't got to worry about no clothes. You ain't got to worry about
Wow.
medical care. You ain't got to worry about no bed. You ain't got to worry about paying no light bill. You ain't got to worry about paying no bills.
You get medical in there and everything.
Yeah, and you get to watch TV. And you can go to the law library. You can get an education, and you can do a whole lot of stuff in jail.
See, that's why we created this platform right here, man. Like, that's why we created all, you know what I mean, all our products and stuff. We trying to get a whole community of people that's like-minded. You know, most of our products that we sell is from other black families. You know what I mean? We actually bringing the community together. You know what I mean? And actually promoting their products through this platform.
Yeah.
And that's basically the digital Tulsa. The
Yeah.
digital Tulsa.
Yeah.
You know what I
And
mean?
guess what? Slow and steady always wins the race.
Yep.
Yep.
It always wins the race.
Everything is groundwork. Like we ain't getting no endorsements and none of that.
Nope.
We don't no cosigns. None of that. Everything we're doing is just all, you know what I'm saying, it's all from just us just grinding every day and planting the seed and watering it every day. You know what I'm saying? And that's, I mean, they call it the long, we taking the long way. Or you know what I'm saying?
The organic way.
The organic way, yup.
Yeah, it's organic.
Well, I mean, bro, y'all know what y'all doing. Y'all know what y'all doing. Y'all don't need nobody to confirm that. You know it needs to be done. I just hope that people realize that as we're coming into these times, because we just getting started with the world off the chain. We just getting started.
Yeah.
The associations and the communities that you build now will be the ones that sustain you and carry you through when things really get crazy.
Right.
You know, I'm glad to call y'all neighbors. That's all I can say.
Appreciate that too. Definitely.
I'm glad to call you a neighbor. Because this is the community. Support.
Yeah.
Hold up. Defend. Protect. Advocate. Create. All of those things help build strong communities.
And you remember the messages in the songs back in the day, like Queen Latifah, you and I, T.Y., all that went to wet ass pussy. It went from you and I, T.Y., to wet ass pussy. Like,
and guess what?
It's wild, man.
And guess what? What is it worth? What is it worth? All of the stuff that they talk about. That's why when people ask me, am I a fan of any of these like young MCs? No, not really. This is all repeats to me.
Right.
I remember when people started talking crazy like that. You start talking about sex in a rap song, the first thing I'm going to think about is Lil' Kim.
Yeah.
Possibly Foxy Brown. Possibly Eve.
Yeah.
Possibly Eve. It's all been done. See, once again, it's all been done. Ain't nobody reinventing no wheel here. And for what?
Manufactured.
Please listen to me. Yeah. The last thing they want to hear anything about is unity. Listen to me, there's profit to be made in controversy. There's profit to be made in division. There's profit to be made. You know, people don't understand, even with class systems and stuff like that, and prejudice and segregation. There was money to be made in segregation. Think about it. Divided communities. Only this kind of people buy this kind of things in this kind of area, and then these kind of people do this in this area. But guess what? If you the fucking developer, you making money for this people, and you collecting all of that profit, as opposed to having open communities that you're creating, and other people are just no, all of it is set up.
Like I try to tell people, Coke and Pepsi is owned by the same shareholders, and it's the same content in the can. You know what I'm saying? It's the same content in the can, and they both
caramel coloring and high fructose corn syrup.
And they both owned by the same shareholders.
Listen to me. That would be like Mexicans selling you two different kinds of churros and trying to say that they different. This one's filled with caramel and this one's filled with pudding. But they have nothing to do with each other. It's completely like, come on. You be like, nigga, it's the same shit. It's the same shit. But see, two different companies. Next thing you know, boom. But like you said, they all share the same shareholders. So these people are making double the money.
There you go.
Off of the same thing. We got to get smarter than that. We got to get smarter than that. We got to get smart enough to know. You know what I mean? Like, but see, once again, they done dumbed down society so much. They done dumbed it down so much. The niggas is too tired to think now. Like, they just too tired to think.
That's true. That's absolute truth.
Unless it is spoon fed to them or handed to them in a manner in which they can grab it up in a good 15 to 25 seconds. Unless it comes like that, then it's just gonna be lost. You know, they done made people tired. People are not used to researching and searching things out for themselves, which is why, like I said, I found it so interesting that people were so compelled by everything that I was saying. I'm like, nigga, the shit is out there. People got mad at me because I told the young boy Storm Monroe how old Beyonce really was. That wasn't me. The picture was in Vibe magazine. The picture was dated in Vibe magazine. 1981, she looked like she was about 6 years old.
Wow.
You the oldest embryo I ever seen in my life. They did a whole expose on the Knowles family in Vibe magazine right when Beyonce was about to finally go solo. And it was a picture of her with her mom and with her dad, and he was standing next to the old Cadillac. And it says, a young Beyonce with family, 1981. But you was born in 81 though, right?
Wow.
Exactly. All right. They effed up.
But you look a good 6 years old. No, it's not that they effed up. It's a simple fact that Vibe magazine was a credible source in hip hop and journalism, period. And they vetted and they checked and they did it. They wouldn't have printed it in there if it wasn't real. The thing is, everybody knew that people are going to believe whatever the press release is.
Yeah.
No matter what they read, no matter what they saw. Like, I could sit up here and say, I'm 36 or 37 or 38 and get away with it. I could get away with it. I could definitely get away with saying that I'm only 40. But I'm not. I'm 45 years old. Why do I need to be younger to sell records? You want to know why? Because you want the people that you peddling this shit to feel like they have something in common with the person that they're using to peddle it.
Yeah. Yup.
Let's keep it a bean. It would sound a little strange if little 13-year-old girls and 12-year-old girls was following a 40-year-old woman.
That's true. Hell yeah.
That would look a little strange. Maybe her content is just a little too mature for this demographic. But now, you know what I mean? Nothing's too mature for anybody. 3-year-olds is watching porn. You know what I mean? They just, it's all out there. People is crazy out here. People is playing all kinds of stuff in front of, like, I don't even know how these little kids is going to make it. I honestly don't. Like, at 2-3 years old, they done seen everything.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Got their own cell phone.
They done heard everything.
What ass pussy? They done heard that song a
million
times
heard
at
it
a young
all.
age.
Yeah.
It's funny as shit because when Cardi B was online playing that song and the daughter walked in the room, she turned it off real quick and said, you can't. Well, bitch,
exactly.
Everybody else kids listen.
You won't let you, but you won't listen to me. Listen to me. I'll feed you slop all day long. Like, I know people who have McDonald's franchises, they own McDonald's franchises, and you know, they'll sell it to the entire public, but nobody in their family eats at them.
Nope. Same thing with the Chinese food. The corner store Chinese food. You realize they don't eat that shit?
No, they don't eat it.
They don't eat the shit that they serve us.
No,
they don't.
They don't eat that shit. So why do we eat it? Why do we eat it?
What you eat don't make them shit.
That's true.
You can lap it up. Put it in your mouth, ruin your body with it, get diabetes, get hypertension, have a heart attack. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your money. Thank you for your dollars. Don't forget to tell your grandchildren that we got a 2-for-1 special on wings and fries on Tuesday after school. Like,
you know what the new industry hustle is though?
What?
They pumping out all these podcasts, but they got the people on there talking about mindless shit.
Yeah.
That's the new hustle right there that the industry is doing. They give niggas millions and millions of dollars to sit up there to talk about nothing.
Isn't that amazing?
You eat ass? Yeah, I eat ass.
Yep, that's all that. Yeah, you eat ass. When the last time you got laid? I don't know. Maybe last week or so. Same bullshit.
Do you know?
Mindless.
Listen to me. And guess what? They got an audience that's watching it.
Yep.
And guess what they're doing? They're shoving a ton of ads in between all of the breaks, and then they're getting you to buy some more shit. Why they not? Listen to me.
Nothing to uplift the people or nothing. It's all just about eating ass, who you screwed last night, how you play with yourself, who you play with. Like it's the same bullshit. Like
if I hear another thing about sex, I'm going to become celibate.
Exactly.
Like, you ever had somebody just talk about something so much that you don't want to hear about it no more. You don't want to see about it no more. Like,
no. But like, shit, y'all doing enough for me out here.
But this is what's crazy to me. All the drugs that they're doing, all the stuff that they're doing, there's no way that your sex lives are as fulfilling as you're saying that they are. There's no way.
All that cocaine and all that, all that shit.
Because I know what cocaine does to men. It turn you into ziti. It'll turn you into a noodle. So, like, my whole thing is you sitting there listening to these people bragging about how they doing this and how they doing that and how they doing this. I'm not, listen to me. I ain't shooting no shots tonight because I could give you 4 names right now of celebrities that I can tell you suffer from this issue. And I mean suffer. Like, there's nothing worse than watching a grown man still trying to convince you 3 hours later, it's going to get hard. It's going to get hard. I'm telling you, it's going to happen. It's going to happen. And then they get frustrated and snort another line.
Oh, damn.
And then drink and say, man, maybe I just need to pop a Viagra. Listen to me. If you got to turn yourself into the reanimated man, we good, homie. We good. All these youngins out here snorting all this cocaine. Y'all ain't having the sex that y'all saying that y'all having. You can't. Or maybe you just pass out. You just pass out and you imagine and you dream that you did all of that. But y'all ain't doing all of the stuff that you saying that you're doing.
Especially on lean and perks.
Please. Listen to me. Who wants to have sex with it? Well, let me shut up because there are some people who are into necrophilia. But these people are essentially corpse. You just want to sit there and roll all over each other. And unless you want some kind of speed or some kind of ecstasy or something like that. And even that, I don't know. There's too many drugs for there to be any great sex going on. I tell you that right now. And like, I'll never forget being at a yacht party and I was walking, going to the back deck. I wanted to have a cigarette, mind my business, whatever the case may be. And, there was this random dude screwing this chick who came, out in the open on the deck. They just out there having sex. Just having sex, just out there in the open for everybody to see, for anybody to walk by. This stuff happens all the time at parties. And if it happened back in my day, I know it still happens now because these niggas have definitely less impulse control. But this chick was so wasted, she started throwing up. And I could see the alcohol. You could smell it. The alcohol and the pills that was coming out of her. And he ain't stopped. He didn't stop.
Dang.
He did not stop. And somebody said to him, man, did you see the mess she made? He was like, yeah. I was getting mine, though. I was getting mine.
Oh, hell no.
Then
that shit would have had me running to the door.
Hell yeah.
Then an hour or so later, the story changed. Man, I fucked the shit out of that bitch so hard I made her throw up.
Oh man.
This is the kind of stuff that was going on at these kind of private parties in the 90s and in the early 2000s. So I can only imagine the kind of stuff that's going on now.
Way worse.
But there's absolutely no way you can tell me that drugs and too much alcohol and all of that make for a very pleasurable experience. And all of these niggas that's out here on coke, I'm going to tell you something right now. I'd rather be a lesbian than have you rubbing that limp thing all up against me, giving me rug burns, trying to make something happen that ain't gonna happen. You might as well. I call them lesbians for real on the low. That's my little personal joke with them dudes who got the as they called it back in the day, coke dick. I called them amateur lesbians. Because all you doing is rubbing carpet. I promise you, all you doing is rubbing carpet. Rug for rug, unless everybody got a Brazilian wax or something, and then that's just raw skin and the sweat. Like either way, don't none of it sound like a good time. Just rubble and it's just.
Any last time you got laid? I remember the last time I got laid. That's all it is.
Yeah,
that's all it is out there, man. These goddamn podcasts.
I don't look. What's the point? What's the point in listening to you talk about a sex life that probably ain't real?
Right.
Like that part. That's the part that I don't be getting about people. You honestly believe all of the stuff that these people say?
Exactly.
You really think it's really going down like that? Really? Like, at least that's what I can say about pornography. It keeps them honest. You know what I mean? They actually got to show you that they can do all of these crazy things. Now it's just people making stuff up. People making stuff up. Just making
a lot of fairy tales and shit.
Yeah. And got people out here thinking that they have to compete with that. Something that ain't even real. But ain't that the point, though? Keeping up with the Kardashians.
Yep.
Keeping up with something that ain't real. I know a lot of people's feelings is hurt that Ray J started releasing the tapes. That's one thing that I will say that I am proud that Kanye did, that he had that meeting with Ray J and secured those materials.
Mm-hmm.
Shit, because Ray J said that didn't even happen for real like that, like the way they said it went down.
No, he showed the contracts.
Yeah, he showed them contracts. Yep.
The contracts that they signed before they filmed, and the agreement that they had for the films. They did more than one. They did more than one tape. Apparently, they were sent back to the drawing board.
Dang. And they had to re-edit them shits, and I don't want this. I don't like this first tape. Y'all gonna have to go shoot another one.
Oh yeah, man.
Allegedly, it was Kris Jenner. That said that it wasn't good enough. They needed to go back and do it again.
Yeah, that's what Ray J said, though. He did say that. Yeah. Yeah, Ray J actually said that.
So I'm like,
how disturbed do you have to be sitting there watching your child, you know what I mean, have sex with this dude, and you sitting there looking at it as far as the edited to put it out to the masses. Like, what in the hell type of industry they got going on over there with the Kardashians?
I'm gonna get paid by any means necessary. I mean, listen to me. These people have never done anything original because that wasn't their idea. They got that from Paris.
Yeah, you're right.
People keep forgetting Kim Kardashian, how she broke out onto the whole Hollywood scene. She was a personal assistant for Paris Hilton, and she did her closet for her. That's what Kim used to do before they got Dash and before Dash started doing well and all of that stuff. That's how they promoted Dash. So it's like she was around, watch. And it's so funny because Paris Hilton still tries to pretend like she know, like, I can't believe they released my tape. Well, if that's the case, revenge porn is real. There are statutes for that. Why have none of these people been arrested?
Yeah, exactly. That's true.
If your sex tape was leaked, especially considering the kind of money you come from, the kind of influence and the kind of power, why was no charges pressed against anybody? For that matter, since the Kardashians was running around saying that Ray J leaked the tape, why wasn't his ass? Why wasn't his black ass arrested?
Exactly. That nigga had the contracts. That's why them contracts were signed.
Yeah. Yeah. And he was thirsty enough to do it. That's why when I look at that whole situation, I'm like, the person that got burned the worst by the Kardashians is literally Ray J. Because in that scenario, he was the celebrity.
Yep.
He was the celebrity.
Dang.
It was the Ray J sex tape. Didn't nobody know who she was until after.
That's true.
And now they bigger than you. Yeah, you upset. Yeah, you mad. Yeah, you in your feelings. Yeah, your feelings are hurt. Yeah, you feel totally maligned. You should. He missed his call, and I'm telling you right now, he needs to they should do a remake of Boogie Nights, and they should make him, it should be an urban cast, and he should be the Black Dirk Diggler.
If I had one wish, yeah.
He can do the whole soundtrack. He might as well, because the truth is that's all he really is. The second that you agreed to do that tape, you agreed that you're a porn star. Like I would just
Jeremy.
Yeah, Ray Jeremy.
Ray Jeremy.
But now you want to come back after all of these years, after people done become billionaires and ain't trying to break you off of a donut. You made them technically. You made that family. Technically.
Yeah.
You was definitely the launch pad for success.
Then they mom still like 300,000 off of Ray J and them mom and shit. Like God dang.
Who listen to me?
It's still like
people can only do to you what you let them do.
Yep. She's basically swindled out that shit.
And if y'all got played plantation style in Hollywood, then that's on you. You don't play them games unless you gonna go all the way there with it. You know, which is why, like I've said on millions of occasions, I said no to a lot of things because I ain't fitting to play that game. Not only that, I ain't got the temperament for it.
Right.
I really don't. Because if I decided I was gonna go all balls out, straight down with the sickness, like if I decided that was the route that I was going to take, and somebody had tried to mess me over on that, and y'all would have seen me on the news.
Jaguar and killed such and such.
Yeah.
Like, dang.
Y'all would have seen me on, especially if no, and see, but this is the thing though. That's why people don't really understand when they see these artists unravel and they see these artists fall apart and they see these artists next thing you know, they're being arrested for this, they're being arrested for that. You don't know exactly how much happened behind the scenes before they got to that point.
Right.
before they got there. Probably a lot of things happened before they got to that point. Like you start hearing about former child actors and was shooting and did this or did that or got caught with this or tried to kill somebody. Those are people that got worked over by the game. And they had a reaction.
Right.
Like you can only be involved in insanity and craziness for but so long before it becomes a part of your thought process. Mm-hmm. So tell me something. If you in Hollywood and you or in any affluent area where entertainment runs things, like I mean, because it could be Miami for that matter. It could be, you know, Ibiza for that matter. It could be, you know what I mean? Anywhere where there's affluence and entertainment and shitloads of money. Imagine you in this whole little secret society network, because that's how it runs.
Yep, like a fraternity. Yep.
Mm-hmm. You done been to about 4 or 5 pool parties where people were drowned kind of by accident, but they was dead 10 minutes before they went into the water.
Right.
But they accidentally drowned. Seeing Hollywood producers grooming 12-year-old, 13-year-old, 14-year-old little girls who came with their older sisters who, you know, who are actresses. Like, to be around that kind of craziness and that kind of lawlessness for all of that time, after a while, you don't think like a normal person. Because all of this stuff is happening up underneath your face. Matter of fact, there could be a 13-year-old girl, you know, being sexually taken advantage of by a 60-some-odd-year-old man. The police will come into the party. Somebody will tell them, oh, yeah, everything is great. And they walk right out.
Yeah.
Like when you get used to seeing that, you stop thinking that the rules apply. Because you're sitting there living and consorting in environments where the rules don't apply until
it happens to you.
They cut you loose.
Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah.
Then the rules apply, my nigga. Then the rules apply.
Wow.
So it's people need to stop thinking that, you know what I mean, people just go crazy out of nowhere or just lost their minds out of nowhere. No. Systematic. You know, I almost feel bad about what I said about Ray J, because he might want to have he might really have wanted to jump.
Yeah.
Because you know what, he's one of those people that been around.
That's true.
Where the rules don't apply for many years. It just ain't working out for him like it worked out for some other people. Honestly, he might be one to watch. He might really snap soon.
Yeah, because you see him dyeing his hair all these different colors, and that's
look. I don't know about his hair, but for him to make the move that he made to release all the information about the Kardashians after all of this time, and he lives off the game, and they technically run it, or at least the sector in which he's, you know, most active. That whole reality TV branding world and all of this and all of that and all of this and all of that. I was very upset to see what happened with China's case.
Yeah.
So if that happened to her case, what you think they're gonna do to Ray J? Like, seriously. This nigga actually produced real receipts.
They could probably get all types of threats and shit from
you. I asked you that last interview about Ray J, whether you think that was for real or not when he was talking, because it could be a lot more going on behind the scenes than what we think, as far as that tape is going and the Kardashians and all that.
Him exposing that shit.
Yeah, it could be a lot more going on that we ain't seeing.
Well, the simple fact that he went to Kanye with it.
Yup.
That in itself, unless he had, I hope he had a parachute. I hope he had a parachute. I hope he had something set up for himself, because if not, that's why I said I might want to take back what I said about him faking it. He might have really been in his feelings.
Yeah.
He might have really been there, been that close. Because you can't go up against them. He can't go up against them. His family can't either.
No, they didn't let them get a little bit too strong.
And even though now, but like I said, it's just very interesting. All of that stuff pops out. All of that stuff happens. Brandy has a seizure, goes into the hospital, and I don't know, man. You can't go like,
Yeah, that was strange seeing Brandy just get a seizure out of nowhere and end up in the
Lamar,
hospital and shit.
Lamar Odom. I don't even know how Lamar Odom survived that family.
That's true.
Because he almost died like 8 times. And it ended up waking up in some kind of brothel somewhere. Nigga moved to China.
Right.
That nigga moved to China. Which is why I also thought it was weird when he started making jokes talking about how good old girl looked and talking about he want to get back. I'm like, oh.
Yeah. He want to get back with old what I call her, old
I don't know what was that about.
I listen to me. I don't know if he was saying it just to create a little waves, just to create a little something, or maybe he's saying, I want to come back home because I'm running short on cash.
That might be what it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what it is.
You know, it's people really don't get it. They don't get the nefariousness of all of these situations. They really don't understand like how man, these people are God-smacked.
Right.
But not by not by the true God. You know what I mean?
Exactly.
Like it's a whole nother thing. Like those women, I mean, you looking at two solid generations of manipulating.
Right.
I do not believe that Kris Jenner did not know that Bruce Jenner didn't want to be a woman. I think it was just a good look. He wasn't ready to come out, make a couple of babies. He's a bona fide. He's the bona fide weedy box.
Yep. And they end up giving him Woman of the Year over fucking what's her name, Serena Williams and shit.
Yeah.
Nigga, how do you get Woman of the Year over Serena Williams, nigga?
Listen to me.
Crazy.
They make it happen.
They make that shit happen, boy.
They make it happen and quickly removed his ass from their world.
Yeah.
You always wanted to be a woman. Now go, be free, be a woman.
That's Bruce.
Yo, listen to me. And that's why I was like, when I saw his documentary, her documentary, Caitlyn's documentary, God forbid I use the wrong pronoun.
Not mama named Bruce. I'm gonna call him Bruce.
But my thing is yeah, but Bruce is dead. Isn't that what they said? Bruce is dead.
Yeah, Bruce.
Mm-hmm.
So, but my thing is like, you wanted to become a woman for all of this time, but you kept hiding, until you found an environment where you felt safe enough to come out.
Yeah.
And that was them.
They encouraged it. You know what I'm saying?
That was them. You know what I mean? But listen to me. People can say what they want to say about Kanye. You saw the footage that I shared with you.
Yep.
You caught the whole him talking about how him and Reggie Bush and Ray J, how they was all stepbrothers.
Yep. Yeah, he said that's his stepbrother. I know. I'm like, nigga, that ain't your motherfucking brother, nigga.
Well, I mean, the thing is they done all played in the same places.
True.
He wasn't lying about that.
Damn, so they basically calling them that's they mama. They calling them the mama.
They stepbrothers.
Damn, calling Kim Kardashian mama. Damn.
Wow.
Them niggas is crazy over there.
You don't hear Reggie Bush talking about no Kardashians? Ever.
Hell no.
Ever. It's the manipulation for me. It's just all of the manipulation, all of the stuff that's going on. So I don't know. Maybe Ray J wasn't faking the funk when he was about to jump because, him against the Kardashians at this point just kind of reminds me of that scene from Rocky with Adrian. Yep. Have you seen the size of him? You can't win.
You can't win. I'm afraid. All right, admit it. I'm afraid.
Like seriously, it's like,
yo, you right though. They might be putting pressure on that Norwood family.
Listen to me. The only people that the Norwoods could possibly run to for aid is Clive Davis, and he ain't getting in that.
Nope, he don't want no problem with the bitches of Eastwood.
He ain't getting in that.
Ain't that nigga like 200 years old? The fuck?
Clive?
Like, yeah. Nigga like 200 years old.
He's made enough money to buy as many organs as he needs to keep flipping.
Dang, you're right about that.
He's a vampire from the underworld. Summon markets.
However old he is, he gonna be around as long as he want to be around. He got his little proteges, and he got his little boys, his little soldier boys. And I'm not talking about Soldier Boy. I'm talking about his soldier boys.
Yeah, exactly.
See, there was Soldier Boys before Soldier Boy.
Right.
So, it's gonna be what it's gonna be. I just like it, all of it just, it makes me sick. Like the homosexuality shaming and the gender shamings and the this and the that. You got gay men pretending to be straight to make women think that they like them so that they can sell an idea to a prestige, but they're doing all of this stuff with the gay men. But then people want to talk about gay rights, but they don't want to come out of the closet. But then they want to do this. And then if they want to blackmail somebody, then they just take pictures of them from their gay party and blackmail. Like it.
From the gay party.
The party. We call it the party.
But you feel what I'm saying? Like, what kind of gay people do that to each other? Like, I have gay friends. I know gay people.
But you got, that's the difference, Jack. That's what we say on the panel.
Yeah.
Hollywood industry gays is different from regular day-to-day gay people. They're not with the Hollywood agenda shit. That's a whole different type of gay over there.
But this is my thing.
You know what I'm saying?
It should offend gay people.
No, a lot of them do though. A lot of them don't like them. A lot of them don't like that Hollywood agenda shit they be doing.
It should offend them because it's like, yo, man, you making a mockery out of my lifestyle.
Shit, where Bree V at? Bree V still in here? She'll tell you. She's a lesbian. She don't fuck with none of that Hollywood shit.
You making a mockery out of my lifestyle. You making us all look like we a bunch of pedophiles and weirdos and sex abusers. Exactly. Like, well, you really.
They made a mockery out of the whole black community, and we living up to the stereotypes.
Oh, Lord Jesus, please.
True.
The simple fact that I'm gonna get you sucker looks familiar in reality.
It damn sure do. It damn sure do. Hell yeah.
Get baby girl home and she pop off everything. Don't make me hop after you.
I know, right?
Ain't nothing real on her.
That's a fact.
You know what I mean? So it's just like, I don't know. To me, it's super crazy. And that's why when I see, and even the people that have come out in the industry who are now coming out as gay, even still, it's still some weird. It's not.
It is weird. It is weird looking. It's weird. It's weird. It's fucking weird.
No, because it's like they want to take it. They like to. It's like whatever gay is, they want to take it and turn it into a parody.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, okay, I'm gay. Let's turn it into a cartoon.
Right.
Let's see how extreme we can make it look. Let's see how crazy we can make it look. And it's like, that's not that's not a representation of the gay community.
Yeah,
And
like
it's
somebody said, like Lil Nas X. Yeah, he gay for pay and shit.
listen to me. The last thing that I know about Little Nas X is that he said being gay wasn't fun anymore. He missed girls.
Yup.
Damn.
Yup. You remember he tweeted that shit?
Being gay isn't fun anymore. I miss girls.
Basically, let you know all the shit is scripted anyway.
Right.
And
So
he'd go that far, like you said, gay for pay.
like it's over the top. It's disrespectful because see, the mass public sees that as the standard for gay, and then they take that and they impose all of that on everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
For the people that's really living it. You know, but then again, we, like you said, we've had all kinds of fake crazy in the Black communities, and we just rock and roll with it. We rock and roll with it. I don't get it. I don't understand it. I don't know why, but man. Well, fellas, it's been a pleasure. You know, I'm gonna say this, and then I'm gonna go because I gotta get some dinner. But man, it's good to talk to y'all. It's good to talk to you. It's been a minute. It's been a minute. And people can say what they want to say about me choosing to have conversations with certain people. It's because I think people do have a lot of questions about why I walked away. And that's something that I got to take my time and unpack. That's not something that can just be unpacked overnight.
That's true.
It's not. And you know, whatever, like my conversations with y'all and my conversations with y'all, my conversations with someone else on YouTube, those are my conversations with someone else. Like I actually spent the time to actually build real relationships with the people on YouTube that I bang with. So, and all of those people that supported me from one channel to the next, they all have a right to hear it from me. Mm-hmm. Not to hear the rumors and the thumbnails about what I was or where I was. They deserve to hear it from me. And I think we need to get, for me, I need to get that cleared up before I can even think about moving further and doing anything else. Because I need people to have a full understanding of what this life that I've chosen to live is really all about. You know, there's no point in time where I sit and have these conversations with you where it doesn't cross my mind later on that night. All right, you know what? Yeah, I need to drive this way this week.
Right.
You know what I mean? Just in case. I need to make sure I do this. All of this comes with a price for me. It all comes with a price. It all comes with a price, but
the truth ain't popular, man. I tell you that the truth is not popular.
No, but it is free.
Mm-hmm.
It is free. It's free for all to have, and it's free for all to tell. You know? So I got it because I wasn't even expecting, honestly, I wasn't even expecting to pop my head out this soon. But when I started seeing the death threats and people talking about the threatening me, I'm like, all right, yeah, they got to hear it from me.
Right.
Ain't nothing new. They've been threatening to kill me they was threatening to kill me long before they started threatening to kill me. I tell you that. It's just different now because, you know, once your face gets plastered onto every thumbnail that you can think of, and it just makes you more accessible. Like with social media and all that stuff now, it just makes you more accessible.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Like there's 3 show offers that came to me, and I haven't accepted or I haven't rejected yet because I'm busy looking at where the venue is, what kind of security I'm going to need, what kind of neighborhoods are in the area. Are there any gangs that operate in that neighborhood? You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, exactly.
I now have to think about all of that, honestly, before I can even accept a gig.
Right. You gotta move
And
different out here.
some people would say, well, then why would you say it? Then why would you say it? Then why would you do it? Because it's the right thing to fucking do.
Mm-hmm.
That's why. You know, Frank Wills, maybe that's a name that some people need to take some time to try to remember. All Frank Wills did was his job. He didn't know that he was exposing Watergate and by de facto the presidency. He didn't know.
True.
He didn't even know. He just did the right thing. He was doing his job and he did the right thing. And he died in obscurity. You know, it's.
Now, who is anybody to question what's on the person's mind and the heart and what they feel like they need to you know what I'm saying, put out into the world from their conscience. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, please, there's plenty of people to say. There's plenty of people to say, but I'm gonna tell you something right now. When I read the emails, and I gotta go back and look at the new emails that came in because I've been getting a bunch of emails from people that have been reaching out to me because I called for any survivors who want to talk and have their story because I want to start documenting these conversations with anybody who's willing to, because people really don't believe that this shit is this. But if there are any artists that are brave enough, if there are any artists that actually want to have that conversation about what their experience in the industry has done to them, what's happened to them, this is information that people need to know.
Mm-hmm.
People need to know. I'll be willing to have that conversation with you. If you're willing to be as brave as me and sit and do it with me on camera, I will have that conversation with you and I will make sure that it reaches as many people as it needs to reach, because there's so many people, man. I'm reading through these emails. There was this one email that I got, and the person was talking about how they've been living off the grid for the past 5 years because they crossed paths and disagreed with the wrong executive in Los Angeles.
Wow.
Dang.
And guess what? This is a person that didn't make it as far as I made it. This is a person that didn't get the record deal. This is a person that didn't get the tours. This is a person that didn't get the magazine covers. This is a person that didn't get the money or the endorsements or the Coca-Cola commercial. This is a person who was trying to get there and just happened to be at the wrong place at the wrong time.
Dang.
And they've been living off the grid, and I understand exactly why, especially considering some of the things that they were telling me. You know, if anybody is qualified to bring these conversations to life and to light, I would have to say it would be me.
Mm-hmm.
But by no means or by no way is any of this going to be easy for anybody involved. It's just making sure things are done the right way. But these people have the right to tell their story, especially the ones who didn't make it, especially the ones who got shitted on by the game and didn't even get to benefit.
Right.
Like, if anybody deserves to tell their story, it's those people, because those are the stories that the kids really need to hear.
Mm-hmm.
This is
people
what they went through, and they didn't even make it.
People that experienced it firsthand.
Damn.
That's true.
And they didn't even make it. They was there. This happened to them, and they got passed over. And just got left with all of the crazy. You know, so it's...
Yeah, that's definitely yeah, your platform. Yeah, that's your platform. Jag, smart people that come along like that, that's either trying to figure out figure a way out, or people that, you know, that experience things firsthand. That's your platform right there.
Those people deserve to be heard. If everybody in that surviving R. Kelly deserved to be heard, these people definitely deserve to be heard.
Exactly.
Like, that's the problem that I have with like a lot of these, you know, like the Me Too and all of this and all of that, because there's so many people that y'all left out.
Mm-hmm.
There's so many people that y'all did not represent. Y'all worried about the things that fit the narrative of the story you were trying to tell. And it was R. Kelly is evil, R. Kelly is bad. And in that, you covered all the bases kind of to a certain extent, because honestly, I'll still say it now, even watching it. I could tell you that there was 2-3 people up there talking about how they couldn't believe what he was doing. I'm like, that's bullshit, because I seen you with this nigga when he had a 14-year-old girl in the studio.
All right.
They only created that Me Too shit just to have a way to get niggas off the top that they don't want on top anymore.
I mean, yeah, but the thing is you sit there and you use a platform that truly needs to be policed, like for real.
Mm-hmm.
There's more than R. Kelly out there, and y'all know it.
Hell yeah. Hell yeah. You know, a lot of them going to start getting exposed. You know, it's coming. Watch, you're going to start seeing a lot of niggas' names in them headlines.
Like I said, Me Too missed who? Missed a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
Missed a lot of people, and especially the survivors. There's so many people that they missed.
Especially all the niggas Weinstein effed up in the industry. He
Well, I mean,
a lot of people in that industry, boy.
Between Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and then everything that goes in between.
Yeah.
And everything that goes in between. I mean, people really, so many, I've seen young women, and I've gone to shelters and I've talked to women and I've talked to girls. Certain things happen to them and it changes them. It changes the way they see themselves. It changes the way they see the world. It changes the way they see life. And then the next thing you know, they're getting arrested. And now they got a criminal record. And like, people really don't take into account the weight that comes along with being victimized.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess I'm so passionate about it because of myself, because of my own personal story. Did I ever got in the game? No. There was one situation where I could go as far as saying I was date raped, but that situation, I made peace with that a long time ago. And the particular party involved, they was just as big a victim as I was, because they was put in that room to do that to me.
Dang.
Like, there's nothing worse than sitting down with someone who has victimized you in a way, and you talk with them just to find out that they was being manipulated and victimized just as bad as you.
That's crazy.
Like, let me set the stage for you. I see this individual 2 months after the incident happened. I decided not to report it to the police because the truth is I was drunk. The truth is I was on my painkillers. The truth is I put myself in that situation, and that's how I felt, even though I was still a victim. But I bumped into this particular individual a couple months later and was like, yo, we need to talk. And it was at a studio. And we went into, the break room and we spoke. And I'm like, yo, you know what happened that night, right? And this person said to me, yeah. And I'm like, this is fucked up, because we was cool. We was friends. I would have never thought that I wouldn't have been able to trust myself in a vulnerable state around you. I would have never thought that.
Dang.
And now, now of course my mind is different because of what happened that night. And this person said to me, I didn't want to do it.
Wow.
But I didn't give them the tape.
What?
And I'm like, huh? They had a tape in that room, Jag. This is what this person said. They had a tape in that room. And I was on the hook. I was on the hook for some money. Everybody knew you was drinking that night. Everybody knew you was on painkillers because of your back with the Percocets. Everybody knew. You know, you don't lie about who you are. You keep it all the way it be. He was like, but I felt fucked up because because you trusted me.
Dang.
But I was on the hook. But I didn't give him the tape though. And I said to this motherfucker, how can I believe that? And he said, because you're going to meet up with me next week when we get back down the way, and I'm going to bring it to you.
That's wicked.
Wow. That's crazy as shit.
That's wicked.
I burned that tape in the fireplace, and I toasted it with a bottle of wine.
Dang.
How fucked up is that? And this was as a recording artist who had already made it. This was after my Coca-Cola commercial. This was after the What Ifs with the baby, with the baby bump video. This was after that. Like, this particular individual was someone that I considered a friend. I allowed myself to let my guard down because this person was someone I was cool with.
So was this person in the industry?
Yeah.
Okay.
This person was a rapper. And at that time, one of the hottest on the street. People don't want to hear those stories.
Dang.
But they need to hear those stories.
Because it's still people trying to get in that industry, and there's still people within that industry or just got in.
This person was on the hook for $100K. And the only way they was going to clear the debt was by doing what needed to be done. And that was getting me in that situation. But didn't turn over the tape. Ended up having to find another way to pay off that debt. That person could not go through with it. They went through with what they did, but they just couldn't go through with turning over the tape.
Right.
That was to have something on me, to control me. That's how they play. I'm sitting here drinking with my friends, and I'm tired after being out hanging out all night. I pop a pain pill. I'm having me a couple of drinks. I go to sleep. I wake up, and everybody naked. I wasn't naked when I went to sleep.
Oh, hell
That's
no.
crazy.
Hell no.
And I'm sitting here saying, yo, what the hell happened? But I will say that person did bring me the tape. And that's why I never pressed charges. We settled it.
Mm-hmm.
Because me pressing charges against that person at that time would have only opened the door for them to come after that other person that time. And if that person was willing to go through all of that just to get some dirt on me to be able to have control of me, who knows how that whole thing could have went.
So you know who put them up to it?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, damn. And this person is still out there in the industry.
Oh, yeah.
Sheesh.
With many promotions since then. Much higher up than where they were when that took place.
Basically letting y'all all know what's out there in that industry, man. That's all that's out there.
I don't think I've ever shared that story with anybody. I don't think I've ever shared that story on my own page. It's dangerous, man. It's dangerous.
And you know what? I always tell people on the jobs, like, Hollywood is set up like a fraternity, and the new people that come in got to go through the hazing phase.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Or just the people who don't cooperate the way they want them to.
Right.
But to take friendships and exploit them for gain and control is the very definition in my book of evil.
That's wicked. That's wickedness. Hell yeah, at its core.
That's period. So, if that's what people are willing to do just to get blackmail information on you. And see, this is the thing that really I can't drive it home enough. I am not the only artist that these things have happened to.
So I'm brave enough to speak out.
If I'm sitting here saying this to you, I can guarantee you for every me that does speak up, there's 40 that won't. But it's not necessary for me to speak.
Somebody gotta do it.
It's not necessary for me to tell that story. Listen to me. There was another individual that had been in my life the early part of my career. And Goomba was there. We went to a spiritual retreat. And one of the people that had participated towards the end of the day, turns out this person had aspired and had a career in the music industry and was looking to become signed and become an artist. But they came in contact with someone that I knew that used to be my handler when I was a girl. And I knew that this person was a compromised person. And I knew that this person made a lot of bad decisions. And I knew this person was a philanderer. And I knew this person crossed the line from time to time with underage girls. Because he, you know what I mean? I wouldn't let him, but then he couldn't because of who he was watching me for. See? He wasn't really allowed to put his hands on me. But I got to finally hear what he did to women that he put his hands on. Because I met her. Now, this is 35, almost 40 years later. And when she said to me, you know that scar on his face? And I'm like, yeah, he said he was, because the story that was told to me was that he was having sex with some married woman and her husband came in and it all, and that scar on his face came from, was it the dog? The dog attacked him and he had to run out of the house. That's the story that he told me about the scar on his face. I find out almost 40 years later that scar was put there by the woman that was scratching him up off of her and fighting him up off of her because he was trying to rape her. And she was an artist that he was looking after. And this was when she was young.
Wow.
And I lied to you not. My husband is sitting there looking at me because and it was really crazy how it all happened because we were talking about the industry and she was like, I see that you're very involved in, exposing the truth and blah, 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 blah. And if you and if y'all need any help from us, yada, yada, yada. And she was like, I had my experiences with the industry too. And I said to her, girl, you never had to worry about being involved with so-and-so. Dang. And I'm telling you, the second that I said this man's name, I watched her face. My husband watched her face and she was like, that nigga tried to rape me. And I made sure he never forgot. I made sure he understood that no means no. I scraped his face. And when she told me the whole situation, and I'm sitting there, I'm thinking about him, and I'm thinking about him. I'm thinking about the scar on his face and this bogus ass story that he told me about a dog and sleeping with some man's wife and having to run out of the house. Like, you even turn yourself as some kind of superhero in the middle of all of that shit, when the truth is you were a shit-eating rapist who was trying to rape a young girl who was just trying to get her career. She was away from home. She was put in your trust. She was put in your care. She ended up, what, isn't she in law enforcement? That woman?
Dang. Wow.
I know she in the kung fu. I know she go hard to the paint. Like she said, it was that situation that made her get into, no, I don't remember what she does, but yeah, she's a bodyguard. Well, I'm okay. So personal security. But anyway, it was that situation for her that took her into her career path.
Damn.
Wow. And niggas still want to get in that industry.
Exactly.
That
bad. That don't sound like an industry anybody should be aspiring to get in.
I'm just saying, do you know how crappy that made me feel? Because I knew that this person was a borderline scumbag. But see, I was safe because he couldn't touch me because of who he was watching me for. But see, look at what he did with somebody that didn't. I even knew it's like I said, it's bullshit. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. These people want to sit here and pretend like they don't know that there are people, there are predators running around, running wild, and for every celebrity that's doing it, you got 10, 15 people that work under that celebrity that are doing it just as much.
Because it was done to them.
I'm telling you, it's insane. Like these so-called collaborators and these hanger-oners that hang around, but birds of a feather flock together. Maybe predators get predators so that they can vet victims for them. You know what I mean? Like,
Wow.
If people really knew, and that's why when people start talking about, oh, you gossiping, oh, you saying this, oh, you saying that, whatever. When I hear anybody take what I say and refer to it as gossip, I instantly see that person as a detractor.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
I instantly see that person as somebody that's trying to shame me or scare me out of. I'm not saying that that's what the dude was doing. I'm not putting nothing on him. I'm just saying when I hear people say that, that's what I take away from it.
Mm-hmm.
Like what you're really afraid of is
mm-hmm.
how many other people were going to speak up. See, what they really don't want is for people like me to get their hands on talking to young people and scaring them off of wanting to be famous. The industry counts on hundreds of thousands and now millions of young kids, all thanks to social media, who desperately want to make it, who desperately want to be on, who desperately want to be the next one.
And they do anything to get it. Anything.
Yeah.
And you notice that the internet made these predators in the industry, these people is more accessible now. You see how the internet made these people more. The internet basically confined everybody to one thing, and now they can seek out whoever they want to seek out by the speed of, by the click of a button.
Mm-hmm.
Listen to me, bro. Hunting grounds.
Mm-hmm.
Hunting grounds. I saw my husband was showing me something on some social media, and it was a post of this little girl. She had to be like 4 or 5 years old. but she out of nowhere jumps up and jumps up on the table and then turns her butt towards the camera and then starts twerking.
Wow.
It's a 4 or 5-year-old girl.
See? And mama think that shit cute. Ah, look at my baby.
Uh-huh.
Now, this is the thing. This goes to show you. My husband was like, oh, no, she need to be beat. Somebody need to snatch her down and beat her butt. And I looked at him and I said to him, the person that should be doing that is the person that's filming her.
Mm-hmm.
The person that's supposed to be saying, don't do that. Don't act too grown. Don't do this. Don't do that. That's the person that's filming her and the person that posted it.
See?
And he was like, oh, shit, I ain't think about it like that. I'm like, yeah, most people don't. And the thing that person, that adult who sat there filming that child twerking and putting it up on a public feed, you ain't paying attention to how many fucking perverts are watching that. You ain't paying attention to how many perverts are scrolling. You ain't paying attention to how many perverts who are looking for pin drops or location marks.
Exactly.
You ain't thinking about that. Listen to me. This whole internet era is a pedophile's wet dream.
Yep.
It's crazy.
All that inappropriate shit. And guess what? He's sitting there, as long as he hasn't been convicted and lost the right to use electronic devices, he's sitting there on his phone watching your kid. And then guess what he do? He goes on the post and then he sees if you added a location. And then he pulls up the location and he looks at it on the map. See whereabouts you are. And then they share that with their friends on the dark web.
Mm-hmm.
I found a cutie in your area.
Damn.
You see the internet, you see the percentage of missing children.
See how quick that happened?
The statistics of that is up ever since the internet, and they been able to turn on these locations and all that. Children been popping up.
But the thing is, that's crazy because you could use that same location. I mean, that same device to find out where the person was taken. So who's really behind this shit? Because it's a camera everywhere. There's traffic cameras everywhere. There's Ring doorbells. Every damn, you know what I mean? Just think about that.
That's true.
And the police have access to all of that shit.
Which is why
the NSA, specifically the NSA, you know what I mean? NSA first. Then you got the FBI and then the local police. All of them have access to all of this shit.
And yet, children keep coming up missing.
Exactly. So who's behind it? Makes you wonder.
And yet, listen to me, all of this stuff is a disaster. It's all a nightmare. For every blessing that all of this internet connectivity has created, it also created every curse.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that can be used for good can be used for evil.
Double-edged sword. Mm-hmm. Yep.
It's a double-edged sword. So we need to ask ourselves, are we being smart? Are we protecting ourselves? Are we protecting our communities? Like, parents need to start talking to each other again. Parents don't really talk to each other. They say hi on social media posts.
And walk past each other in the street. Ain't that some weird shit?
Listen to me. Joe is hell online. Barely speak to you in public.
Yep, you walk past, like, damn, hold on. They'll walk past each other in public and then get online, but like, yeah, girl, I just seen you at the store.
But you ain't stop and say hi.
That's weird. That's weird.
What type of shit is that?
That's today. That's the 21st century.
Oh my goodness.
That's what it is, people.
Because we've been conditioned to put everything online because that's where everything is monitored, traced, tracked. So they conditioning the people to not interact. That's what the whole COVID shutdown was about also. It's training the masses to not interact with each other out in public, but only through the internet. So, because everything you funnel through that internet is tracked, traced, chipped. and everything
Yeah.
else.
And not only that, file, everything goes into your file on the
Oh,
back
listen to
channel.
me.
The back
I would
channel, all this shit.
I would love to see what my profile looks like.
Shit, mine too. Ever since I came on the goddamn internet,
I
they
would
got
love to see how they got me profiled. Because it is, they're monitoring everything. They're monitoring our habits. They're monitoring the things that we talk about. That's why sometimes just on a random, I will totally and completely change my online engagement. Completely. Because I know how it works. I understand how it works. And you would think with all the documentaries that they have out here about how this works and the dangers behind it, like for instance, if you don't get on your social media site of choice or whatever it is, within 6 hours, if your account isn't active, they start sending you alerts. Somebody close is online. Somebody that you know is online. A friend is online. They send these notifications out just to get you to re-engage with the app.
Yeah.
And if that doesn't work, when I saw how they'll go through and look at your relationships and people that you've been romantically linked to online, and if you stay off social media for a couple of days, they'll throw something up of your ex, a notification that your ex posted.
Right.
And think about how crazy the contact tracing shit can get.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
The contact tracing, and then you know what I mean, they got a profile of everybody you've been in contact with outside. You know what I mean? That
When
goes into your profile.
when Facebook started with the people you may know.
Yep.
You want to know what I did? You want to know the first thing I did? I ain't even gonna lie. I ducked. I was on the computer on Facebook and it said people you may know. How the hell they put me with that? I ducked. Like, you shouldn't know that I know this person or have known this person. The thing that would trip me out was when they start saying people you may know that you haven't personally seen in 10 years or plus.
Right.
Y'all ain't guessing. Don't put up people you may know. Motherfucker, you know I know this person. That's why you put them up.
That's why you reference them to. Yep.
They
It's
say
it's the AI going through all the data and basically could make it connecting the dots.
They say you may know. They say that for you to make you feel comfortable.
Yep.
To understand how this AI work in depth, watch that show called Person of Interest. Persons of Interest tells you exactly how the AI operates, and then you'll understand how they know everybody you know.
Bruh. So what does that do for children who have grown up online? They know everything about you. They know everything about. They know you through your developmental years. They know you through your preteen years. They know you through your teenage years. They literally probably know you better than you know yourself.
Yep, because the AI study and all that shit, and it keeps all the data.
Like,
when
I
you
feel
first
the worst.
sign online. Yep.
I feel the worst for the children who grew up in the millennium, in the time of the new millennium and all of that, in the millennial era, because any of these kids who have been online starting at MySpace from the early 2000s all the way up to now, they got your asses figured out. They got you cold.
Yep.
They know exactly which ads to send you. They know exactly which notifications to send you. And guess what? If shit pop off and go haywire, they know exactly what they got to send to you and exactly how to get you to go here or to go there or to be here or to be there.
They can calculate your moves before you even fucking make them.
Well, yeah.
That's
they
how
got the patterns.
Yep, patterns.
They got the patterns and you gave it to them for free. We
guess what? It's nothing new. Just think about it. We just said earlier that the Bible does the same thing. It knows exactly what we're going to do. We read every day of the human psychology.
Ain't that funny how the Bible was the first AI?
There you go.
Yep. Damn.
There you go.
Wow.
Jesus is the first star to ever go viral.
That's true. You're right. Damn.
Jesus is the first celebrity to ever go viral.
Mm-hmm.
Yup.
Nothing new under the sun.
Mm-mm.
But I'm just saying, I mean, when you really think about this and when you look at it, when you look at social media, we have no one to blame but ourselves.
Yeah, that's true. We all partakers of this shit.
We have no one to blame but ourselves. We got online and we did it. We was gung ho. We was jolly. I get to see all of my friends without having to see all of my friends. I get to know everything that's going on in your life without having to hear you cry about it and whine about it all night on the phone.
Yup.
I get to be in your life and not be in your life. We were all so hyped on that. And especially in entertainment, because it became a marketing and a networking tool.
Yup.
There are plenty of entertainers who never would have met if not for sliding a DM or a post or this or that.
That's a fact.
So it just made connection so much easier to do. But what we never asked ourselves was, why were we so quick to make all of these motherfuckers billionaires and didn't ask for our cut for creating it for them? They might have created the tech, but we fueled the engines.
Mm-hmm.
Every motherfucker that feels as though they got to get up first thing in the morning and post something on Facebook, you're working for Facebook. Think about it. They didn't have to run ads before. They never had to run marketing campaigns. We did it for them.
They're making trillions of dollars off of us. The data, all the data they collecting from us, so they can tweak their algorithms and make more money off of us.
Please,
and
man.
control our lives.
And they did it with our permission. And now it has become
the masses.
It has now become so much a part of our lives. Our children don't know how to exist without it.
Mm-hmm.
Which means whatever goes in that little box, your kid will believe. Whatever goes in that little box, your kid will absorb. Matter of fact, that kid will trust that little box more than they trust anything that you say. Because it came out the little box.
That's true.
It came out the little box. Anything you want to know, Google it. Google it. You got professionals Googling shit for their job that they ain't bothered to learn.
Mm-hmm.
Google it. Google it. Google it. Has anybody ever asked the question, what happens when people start putting false information in the Google search reel?
All right.
Because people trust it implicitly. What happens if people upload lies? Like, remember what I said? What if social media existed when Hitler was alive?
All right.
Imagine how easy it would have been to get Jews to go to those concentration camps and to go into those gas chambers if they had social media and the algorithms back then.
They'll be tracked and traced.
No, all they would have had to say is free locker.
Oh,
free locker.
Yup.
Go here.
I'm at this location. Yup.
They wouldn't even need the troops to round people up.
Nope.
No, they just tell them that it's a free Beyonce concert going in one of the concentration camps. She'll run out the back and they all run in. They lock the doors. They lock Beyonce close and lock the door behind herself, and then they just turn the gas on.
See what I'm saying? It's too much. It's
sort
of
like
much.
what happened at the Travis Scott concert.
Ooh,
perfect example.
Ooh.
Wow, perfect example.
You know, I wasn't really online. The only thing that I posted during the Astro World, because it's been almost it'll be a year.
Right.
It's coming up to a year on that. And the reason why I posted was because the little boy that died was from Dallas, and he actually went to the church that my husband is a member of. And they had the funeral there. And when I was listening to his dad and talking about how he was a Travis Scott fan and they got turned on to Travis Scott's music because the music was in Fortnite, in the video game that they played.
Wow.
And the little boy used to put on the Travis skin, because apparently he had his own skin that you could pretend to be him or whatever. And so, that's how the boy got turned on to Travis Scott. So, I kept up with that part because I'm like, everybody that's from this area needs to support that family, because that was just, it was, of all of the stories that I heard, that was one of the worst.
Yeah.
Because he was up on his dad's shoulder, but his dad got overtaken. And when his dad went down, the boy went down.
That's funny you said that, because I seen article today that just came out today that he settled with one of the families out of court.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's going to continue to happen, and quieter and quieter and quieter, because the truth is, up until Honeycomb said, it's okay, Travis is safe.
Yeah.
Everything's
Why
back
why
to
does that even
normal
matter
now.
to you? Why does that even matter to you? That he's not even your fucking artist.
Exactly. Oh yeah, he's this fucking artist, all right.
So what relevance do you have in that conversation? And I'm like, wow, you really trying to step into this Godfather role heavy, ain't you?
Right. Well,
Like
nobody even really want him there.
you really trying to say, yeah, but there's enough people that keep him there.
True, because they scared. People act like they like Diddy, and there's a lot of motherfuckers that don't like that nigga in the industry.
Some of them do.
Dang.
Some of them do.
You think some of them just? Well, you think most of them do, or just some of them just act like they do because they
He
have to
sip
play
rose.
that part?
That nigga sip rose. That's all I'm gonna say about that.
Dang.
Like, come on.
And he eat French toast cereal, Frenchie.
Exactly. And some of them are DJs.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Fried breakfast cereal. God did. You ain't believing us.
Do you want to know what? Do you want to know what I want to know? How you do a whole project called God Did, but you don't talk about God.
Not one bit.
Not one time. Not one time did you talk about God. And just because niggas say that they believe in God, I need people to be a little bit more specific about the God that they believe in. Like, can we just get a little bit more specific about that? Because just because you say you believe in God, that don't mean you believe in the God that I believe in. I'm Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and all of that's me. What God do you serve? Because some people call Lucifer God too. Some people worship all kinds of things. Just because you say God don't mean that, people like throwing it out there because they know it works. They know it works. Do you remember that movie, Denzel Washington, and the Bible, and Mila Kunis was in it, and
Just the Book of Eli.
the Book of Eli.
Yeah, Book of Eli. Yep.
And remember when Gary Oldman's character, and it was like, man, we bring you.
Your mic, Jack. Something happened to your mic again. Yep.
Yep. You went back.
Every time I get real.
You went back into the under the sea. Let me see something. Matter of fact, yeah, she went back out and come. Okay, she probably went back out. Yeah, because she was about to go in.
She was about to go in, and all of a sudden something happened with her mic.
There you go. Is she back? You let her in?
Yeah.
There you go.
How am I working now?
Yeah, you good. You good. Yep.
But he was talking about, the one dude was like, you got us out here looking for this book. Can't nobody find this book. I don't even think this book exists. I bring you books all the time. What's so special about this book? He said, it's the words. You don't understand. I need the words in the book, because if I can just if I tell the people already listen to you. He said, yeah, but you don't understand what this book do. They'll come from all over.
Yep, exactly.
They'll do whatever I tell them as long as I say it came from the book. See, evil knows the power of the word. So why wouldn't evil try to distort it? Smart play.
Right.
It's a very smart play.
Joke on him, he couldn't read the book anyway because the shit ended up being in Braille.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yep, and only one could. Yep.
And he pissed off the only bitch that could read it.
That's true. Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Remember that part?
Yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and watch that shit again.
He pissed off the only bitch that, and it was his bitch.
Yep.
But he had abused her and treated her so nasty. She says, "Yeah, I don't think I remember how to read Braille."
He was high. He was mad, dying of infection.
Listen,
mad as hell.
He put his life on the line to get that book. But that goes to show you the value of the word. And when you think about all of the people that go out of their way to discredit it, when you think about all of the people that go out of their way to try to chum it down, like for instance, my truth is nothing but gossip.
Right.
Oh, that's made up. That was made up by a bunch of white men.
Yep.
That's not real. That's not real. That's not real. That's not real. And guess what? People are so far disconnected from the history of how this information has been handed down year after year after year, generation after generation. Like, people don't realize these were scrolls.
Yep.
These were scrolls that were translated. So now you're saying all the scrolls are fake? Because I've seen some of them myself. I had a Bible study camp that I went to when I was a kid, and the Wycliffe family, who were the people who had been searching for scrolls and digging up scrolls. People, they don't realize all of this shit is real. But see, all you have to do is just tell somebody something's fake, or tell them that it's not cool, or tell them that it's made up, and people will believe it. Just that simple. So when I start hearing people talk about God, I'm like, what God do you serve? I had a conversation with somebody who was supposed to have been a very spiritual person like myself, until I mentioned the name of Jesus in front of them. They looked like they was going to crawl out their skin. And then they told me who they served.
Wow.
The God that they served. And they were very proud to let me know this demigod that they served. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, we don't got nothing in common. We don't got nothing in common. Like, if I do that now to people. I throw the Jesus check in on people. I do. Because you gotta ask, what God do you serve? Yeah, God did what God? Exactly.
God
What's the origin? What's the origin of your God?
They ain't believing us.
Ain't believing what? Ain't believing what? What? Ain't nobody believing you, but God did. So God did what?
Right.
Because what I really want to know is, if you sitting here talking about God, I need to know your faith. I need to know your day of worship. I need to know. Matter of fact, if you really God, like if you really God gang, if you really Jesus gang, if you really all of that, I shouldn't even have to ask. You should be volunteering that information. But just to sit up there and say, God, I don't know what God you serve. And people need to double check. People need to start really, really, really double checking with who, because we do it all the time. We just hear somebody say the name. Even people that use the name Jesus. Like I look at half of the people that say that they actual Christians. I look at them sideways half the time. Because what I don't get is how you can say that you believe in the Bible and you believe in God and you believe in all of this. One of the 10 commandments is thou shalt not bear false witness, but yet every time I turn around, I'm catching you in lies. Like, if you ain't even living by the word that you repping on, I got issues with that. I got issues with people that call themselves Christian that have a problem with me telling the truth. I'm not bearing false witness. That was I was having that conversation with somebody about, these preacher predators who take advantage of the people in the church and stuff like that. You know, when you think about the violation that is. But then they ask the kids to lie about it and not tell anybody.
Mm-hmm.
And you wonder why people are confused about whether or not to believe. You literally sitting here telling people to break the very commandments, even though they're victims and they should be telling the truth.
Right.
But you tell them, no, you can't say anything. Pastor didn't mean it. Everyone falls victim to the devil's tricks. And in some congregations, they ostracize the victims. Make them feel bad that it happened to them. What did you do to make the minister? What?
Mm-hmm. What you do to piss pastor off?
What did you do? You the one. Didn't I tell you about wearing them tights?
True.
Like, come on, let's keep it a bean. Like, we got to be careful with. We got to do better research with those who. I need to know what you believe in. I ain't co-signing Jack. Unless what you on is lining up with what I'm on, I ain't co-signing Jack. People got to stop playing with God. People really do. They got to stop playing with God. You know, if you were, I look at some of these Christians out here and I'm like, I get why atheists exist. If you're my representation as a Christian, I shouldn't believe in God either.
Dang.
Let's be real. Half of these people out here running around, that's what I'm saying. We got to take responsibility for a lot of things. As a community, as a society, so many things slide. We got to be real. We got to be real. We got to be real with ourselves. It's not going to be easy. But we got to stop making ourselves victims. We have to stop making our children victims.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Out of control. Well, gentlemen, we have put in time.
Hell yeah.
Hours.
Hours.
We have put in time, but you know what though? Like I said, it's good. It's good to talk
bill.
about it again.
Yeah, definitely a good bill. Hell yeah.
Definitely. And I don't know what his subliminal response was, but my response to it, whatever his response was, old honeycomb, I really don't give a fuck.
Right.
Because I know who you are. And I know what you do. And I know what you done. And I'm not going to be like everybody else and pretend like you ain't the nigga that you are. That's my response to his response or whatever it may be. I don't care. I know who you are. You know who you are. And so does everybody else. I'm just done. Just like I said, you know, I hope that people support Big Gene. I really do.
Right.
I hope they support Big Gene. And I gotta get my situation together because me and him been wanting to link up for quite some time. Yeah. Shout out to Big Gene deal.
Yeah, Big Gene is the truth, man.
Mm-hmm.
And you know, when I first heard somebody said that Gene said that, you know, Jag's not lying.
Mm-hmm.
She ain't lying about that. She's telling, you know, the truth. And I think about, you know, just all that he's witnessed and all that he's seen.
Hell yeah.
Because, you know, he was right there.
Yep.
People got to stop being so willing to doubt people that are brave enough to tell the fucking truth, man. Come on. Like, people got to stop doubting the truth. They want to know the truth. If they want to know if I'm lying, go read G. Deal's book.
Yep.
See if I'm lying. Read his book and then call me a liar.
Yep, or they could watch the documentary, the Last Big Night.
Yeah.
That joint's crazy. I watched that joint. I think he got like 3 parts to it. I was like, yo, this nigga definitely ain't lying.
Yeah. But
Ain't no
guess
way
what?
a nigga can make up some shit like that. That's impossible.
So how do you watch that? How do you watch that documentary and not see how dangerous it is to allow Honeycomb to run around the way he been running around? Like, man, people see the dancing and the take that, and all of this and all of that, and the clothes and the drinks and the alcohol and the party and the this and the that and so on, so on, so forth. Man, it just they wipe it all away.
Mm-hmm.
They wipe it all away like it never happened. They wipe it all away like this ain't his character. They wipe it all away like this ain't him. I tell you one thing. He better hope and pray to God that I don't ever get pissed off enough to say stuff all the way out. See, the beautiful thing about the knowledge that I have is that I get to hold on to it for as long as I want. You got to worry about it. Which is why people should never doubt, not even for a second, that people have wanted me dead. Because as long as I got it, they got to worry about whether or not I'm going to let it go. Makes you wonder about some of the other people that have passed away who've had intimate knowledge on some things.
Mm-hmm.
Man, I hate what happened to Whitney Houston.
Yeah.
And I really hate what happened to Bobby Chris.
Tragedy.
Yeah, but everybody wants to sit around and act like, it's a hereditary thing. Dying in bathtubs, it's hereditary.
Shit.
That's how they treat it.
Right.
Like, have we really become that stupid as a society?
Pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, pretty much. Yeah. Society been dumbed down to basically believe whatever the mainstream media puts out. Absolutely.
Like, are people forgetting that just a couple years ago Bobby Brown was ran off the road by a car while he was on foot? Someone tried to run him over.
Yeah, exactly.
But it's all entertainment, see. It's all entertainment. That didn't really happen. They just said that for clicks and views. That didn't really happen.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it really did. You know, so yeah, y'all. It was good. It was good catching up. And we'll be in touch. We'll be in touch.
Indeed. Yep.
Definitely.
Just a phone call and text away. Yep.
My response, I don't give a fuck what his response is.
Jaguar don't give a fuck about Diddy response.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying?
There it is.
That's the headline right there. Jag don't give a fuck what that nigga said.
At all.
He sent this little spokesperson.
Oh yeah, he did spin his spoke. Yeah.
And you know what? That breaks my heart. Because even he had enough personal integrity to not be able to put that whole uniform on.
Yeah.
I'm a fan of yours, Jag. I know you didn't do this, and da. So now you want to come up here to try to convince me that I need to come and play the game?
Yeah, that's all that was about. Like, I'm like, damn, nigga, what you trying to do? Recruiter for Bad Boy? Nigga came up here and tried, yeah, you should come sign with Bad Boy. You know what I'm saying?
What you need to do is you need to talk to this person and talk to that person. Anybody who would think that I would, number one, I ain't got no conversation with any of those CEOs that he was talking about. The only thing I got for them is prayer.
Mm-hmm.
Ain't no conversation. We've had conversations. I made my peace. I don't need to have a conversation with agents for the devil. What do I need to do that for? That's why I told him this conversation is never going to be equal between you and I because you worried about man's game and I'm worried about playing God's game. There's a difference. So yeah, that's my response. And no, you can't recruit me. And no, I'm not coming back to the dark side.
Luke.
I ain't coming back to the dark side. Not gonna happen. I am your father. No, you not. I need a DNA test. People need to stop worshiping these niggas and they need to stop spending all their time throwing their bodies on the fires to cover these niggas because it's
Dang.
They need to stop. Because they wouldn't do the same for you.
They damn sure won't.
Listen to me. You heard what he said himself. All these artists are dispensable.
Mm-hmm.
Use them up, burn them up, and throw another one on the fire. I don't even think he realized how much he ran his mouth.
Yeah, that's why we was letting him rock. That's why we was letting him rock out.
Talk. Yeah, people say, "Oh, he took over your show." No, he didn't.
No, he didn't. Y'all ain't people who
No,
he's
he
doing.
didn't.
You see,
What they don't understand, what they really don't understand is he probably just created a whole nother show for y'all.
Exactly.
Exactly.
Dissecting through all of that crap that he said. Dissecting through all of that stuff that he had to say. All of it. You don't know me. I wasn't around. But then you sitting there telling me that I was around.
Mm-hmm.
That nigga about to get karate chopped up and reposted.
Hey.
Key points. Key points. You know we about to highlight some of them key points in this joint.
Well, all the contradictions he said all in one conversation.
We about to watch out this nigga shit get highlighted. Watch.
Listen to me.
Niggas talk. That nigga, we let that nigga
Diddy
rock
gonna be
out.
calling that nigga up like, yo, what the fuck you doing, man? Making us look bad.
I just thought it was interesting that he actually admitted that he works for Bad Boy.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
But you're my fan, though. You're a fan of mine. Got it. Understood. Thank you for
your promotion team. He works on a promotion team.
Well, I don't know what he promoting. What's coming off of Bad Boy now? Another Biggie, another Biggie compilation.
Yeah, exactly. Get Biggie mom back some of that goddamn publishing, nigga. That's what he need to do, nigga. Give Miss Wiles back and his 2 kids some of that goddamn publishing you holding on to, nigga.
Understand this. His mentor taught him well. Because anybody who don't think that Clive Davis ain't got a stranglehold on Whitney Houston's catalog and such and things.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a fact.
Don't forget, before she passed away, she signed that $100 million deal.
And they made sure they got rid of the daughter so she won't inherit it. That's crazy to me.
Like I said, that was Clive Davis's #1 artist, and Biggie was Diddy's #1 artist. Who do you think he learned the tricks of the trade from? I mean, people can say what they want to say.
Right.
People can say what they want to say. Even going back to Janis Joplin. Even going back to the fact that Janis Joplin was leaving him, that she no longer wanted to be represented by him. And when it came time to renew the contract, all of a sudden, boom, 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 and then she died from an overdose. Like, people keep forgetting that his antics have been going on for this long. Janis Joplin was a major talent. She was done.
Yeah.
She saw some shit she didn't like. And next thing you know, drug overdose gone. And nobody asked the question.
Nope.
Which is why I start telling a lot of people, if you're going to speak up, if you're going to stand up against the establishment, if you're going to speak to power, if you're going to do all of that, you need to get sober. You want to make sure it's almost impossible for them to
Yeah.
say that you died from a drug overdose, or that you died from this. Oh, you just an addict. He was just this. She was just this. She was just that.
Facts.
You need to make sure you do that, because that's how they play. Make sure ain't nobody paying attention to why you going. So, well, happy hunting, happy cutting and pasting.
Happy cutting and pasting. Happy cutting and pasting. Yeah, crazy.
And I hope that if anybody was here listening tonight, that has been affected by the industry in the ways that I have been affected, and if it's a conversation that you want to have, reach out to me, man.
Yeah, let people know where they can reach out to you, Jack.
I mean, I think everybody know you can reach out to me on my
True.
Instagram, drop a DM. Everybody knows my email address is my name. Like, I make it very easy for people to access me. And you know me, I don't know why, but I don't like clouting. I don't like chasing, or not even on myself. Like, I know so many artists be like, yeah, and you can find me here, and you can find me there, and you can do this, and I'll be releasing this at this time, and I'll be doing this, and I'll be doing that. Like, I'm not like that. I've never been like that.
Right.
I've never been like that. But yeah, that's where you find me. That's where you find me. And, you know, until we meet again, gentlemen.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Man.
Yeah, that dude definitely on the official roster list. He's definitely on. I'm looking at. Yeah, he's definitely officially Bad Boy. I know Diddy sent that nigga here. That's why he asking me why I'm asking him about Diddy. Nigga, you work for Bad Boy. This nigga's on the official roster list.
But it was kind of interesting how he was so surprised when you pulled that out on him. Like people don't know how to go and look things up.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I wanted to see who the hell we was talking to. And I wanted our subscribers to know who we were talking. I wanted you to know who we were talking to. Like, you know what I'm saying?
There was a name that he dropped, though. There was a name that he dropped that I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that.
That nigga dropped James Cruz name, and that's the nigga
that's who he works
with the 50 Cent say. You and James Diddy and James Cruz were down to Miami doing some strange things for a piece of change.
I mean, it is what it is.
You know what I'm saying?
We all gotta live with what we gotta live with. We all got consciences. We all got, you know. We all got. I hope he gonna be all right, and I hope them niggas pay him well.
Right.
I hope it's worth whatever he's doing it for. Because there's no way you could sit up there and say all of the negative things and pretty much agree with everything that I had to say about the game and still justify collecting a check.
He was skating around all your questions, man. He ain't answer shit directly.
Oh, God, no.
But like you said, he said too much. Anyway.
Yeah, well, you know, God works in mysterious ways. I've always been a firm believer of that. God works in mysterious ways. Sometimes you think you're working for one thing, but really you're working for another.
Right.
You know, so like I said, I'm grateful. I'm grateful. So I'm gonna let y'all handle y'all, and I'm out of here for real, for real. Good to talk to y'all. And yeah, I'll be watching. I'll check in.
All
right. Now we definitely appreciate you.
All right,
y'all hit
night
up Jag.
everybody.
All right, Jag. Y'all hit Jag Cash App too, man. I just posted the Cash App. Y'all can hit up her Cash App, man. Drop her something. Bless her, man. You know what I'm saying? I see a few of y'all was asking what's her Cash App. Yeah.
Damn, we broke our previous record 6 hours.
6 hours. Salute.
Sheesh.
Salute. Forgotten Kings in the building. 2.0. Follow the brother Forgotten Kings, man. He be dropping some good content as well. You know what I'm saying? Forgotten Kings 2.0. TV 2.0. Go get familiar with the brother Forgotten Kings. Good brother over there, man. Doing some good things over on this channel. Shout out to all the mods, man. We appreciate y'all doing y'all work. I see y'all had to kick a few people up out of here. Put a few niggas on timeout or whatever. You know what I'm saying? We appreciate Jag coming through, man, and blessing us with our presence, man. Dropping a lot of jewels as usual.
We even appreciate Diddy Spy coming over here, man.
Oh yeah, Diddy Spy, whatever.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Because all he did was you know, even those type of people get used in a way where people can learn something from. You see what I'm saying?
I mean, them niggas want to be used though.
Exactly.
Niggas like this want to be used. You know what I mean?
We know the nigga came over here to try to get a little shine off us too.
And to distract, deflect, try to keep a lid on things. You know what I'm saying?
Right. But shit, he just played right into what we was gonna get into anyway. So anyway, he just came over here and reinsured the shit we was going, you know what I'm saying, anyway. So that's basically all that happened. I see y'all in the comments like, yeah, y'all's in the comments like, dang, where Isaiah and Curry? Cut him off. So they ain't taking over the show. No, he not. We clip the mic anytime we want. He don't have control, but you gotta let niggas like that
talk. You gotta let niggas talk. Let them get his shit off. Yeah.
Cause he eventually gonna reveal what you know what I'm saying, the shit anyway. So
that's why we got the platform. You know what I mean? We know what we doing. Relax, y'all. Damn.
We be letting y'all on come on and talk, y'all. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying? We, once in a while we get y'all up on the platform to, to view y'all, to get y'all views on certain things. You know what I'm saying? So same respect. The same respect. Somebody said that nigga getting fired. that nigga gonna get fired. Dang. Shit, ain't no need to come back on tonight. We went through the night that we
hell
supposed to be
yeah,
on.
Come back on. What the fuck?
It's already, I know, right? It's already 10:52.
The hell? Damn, niggas wanted to burn us out and shit. We ain't no goddamn robots.
You know what I'm saying?
Niggas gotta rest too. You know what I'm saying? Damn. Y'all coming back on tonight? Nigga, it is tonight.
TKO said I was listening while I was cooking. Good conversation. Bree said the chat was live. Hell yeah.
Niggas think that we robots and shit. Like we some type of humanoid robots and shit. Niggas asking if we coming back on tonight. Nigga, it's tonight. Nigga, we on. It's tonight.
The fuck? Tonight is tonight.
What the nigga, we was on for 6 hours, man. What the
Tonight is the night, and I'm feeling all right.
Niggas still asking for shit. Like,
nigga said we gonna kill you niggas. We gonna burn you niggas out.
Damn. Just because we call it night and day,
Nah,
we still
nah,
gotta get
this,
some sleep in between that shit.
yeah, this is nah. It wasn't no interview. This was a real conversation.
Yeah, this wasn't even no interview,
This
y'all.
wasn't an interview, y'all. This was a conversation.
We didn't even plan for Jag to come on here, and we ain't playing for a bad boy employee to come on here neither. Shit just happened. We was only supposed to be on here for 45 minutes.
Yeah, we appreciate y'all that bought CBD, man. Your CBD shop is open 24/7. You can always go over there and get you some CBD. You know what I'm saying? CBD cigarettes, CBD, you know, the pre-rolls, the jars of pre-rolls,
The gummies.
the gummies, the moon rocks, the
Everything
skin.
will be fully stocked between tonight and tomorrow, y'all. So y'all,
Yeah,
better, if y'all want looking for something particular, y'all better hurry up and, you know what I mean, be the first in line. Like first come, first serve. We sell out. You see, we sell out in minutes sometimes.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, we sell out
Absolutely.
in minutes sometimes. So y'all niggas better get on it if y'all gonna get on it. NightandDayCBDHub.com.
Yeah, you can go to nightdaynetmarket.com, get your hoodies, your soaps and body oils. You know what I'm saying?
Fully
We got the
stocked.
we got the shower, we got the bath sets coming back on soon, y'all.
Mm-hmm.
We got the bath sets on the way, so for y'all that been waiting on them, the Melanita bath sets, we got them Jones on the way. Yeah, Bree, I'm hoping too. Tokyo get herself together. You know what I mean? We get Jag and Tokyo on, man.
Yeah.
So we can all
Tokyo ain't that funny. About to
and it's
starve you
not
motherfuckers out for 3
that's
days.
not
Don't even
nothing.
say my name.
I'm saying it ain't even about interviewing. It's just having a building a conversation, just
If
having a
night and day
conversation.
motherfuckers
And
still saying my name, I'm about to starve them bitches out for 3 days. They children ain't gonna eat for 3 months.
we love Auntie Toki, man.
Still over there talking shit.
Regardless, you know what I'm saying? It's all love, regardless. Yeah, we appreciate y'all, man. Anything else to talk about real quick before we head out? What else?
Just the products, and you know what I'm saying, how good
Yeah,
they are. Thank y'all for all
talk
the
about
support and all the reviews that y'all left us. All
yeah,
the good
man.
reviews. We trying to get y'all the best top quality products. You know what I mean, that we can find. We scouring our whole community, scouring the black community, looking for
Oh
who
yeah.
got the best product.
Oh yeah, we got what you call rose water on the way too. The one that damn, I forgot her name. Well, we announce her name when we get the rose water and all. We got the rose water and stuff on the way too. She makes her own rose water. Yup, you see, we got all the natural products on there. It's for the hair, skin products, soaps and body oils, man. Y'all ain't got to use that store-bought soap anymore. That, you know what I'm saying? That ain't good for your skin anyway, man. Get the best soaps on the land. I mean,
Definitely.
shit, I think they took Orlando Brown. Somebody said, I don't think Orlando Brown's crazy. Nah, he ain't crazy. I think his page got took. He started a new page and that shit got took. Dang.
Yeah, we got the inventory on there, y'all. It's just not showing yet. We gotta publish it on the CBD site. But the cigarettes and stuff is in stock. We just haven't published it yet. So just keep looking out either later tonight or tomorrow morning.
I guess we could somehow send another newsletter out, I guess, when
Yeah,
everything's stocked up.
Yep. Everything's gonna be stocked back up.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? So
Yep. We're gonna have that rose water. Yep. Somebody said, yeah. And I seen her process how she make it. She use everything natural. Everything natural. Yep. Just like these soaps, everything natural. We appreciate all the support, man. Y'all have definitely been showing support, man. Can't deny that. We appreciate all the support you guys are giving us. Yep, J Baby, right. Yep, you get your stuff in 5 business days.
Yeah, we ship pretty fast unless your post office is acting up.
Yeah.
When the shit's in the post office, it's out of our hands. We don't got control of the post office. I know some of y'all be, hitting us up telling us that, your shit ain't moving. Or it might already be in your state and the shit ain't. That's the post office. You gotta get up with them sometimes. That sometimes they the ones that be holding your shit or losing your shit. It could be the post office. You know how your post office operate in your area.
Right. So I said, y'all still live? Hell yeah, we still live.
Yeah, we about to get up off this John.
Get up off this John, man. We appreciate y'all, man. Probably be back on tomorrow, maybe.
Yeah. So shit. Follow us on all our social medias. You know what I mean?
Y'all know where to find us.
Y'all can hit Jag Cash App up. You know what I mean? If you haven't already.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying? Don't forget to thumbs up this video. Follow our second channel, Night and Day Talk Media. Shit, and that's all we got to say.
There go Jag Cash App. Y'all hit Jag, bless Jag with some cash, you know what I mean? So yeah, man. Catch y'all on the rebound. Oh shit, let me take y'all out with the. Oh shit, hold on.
Go get to see. What's up, family? It's Isaiah Curry. You been looking raggedy lately? Cause you having trouble finding the right products for your beautiful melanated bodies? Skin so ashy you look albino? Head so dry and nappy you can start a fire with it?
Last time somebody comes in.
Well, look no further, family, because we got you covered over here at Night and Day Shopping Network. We teamed up with other black entrepreneurs to bring you the best self-care products for us melanated brothers and sisters. And don't feel left out, white people. You can use them too. All the products are all natural and chemical free. We got some raw shea and cocoa butters, body washes, coconut hair conditioners, yucca root shampoo, gift boxes, and gel and oil for your hair locks. All from black-owned companies. It's way better than that crap from Walmart and the dollar store. Shit. So click the link in the description box below.